It's used to be all you would see. 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 Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, all things you would see. Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, oh man. Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, all things you would see. Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, oh man. Rank, Arkin, unranked, Rams, hunt. Rank, Arkin, unranked, Rams, hunt. Gals, rank, Arkin, unranked, Rams, hunt. Rank, Arkin, unranked, Rams, hunt. Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, all things you will see. Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, oh man. Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, all things you will see. Now, Archer, Cavalier, Spearman, Knight, Crossbows, hunt, oh man. What have I been doing with my life?
Rete, es war.
Ja, rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, suche. Wo wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Wocha. Auwa.
Heise, des war.
Wocha.
Das ist soll. Das ist soll. Berete.
Rete.
Das ist soll.
Das war
Ja.
Heise.
Flickmann.
Das ist soll.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise. Das war Heise. Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ist soll. Das ist soll. Streetes. Sassa.
Auwa.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war, das ist soll. Das war,
Das ist toll. Das ist toll.
Hey, ja.
ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
Hello. How's it going? Final day of qualifiers, and you guys are apparently here for a cookie. Sorry, I have found that if I say the first X amount of people get a cookie, that a lot more people show up at the start of the stream. It is tested, it is tried, it is true, and I've never given anyone a cookie, so that's like maybe a scam artist thing of me to do. But welcome in, everybody. It could also be that you are here because this is the final day of the qualifier, and you're incredibly excited because these sets are going to be bananas. So, bananas, cookie, banana cookie. Anyways, I seem to feel that. I mean, yesterday the games were fantastic, but also the sets weren't really that close. We knew that we'd have 3 sets on Friday, 3 sets on Saturday, and then the losers would have that second chance. Today is the day of second chances. It should be fantastic. So, welcome. Yeah, don't report me for scamming, please. Dave645, thank you for the 1.5 years. Thank you very much, King John, the new sub. Don't worry, guys. There will be more music. Sorry you have to deal with me. There will be more music throughout our breaks today. Scoreboard's already up, and we have a draft to set up here as well, and we're going to pretty much dive right into it. There's a lot I want to say. Ooh, but actually one thing I have to say, one thing I have to address is the voting is actually finished for the 15th hero. And you guys contributed that here on Twitch. We also on YouTube, there was a poll. It was on Twitter. It was on Reddit. It was on Facebook and I think Instagram as well. All the votes were tallied. And there was a winner for hero number 15. So our updated hero list for the main event is here. So if you've been paying attention, you knew there were 14 names for the last few days. And now we have a 15th. Good old Emperor Sigismund, who looks like your grandfather when he has come back from a hunting trip. The Emperor, he is going to be our 15th hero. All right, Grandpa Sig. Yeah, good old Grandpa Sig. We will have our 16th hero voted in today as well. And the 16th hero will be a cheat code that will join that empty spot. And then we'll have all 16 names for the main event of Hidden Cup, which the main event players will be playing on, as I'm sure you guys know by now. So it should be awesome. We have more time for that, but we've got to get our draft up here and get co-caster number 1 of the day in here. We're going to have Memb in here. I messaged Memb and I said, Memb, it's been some long days. It's starting rather early for me. I need your energy. And he said, I can do that. Not exactly what the conversation was. But basically my thinking was if anyone's going to bring me energy to start off the day, it would be Mr. Mem. So we'll have him join in here in just a second. And then good old Jean Bureau is going to be here in the later stages of the day to close out the day. It should be an epic day of content. So, all right, so we have our maps. I was trying to think if there's a map we haven't seen yet in the deciders. I think at this point we have actually seen every single one, even though like some of the games, like we haven't had a single series go to the 7th game yet. We had one go to 6 games. We had a couple others be a bit shorter than that. But there we go. Game 1 is going to be cross for this series, and it's Ganji against Stark. This should be unbelievably close. I actually think in some ways this could be the closest set of the day, in all honesty. You people, my chat. Someone says, which hero gives T90 the most trouble with pronunciation? Because that's the one I'm rooting for. What is wrong with you guys? Huh? You think I don't read your messages? I can see what you guys are saying. I see the comments. Hey, listen, I'm not even in my final form yet. I haven't even had my scheduled call to practice pronunciations for Hidden Cup Heroes yet. That's right. It's on the schedule. It's ready. I'm going to be early. I'm going to be 10 minutes early just sitting there trying to pronounce some of these names. So main event T90 is going to blow you guys away with how natural some of the pronunciations are. All right, so don't even. All right, so let's get Membin here, sync up the audio, get started here. They're going to start this series here in about 5 minutes and dive right into the games. I think this this series is going to be phenomenal, guys. But thank you in advance for the support with viewing, the support with trolling, the support with lurking, the support with subbing. Thank you. On YouTube, liking. That's right. Thank you, YouTube. Thanks for liking the live stream. You can't do that on Twitch. That's for sure. All right, let's give Mem a call. People are starting to thumbs up now.
Hello?
Hello, how's it going?
Hola, Tristan. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm glad. I was just saying, man, need that Memb energy this morning. I'm excited.
Well, we can tell when we were talking yesterday, right? Like he asked me, hey man, are you up for casting the first one? I said, can we cast the second or the third? Then I will be super tired. That's the thing. It's super early for me. I need you in the first one. So here I am with the Tristan. So let's go.
All right, let's go, man. I mean, and I don't know, and I hope all the sets are close today, right? Because I think these will be phenomenal sets. But honestly, Ganji and Stark, after watching Stark's fight yesterday against Barles, even though he lost, just the constant fight was so good. I think this series is going to be ridiculously close, man.
Yeah, and with the other, were you surprised? Were you expecting a little bit more, or you expected kind of one side that we saw yesterday?
I was expecting a little bit more fight from the players that went down. I do think in some ways, like the winning players are playing so unbelievably strong, like even stronger than maybe I thought. But also in the back of like your mind, if you're down 2-0 or like 3-1, I think if you had the backup qualifier anyways, I do think that didn't help the games be close. I could be wrong, but if I were a player and I'm getting dominated and it's like 2-0 or 3-1 or something, I might be like, well, at least I have the backup qualifier. And that might have been in their minds. So
I was thinking exactly that. Like, for me, it was like the real deciders is today.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, it's like yesterday we were calling it decider, but it's more like it was a qualifier game. Why today is the real decider? So
yeah,
I would be surprised if we see 4-0 today. I mean, it can happen, but also with big battles.
Yeah, I agree. Really big battles. And also, like, the best players, in theory, have already moved on. They're already in the main event. So it is, like, Sebastian looked insane, right? Like, I saw a couple comments. You know how it is in the internet, right? You can find negativity anywhere. And there were a couple comments about some of these players, like Hart that lost 4-0, or like Baba Rum who lost 4-0. And, like, really just the way Tato Sebastian played in those 4-0s was just absolutely unbelievable. The way Barles played, surviving in some of those games against Stark is unbelievable. So I think today will be very, very close, like we said. Should be fun.
I mean, we're going to be, you know, that the joke about the Menstradamus, and I always have told you, well, I usually good with the guessing in the main event this year, this edition. I mean, with this gameplay from Sebastian and Tato, I was telling you yesterday, I mean, this gameplay is incredible. Like, if you close your eyes, who do you think is Sebastian when you were watching the game playing yesterday?
I agree with you. Freakin' Andy was saying, he's like, me getting 3-0'd by Sebastian doesn't look so bad now. So
yeah, he made a tweet about that.
Yeah, he's like, it doesn't look so bad now. Like, people were a little upset, you know, when they were rooting for me, but now they understand why I got 3-0'd. And anyways, man, I made a rookie mistake here. I forgot to switch to the tournament patch. It'll just take me 30 seconds, but I see they've started.
Okay.
Okay.
I am in the game. I was going to ask you if there. Oh, so that means that you didn't switch because you were grinding from yesterday to today.
I don't know about grinding. I did.
Oh my god!
Listen, if
stop grinding, man.
If I cast enough Age of Empires, I feel like I need to play. And let me tell you, I've lost 200, 300 elos since Hidden Cup started.
Oh my god!
'Cause I always-
okay. So
Yeah.
go on. Well, I'm gaining some, so maybe we're gonna catch up in the ladder, and then we play it because it's what people want. 2090 versus men. Well, give me 300 or 400 elo more, and then maybe we can meet.
Yeah. Maybe.
Anyway,
I'll
tell
let
me,
you know.
tell me
but-
when you are inside. I can give you some information about the game if you want.
Go.
And it's Japanese and Byzantines.
Yeah, Japanese,
now.
Byzantines, no worries. I'm in the game now. Not a big deal. So my apologies for that. I just, like I said, it wasn't awake this morning, and we should be in a moment. Japanese, Byzantines, not a civ we've seen that frequently, Mem, but they're really strong on this map, and Japanese have an incredible win rate so far in Hidden Cup.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, in these kind of civilizations, don't really know what I prefer. I really believe that this map is being one of the most exciting. Cross is providing incredible games, and there is so many things to take in consideration, to control. So the civilizations is important, but we have seen Persians that till yesterday, they were losing pretty much all the games in this map.
Yeah,
So it's about the civs, it's about the decisions.
Yeah, agreed. There's like 4 or 5 really elite civilizations on this map. All of them can do so well, and like you said, more on this map than really any other maybe is just the decision making, where you're going to attack, but also the scouting. And I think the scouting is such a fun thing to look for here because there's so many different areas to look. You have the pawns to look for, which you can see Ganji's already checking. You have the opponent's base and which resource they're on. There's could be so many different things they try. And it's just constant back and forth. So I'm excited. I think the Japanese are a little bit more flexible here, Mem, and what they can do early. Whereas the Byzantines more of a defensive choice. They don't tend to do the crazy stuff quite as frequently here.
I think Byzantines is used for the later game. The later the game goes, he's going to have more chances. But till you get there, Japanese can be really powerful here.
Yeah.
And Cab Archers are being really, really popular even more now with the +2 against Archers. So it makes that if you go some monks, Cab Archers, with mobility, yeah, Stark can spam camels. Still, I prefer the Cab Archers.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, Byzantines, I mean, in any map, any matchup, if they're not dead in the middle of the game, they're incredibly strong, and we've seen that so many times. Kind of a interesting note here. Ganji is being very thorough with the scouting, but he's still a little confused. I think he's going to double check here, though, and yeah, he is going to, because of that house, probably realize that Stark has docked the north. But Stark is just pushing deer, Mem. He's not scouting at all just yet.
Yeah, he's being kind of confident here. I mean, if you think about this, you can go a couple of ways, right? And he's going to this way, like focus on the economy. Well, if you just secure that pawn with Japanese for now, like instead of going for another dock and make a second dock here, what exploration you really need? You go Japanese, you can make probably the barrack if you want, and then militias. Well, you can be just fine playing defensive and just not let your opponent to sneak in your pawn.
This is going to be a rough game for players if they do not protect their gold. If you just look at the mini-map, you can see where most of the golds are positioned. Now, there's lots of gold on this map. The neutral golds are split up to 4 separate areas of 2 tiles. But, I mean, the main golds are not pretty. The secondary golds are also in the middle of the map here. So, a lot of, like, archer play through the middle would be common in this matchup. It could be super strong.
You say it is not pretty. I will say that this is kind of disaster. Like, the main goal for a Stark looks okay. And look where it is. It's unprotected. It's in front. Not super forward, but look at the other goal from Ganji. And all the ability from Stark. You need to explore, right?
Yeah, this is Stark's greed here, right? This is him pushing the deer. And now Ganji, in the first game of this decider here, to make it in Hidden Cup 5, is going to trap Stark and kill this villager. Now, this is a bigger deal than just a Vil kill, Mem. This was Stark's build.
Yeah.
He's on gold already to make fire galleys, and he's not going to have any reason to make fire galleys now.
Yeah, but this is so sloppy, in my opinion. I mean, you cannot go blind and then the scout in the opposite side. Yeah. At least if you go with the scout, with the village, you send the scout together.
Agreed with you. Yeah, agreed. And it's, you know, there's been enough instances where I've seen players not scout to push the deer. And that was why I brought it up. And now Ganji's going to be feeling much better because he doesn't have to be worried about his pawn. It's very unlikely that Stark is going to send a new Vil now.
Yeah, but he's sending being smart. He's sending to the left. You got the village on the left, and he's gonna have a lucky because Ganji is there also with another dog. He's doing also the barrack at home. So I believe it's still okay. I like it that he's not stubborn, as you mentioned, like because Ganji is gonna be really aware to see. Do you see how he's even exploring in the north with that fishing ship? Still exploring.
Yeah, he's still
the
checking.
whole dock.
Yeah,
you know?
I love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ganji is in really good shape, and he's doing something we haven't seen that frequently. We have a galley now from him, so he's adding a galley.
He
and
saw the belly here.
the goal here is
Tristan,
to
he saw
control
the
the
belly here.
shoreline. Oh, you think he noticed it?
He saw it because that belly was in the LOS from. You can see how he's sending the galley right there.
Wow, that's so good
saw
from
it.
Ganji. That is
Yeah.
so good. Well,
Yeah.
he's had his morning coffee, right? He's ready to
Yeah,
go.
yeah, he didn't just wake up, not like others. You know what I mean, right? Okay. And now, it's being on point because today you're gonna feel that the players, as you were talking in the start, they're gonna try 200%. Is now or never.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and Ganji, I spoke to him, and he said, "This is my dream run. Like this is the dream for me. Making it into Hidden Cup main event, it would be the craziest thing for me." And of course, we as hosts, we love to hear that type of thing, Mem.
Yeah.
And I got real excited. And the thing that's been so apparent about Ganji's play in this whole bracket is how well prepared he was. I think a lot of people are already forgetting he beat Veleza 3-2, and those games were epic, right? So how many players could beat Veleza? Very few. So the fact that
Not
Ganji
many.
did that is amazing.
Not many. And Ganji has been very close to get into some other S tier event. Now that you mentioned checking these two players, I really believe it's gonna be the first time, no matter who is qualifying from
For both. Yep.
Ganji or both, Stark, to be in a main event on a S tier tournament.
Yeah. Stark is
It's the first time.
It depends how far back you go, because Stark was like really, he was always in the conversation when the events were smaller, but because he's been around like 10 plus years. But you are right. Maybe the first time, top 16
but maybe-
S-tier tournament for these two.
Maybe it was S tier tournament back in the days. That S tier tournament, now it would be A or B tier
Yeah.
tournament.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So it's not the same. Now the tournaments are much bigger, but still, look at Ganji. It's fully wall, and he's trying to do damage. It's not going to happen, Tristan.
Yeah, it's not. Now, what's interesting about this is that Stark is fishing at home, and so while he hasn't had success trying to contest these pawns yet because of Ganji's excellent play, he does have enough fishing ships. He is Byzantines. It does feel like he can still have a pretty reasonable castle time. But, yeah, game one, important series for these two careers, and Ganji has played very safe. And if I would have tried to describe the players to someone who hadn't seen these guys before, I would have said that Stark would actually be the one that might wall up more. But it's been the complete opposite here.
Well, as you know, Ganji play a lot to one map that you love as much as me, right, Tristan? Black Forest.
Black Forest. It's my favorite.
I know, but what I mean is, he's wall completely, he's paying attention to that. Remember, if the game goes on in that pond in the north, how many fish traps you're going to see from Ganji? It's going to be insane.
Yeah, you're
remember,
right.
he has already double dock already,
Yep.
and Japanese fish traps as well. He's on the way to castle. It's faster than the Star. That's a mistake because the Star is clicking up with over 800 foot, which you don't need it with. This is for Imperial. Yes, you
Yeah,
need
it's
it.
all right.
I was already going to Imperial, I was going already to Imp, I don't know, it's fine. So they're going up almost at the same time, but look, 9 villages more, which is not villages, it's the fish basically.
Yeah, it's a fish. And the Reds collected showing too. And right now, as long as Ganji doesn't make any big mistakes, as long as he gives himself, as long as he uses this economy to make good army, he should have the lead here. He's going to come over here now, and he should be able to be in a position to kill these archers from Stark. Let's see their micro. We haven't had any big army engagement so far, and this is all Ganji so far, man. Great engagement.
Yeah.
And these archers for Stark, they might not even get a single kill if Ganji keeps microing this way.
Well, if people doesn't know Ganji, now they know a little bit better. To remember, guys, to pay attention to all these details, because now, and I'm very happy to see this, and I wanted to ask about this. Have you noticed a very big improvement with the new path? With this path that is exclusive for the tournament, because it looks like the gameplay is different now.
The game
we have seen more
back,
things.
man. It feels like it's weird. We were so scarred, I think, because for so long the live patch has been so brutal with the regrouping. But absolutely, the pathing's been great. Thank you, Microsoft, for giving us one for this tournament, because it straight up affects the meta, right? And it affects what players do. We would not see this archer play, and players actually were more defensive because they just didn't trust their army to cooperate with them on the prior patch. So, yeah, I agree with you there, Mem. Bod Canero is going to come in for both here, but there's a worry for Stark, and it's just that Stark does not have a big army count right now.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Well, doing elite skirmishes with 4 skirmishes, and about the topic we were talking, Leo was about to quit, to retire. Now he's back as well. He's not only the patch, because Leo, there was some tweet also about that, and Leo is even answering to the tweets. He's really back into the socials also because he was disappeared, man. Anyway, look at this. He has the heal advantage. Let's see if the micro is going to be a node here for Ganji because he has the heal disadvantage. Not anymore. He went back. He's waiting for the elite skirmishers. But right now, it's still too many arches, Tristan.
Yeah. And you need to have that armor to really strike fear into the opponent when they're going crossbow. Now, this is still not the biggest crossbow mass ever, and it will be interesting to see how Ganji plays this. So at this point, Mem, this is where how you spend your wood is so difficult on this map because those fishing ships in the north, they're going to run out soon. So you mentioned fish trapping, and you're spot on. That's a great move. But Ganji's also adding TCs. But then you also want farms. But then you also need siege. But then you also need crossbows. Like, you just don't have enough wood to do all of that. So I could see a world where maybe those fishing ships for Ganji in the north are forgotten about for too long. And then those 10 fishing ships aren't actually bringing him in any food.
Yeah, well, 7 on wood for Ganji. Currently, 23 for Stark. The wood is so crucial here, as you mentioned. It's true that he has now the +2/+2. Honestly, the numbers the Star has right now, I think, is solid to defend. This skirmish is +2/+2. Gonna deal perfectly fine with that. And now he's also having the monks. They are playing for the late game here, Tristan.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And that would be where the Byzantines thrive, Mem. Sorry to interrupt you. That is what Stark wants here.
Yeah, I was going to say just that I don't see how they can do now damage anymore to each other because now Stark is also fully wall. I don't see also a sneaky dog anymore. Both got 2 pawns, so the game is pretty even. But Ganji still have some big advantage with the fish, and now doing Elnez upgrade is quite solid, quite strong.
And that tells us he's probably going to add those fish traps. I find it interesting that Stark's villager, this weak villager on the left, is just standing there. A lot of players are checking their idols all the time. And I assume Stark is doing that, but like in my situation, if I am checking my idol, I never want a villager to stand there. And I would like make houses or build something with her. She's just kind of chilling there, which is very unique. But it's honestly not that important. I mean, he could maybe build up some army over there eventually, but right now that is like not the biggest deal. It's just something I've noticed with Stark. He's happy to sneak villagers. He's happy to have one villager just take a break on the side of the map and come into the focus later.
Yeah. Well, another thing is I'm a little bit surprised that with 7, now 8 skirmishes as well, even ballistic is investing really strong +2/+2 ballistic going now with the skirmishes. Obviously, if you're going to spam now, because with Byzantines you can do this and very cheap, it's going to be solid. Yeah, well, the skirmishes are basically costing nothing, but the disadvantage is still there. 6 villages more, it's still 6 fishes more, and that's a lot of economy, because if we check the resources collected, it's over 2,000 resources more for Ganji already.
Yeah, and he did just lay down those fish traps in the north as well, which is this moment where things have settled down has been really good for him. He also has invested into light cab because he knew there were monks out there, and Ganji with the micro. The light cab don't have many upgrades here, so they could have gone down. Just one goes down. And the monk for Stark gets picked off there. So, I mean, that's crazy. You can let your opponent take that relic and still be completely fine. But the fact that Ganji's paying attention to that right now is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Because now this has to go to Imperial, Tristan. Like, they are playing just more for the macro. It's still doing some army, not a lot. Because just look, now he's even doing cab archers. Okay. And Stark, look at the Stark on the north left area with a house. I know 4 houses.
He remembered her. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So this is about to be like typical Ganji here. There's this trend that I noticed with him in his games against Veleza, and then Ozone, and then MBL. Unfortunately, he was kind of like dead in Dark Age because of MBL's lames. But he likes to be chill, focused on eco, and then late Castle Age Mem, he'll drop like 4 to 5 extra military buildings, queue up a ton of army, and then he goes all in Castle Age and just flies. So I actually don't think Ganji is planning on Imp. I think he's going for a big Castle Age play here. +2 armor now. Yeah, he's going to try and rush down Stark before Stark gets to Imp.
I wouldn't mind to see a big Castle Age like we saw yesterday from Tatot. I don't know if you remember that game in Castle Age that it defends 200 population. I wouldn't really mind, and you probably are right, because we want to hype the things up, and that can happen now. This is a lot of army coming. This is skirmishes, +2/+2, not gonna have that effect against the light caps. He's now going to go back. He's just snipe the monks, and with the knights and the light caps, he's gonna take a lot of army. This is a great battle for Ganji, Tristan.
Yeah, absolutely. And Stark really wants to keep this army count up so he can upgrade it in the Imperial Age. The last thing he was ever expecting from Japanese was a Night Rush here. Now, Ganji needs to make sure he finds as much damage as possible, because he's choosing not to go Imp with these resources. He's spending them instead, but he's got some great map control to work with, and Stark has just been back in his base pretty much all of Castle Age.
Yeah, but Stark is on the way to Imperial. I believe that maybe Ganji is now going to be comfortable to drop a castle on his face. He has the army, he has the tools to do it. The problem is, if he's doing, obviously it can backfire him, Tristan, because he doesn't know that his opponent is going to go be in Imperial in a moment.
Yep. There might be like some level of expectation, because Stark hasn't really produced much, and it is Byzantines. But then it's like, do you want to drop a forward castle against the Byzantines when they have stronger castles and can make trips? Like, I'm not so sure that you want to do that. So I think he's canceled the idea of at least making a lot more knights. And Stark's still a minute and a half from Imp, but I like this play from Ganji. Ganji actually used this time as well to sneak a dock up on the right side. So he's going to probably kill those fishing ships for now. But I don't even know if fishing ships matter. At 80 vills for Stark, I don't think he cares about losing fishing ships.
No, and he does have a lot. Remember what I told you about the fish traps in the start, right? Check now the North Pond, and start to look very pretty. Plenty of fish traps already. 27 total. Population 153 now. Who is going up to Imperial is Ganji. And if he's going to have the timing and momentum now, Stark, with what? You're going to be in Imperial, but you don't have any map control. You need time to go forward. Obviously, when you make the +3, Tristan, it can get it back. Most of this army, maybe he can have a chance here, Stark.
Yeah, I think so, because of the army comp. A lot of the army right now for Ganji is light cav, and Japanese light cav is not something you want in the long run. He's got cav archers, which against skirms could be problematic. He's got some navy in that army count as well. Like, this army from Ganji didn't actually accomplish a ton. And once Bracer, once Chemistry's in, once Stark gets a castle, especially if Stark builds a forward castle, this could be awkward. It's still 2 minutes for Ganji till he's an Imp.
Yeah, but they still need to do something quicker. You know, those Leary style, when he was just sneaking arches with the +3, if he's still at home with this army, then Ganji is going to be fine. He's 160 population. He's on the way to Imperial. Now he's switching into skirmishes as well. So you need to do some damage. You cannot be just waiting here anymore.
Look at the amount. What you think. No, I agree with you. And we're going to see Stark move forward. Look at the amount of blue movement around the map right now, Mem. Ganji is just looking everywhere right now. He also has built a safe castle on the right. So that's up on the hill. He's got army towards the middle. He did just lose his mangonels to the Arbalest from Stark. But Ganji has really spread himself out here. It's just a question of, like, can you stop Arbalest now? I think he needs his own skirms. But then you start to think, Byzantines have cheaper skirms. Byzantines will have bombard cannons before you. Japanese don't get them, actually. This could be problematic still for Ganji, despite all the map control.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, because you don't need a lot of villages with Byzantines. It's not a civilization that right now need 150. Yep. What I don't know if you like this castle. Well, he's being safe with the hill close to his base. He does have the map control. He's going a little forward, sending out the Arbalest. Castle on the right, castle on the left. For Ganji, you need bomber cannons and trebuchet quick. And now Thundering as well. He got... Well, all he needs now to do the damage, but the problem is that there would be Yasama Towers. I don't know. This is closer than it was looking 2 minutes ago.
I'm noticing that Ganji is off of... He seems to be a little bit scared right now. He's producing a lot, right? But it's very frantic. It's very random at times, right? So we'll see. Like, Yasama Towers, obviously would love to get that tech. Obviously, you'd love to get Guard Tower. But now you need ballistics. You need chemistry. He is behind in a lot of these techs. And Stark has simplified this game. He's basically said, I'm going to chill, and I am going to wait until this moment, and then I leave my base. And I think with a couple bombard cannons, he could be pushing Ganji soon.
And check on the right, Tristan, he has killed quite a lot of villages on the right. The gold miners and the stone miners for Ganji. The score is getting closer. Population is getting closer as well. It's raining less here for the Brazilian.
Yeah.
Military numbers is similar, but I don't know. Go on.
Yeah, just like look at the vision for him. He's even building a tower on that wood line on the right. He actually has so much vision because of villagers that he snuck around building outposts. So even though he hasn't had the army control for a long time, he knows exactly where to go to hit Ganji. And this is going to make it better for Stark when he goes to push through the middle. He already has the first Treb out.
Okay, let's see if he's going to be able to make more damage. Probably what he needs, I don't know if you agree, is Stark need a little bit more farms because at some point you will need to add some light cast. Well, remember, Byzantine got even Hussars, no bloodlines, but Hussars plus 4 armor, Tristan. That's very good.
I honestly think in Stark's mind, he's like, I don't have the relics. My opponent has a bit more map control. He may just be happy with 23 on food and just spend heavy wood and gold on bombard cannons. If you get to 6 bombard cannons, it doesn't matter how many skirmishers your opponent makes because the skirmishes get flattened. And Japanese cannot make bombard cannons themselves. So I think, like, especially because Stark's a slower player, I don't think we're going to see him really, like, add farms like some of the other players will. I think he's just going to keep this focus in the middle area right now.
Yeah, but look at on the right, those Arbalest, 5 Arbalest under the tower, killing millions of villages now.
Oh!
Killing a lot of villages on the right here, killing all the wood and everything there.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty sick, Tristan. Like,
That
he's
is sick.
sneaky, you know. The castle is there, the tower is there, but he still put the Arbalest there and take... Well, if you check those archers, 16 villages has killed those archers.
That's really
Only
impressive.
those archers.
And we looked away.
Yeah.
I looked away. I just thought there's no way that does anything anymore because the tower went up. And look at all this stone. Look at all this gold. Remember, we talked about how forward a lot of these stones and golds are. This is an awkward situation right now for Ganji. He's got a lot of skirmishers, but the bombard cannon can connect with some big hits, and Byzantine skirms are cheaper if Stark wants to match this.
Yeah, I think Stark as the player has only one thing that is better than Ganji. This might be a little bit, you know, controversial maybe. The experience. He has a lot of experience in this game.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of experience. And these kind of situations for the super late game can definitely benefit him. Like, he knows exactly probably what he has to do in every situation. Obviously, it's going to be able to do it. That's the question.
What a great hold from Ganji, though. Against bombard cannons, it's so tricky. And he actually has been able to outproduce skirms against Byzantines, which is ridiculous. It's not normally you can say that. Now, he did lose a lot of villagers over the last few moments. He is very low on gold, I'm noticing. But he's defended so far. He's got to find a way to break Stark. Stark is very exposed on the left. If he could maybe get more light cab over there, that could do it. But hard to realize that when you've got Stark running right through the middle like this.
Check Stark resources, Tristan. Check the gold.
Crazy.
Check the stone.
Crazy.
Like, seriously. If you spend this properly, I don't see a way that now Ganji has the tools with Japanese to do the job. He's producing more skirmishes because I was just checking the buildings. 8 archery ranges, only 5, so he need more. But if he's now doing with the resources he has, he can go even paladins if he wanted.
Yeah.
Look at the resources.
Agreed.
3,000 gold in the bank.
Stark is so interesting. Like,
Cataphracts.
he's showing that he could push the middle. We're thinking he has to push the middle. And now he's in a situation where actually he's going to hold in the middle and buy time to go into something even crazier now. Like, it's just, he builds another defensive castle on the left. Like, he's so smart with how he sees the map. He refuses to be killed, even if the opponent has advantages. And I'm really impressed with Stark right now. I think Ganji, he's going to start to struggle if we see more cataphracts come out. But the trebuchets from the Japanese did snipe 2 of the bombard cannons there.
Okay. Del, I think he has Kataparuto. Yeah, he definitely has the upgrade. So those trebuchets got absolutely everything. Siege Engineer Kataparuto is now gonna repair that castle with so many villages. That remember, Byzantine castles can be over 8,000 HP, so he didn't make all the upgrades. The thing is, if he's doing elite skirmishes and elite cataphracts, what army has Japanese to stop that combination? Tristan? But
maybe
he has
monks.
to get there.
Yeah, like maybe monks. Ganji right now is really hoping, because he's losing his castle on the right. He's really hoping he can take this castle in the middle. And he will take this castle in the middle. Those bombard cannons were so critical for the defense there for Stark, and losing them now has his base wide open. This is a crazy game. We still don't see a lot of cataphracts yet, and they're not elite, right? So just regular cataphracts isn't necessarily the most impressive thing.
Because Tristan, he need more farms. Now, really, he need more farms. With the gold you have, he's at the limit with the food. How is possible that Japanese is at producing more trans units than Byzantines? That should never happen. So something is off here, or something is really doing Ganji really, really well. Like he's coming with 5 trebuchets on the right. He has 3 trebuchets himself. He need to stop these traps. If he's now taking this castle, I think Stark is starting to have a big, big problem here.
Yeah, and Stark is bringing everything he can. Stark was going to advance forward with his trebs. He stopped doing that. Man, what a great time to have that tech, the Katsupuruto tech, because these trebs have unpacked so quickly. And this is not giving Stark as much time. The monks there for Ganji are out to maybe convert the cataphracts. Stark saw that and backed away with the cataphracts. Ganji could go back in. This castle is going to fall. What a beautiful job from Ganji.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible how you killed that Byzantine castle so fast. Now converting the cataphracts. He's having everything. Stark now more numbers, but I don't know if those numbers is a no. He need to kill the trebs. There's a bomber cannon shooting, but the trebuchet is sniping another bomber cannon. How many bomber cannons has took already Ganji?
This is crazy. And then he takes some trebs on the other side. I mean, Japanese trebs showing their worth here. More than we usually see, Mem. And now even heresy for Stark. Stark is so scared of the monks that he's going for heresy now, which is, I mean, I guess makes sense when you have 3,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, and the monks are just converting, can convert the bomber cannons, can convert the cataphracts. The thing is, those trebuchet shoot faster than the bomber cannons, basically.
Yep. And there's,
I mean, if
and
you
the
think
range,
about that,
the range there as well, and it's not as awkward for you because you can unpack really quickly with Katsupuruto to get out of a bad situation. Great hold from Ganji. The population for Stark is still crazy. Like, this is the most Stark thing I've ever seen, where he loses so many bad fights, and he's still at 180 pop. I don't know how he does it.
I don't know. And I don't know how, after doing heresy, 2,000 gold in the bank is still. Those towers, though, is going to be now with the Yasama upgrade. Pretty crazy as well. But now it's a problem, Tristan. Now it's a problem. Remember that heresy is already there. The monks are not going to help. He need to go back. So many cataphracts and escapers. The cataphracts are not elite. They are missing also the +2 husbandry now. Wow, he was missing still some upgrades, and the towers now is gonna be kept towers.
He did.
What
He
the
did
hell
convert.
is going on?
He did convert a bomber cannon through the middle though, there, Mem, and the cannon went down. So Ganji gets to hold that area a lot for a bit longer. Ganji is towering the right where there's lots of stone and gold. So Ganji does have more control over the long-term stone and gold here. Stark is going to get crop rotation, so any farm that reseeds is going to give him a whole lot more food now. So he's not finished. Maybe Stark, though, is getting close to being out of gold and has one more big push in him.
Okay. 200 population. This castle, if it's going down, it's gonna be only one castle left. Now he's coming with everything. Stark is committing now, sending all the cataphracts. I think those trebuchets should be down or not. No,
Yes.
because the tower is dead, man. Yasama tower is killing one. Maybe the second now. Okay, second is down. He's gonna take the third. It's so important. The trebuchets are doing a massive damage, but no, the trebuchet is still alive. He's gonna take it. Oh, he took it. The last one. Only one trebuchet left.
Byzantines are no joke, man. Byzantines are no joke. He takes it. Ganji's still holding. Ganji lost his trebs. Those keeps are going to be strong, but they're not everything. Ganji needs more army here. Stark actually has a chance. Even if he just goes for light cav, his light cav are superior to the Japanese light cav because of having the armor. And Ganji's starting to fall back a little bit. He needs to find a way, Ganji, to raid the sides from Stark so Stark cannot put everything in the middle. But I just don't know how he does that with how defensive Stark is played.
And with the Stark having zero, literally zero villains on gold, Ganji still with 27. So if Ganji not kill now Stark when he has still 27 villains on gold,
Yeah.
when he's gonna kill it?
Yeah, that's the thing. And like Byzantines can lose. He has 130 eco. He can lose 30 more vills and still produce army nonstop because of how cheap his skirms are. It is.
Yeah, but explain
like
me
Bloodlines-
something, Tristan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have the feeling that Ganji has been killing more villains to Stark during the game, right? Check the echo KD.
Yeah, right. Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy.
I'm telling you, man.
Right?
It's like every game with Stark, it feels like this, where the opponent has control, and yet they don't. It is a very confusing feeling you have as a player when you're up against Stark. Stark's going to just protect the right side of his base now. Yeah, so he's got castles protected pretty much everywhere. And then he's got his army ready to push in the middle. Even a tower now from Stark on the left for the fist traps. Like, this is the type of thing this guy pays attention to.
Okay, look at that tower. And now he's coming with 3 traps, with the skims, with the bomber cannons. You know, he's going to commit to the left. I really believe that this is the upgrade he was needed. Hussars. But now Ganji is gonna also switch into halberdiers. So both are more or less having the counter, but I always prefer the mobility when the Hussars are on the field, Tristan. Hussars make the damage. It kinda gonna make the damage, but these towers all over. So where you make the damage, you need to find some hole.
The bombard cannon did get converted there, so it did go down. So the heresy upgrade makes it pretty obvious for us when the monks get those conversions. There's still trebs here from Stark. He's got 3 of them, and this is not a Japanese... this is not a Byzantine castle for Ganji. It's a Japanese castle, which means it will go down a lot faster than Starks have throughout this game. But Ganji is holding. His population is still decent. He still has his own trebs firing, and the skirms for Stark are disappearing here, man. And Ganji with another fantastic hold. This is not easy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I really believe... Oh my god, I'm checking this. Tristan, he has the same 5 archery ranges Stark from the last 30 minutes. Need more buildings.
Yeah.
You need more buildings. He has 15 skirmishes, and if you have 10 archery ranges, this would have never happened. Well, 8 archery ranges, that's the thing. The production is just much higher from Ganji.
I'm still not convinced that Ganji's going to be able to hold this, man. His food eco is dwindling. It's at 32. It feels like this game could go another hour, but Stark's eco, he's got 60 on food with crop rotation. He's got 2 Byzantine castles. Like, if Stark can find a way to raid Ganji somehow, or maybe, like, take down these I guess the towers are the problem. I don't know. It really feels like it's going to be difficult for both players to break each other here.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to have a series when you wake up, you're gonna wake up with this first game, Tristan.
Yeah, absolutely. And we said the game's gonna be closer today. We said the games are gonna be closer today. There's so much on the line, and especially this series, I felt like was gonna be the closest. And right now, it feels like it. But man, Ganji's trebs, these Japanese trebs have been so epic. I've seen him kill so many trebs, so many cannons throughout this game with his own trebuchets. This is not easy.
But Tristan, with this army, how do you stop 5-6 siege rams? You don't.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, maybe a couple samurai out of the castle could really help against the siege rams, but that's not easy.
Yeah, the goal is almost off now. It's gone from both players probably. He's doing the +2, but those +2 armor is for the halberdiers. Not so many hussars there, still so many skirmishes. It's all about the production. You still have trebuchet on the right. It's 3-2 relics, so it's not a big difference. If you say the gold collected by the relics is 500 gold, it's the most fair that we can get from the relic distribution. So it's all about the farming, in my opinion. And now the farming, Star has 60 farmers, Ganji 33, Tristan.
Yeah, I wonder if 26 Japanese fish traps, though, feels like 50 farmers. I don't know, because the fish traps in the north are still there. It doesn't seem like Ganji's struggling for food that much, but actually, no, as I say that, you have to look at the unit queue, and he doesn't really have a ton of units in queue. Remember, we have seen non-stop treb volleys in this area for the last 5 minutes. This does not happen. This is not normal. Normally, someone wins in this position by now, and they refuse to be broken here. This is crazy.
Yeah. But not gonna be trebuchet forever. Not gonna be trebuchet forever. And if the game keep going without goal, I mean, normally Byzantines is one of the best trans unit civilizations. Cheaper and got everything. Hussars, skirmishes, halberdiers, everything they can. While Japanese, very good hounds. Yes, skirmishes not as cheap with the same upgrades, but the cavalry is definitely not the best. Obviously, it's gonna be a slow one, a slow push, and now Stark on the right is recovering the gold.
Yeah,
as you can see.
That's a lot of gold. There's 3,000 gold there, man. So
let me check.
He's gonna take all that. 3,000 gold. And again, this is just so typical for Stark. Like, this is how you can describe the guy. He had this big push, which many people would look at as a failure. He hasn't actually broken Ganji, and he lost so many trebs. But he used that time to take the other position. And now suddenly Ganji has to pay attention to that because Stark's going to have gold again. And the gold goes right back into bombard cannons. The gold could maybe, if he really wants to be crazy, go into, like, elite cataphract. But he's going to buy a castle. He's going to
Oh my
build
God,
another
he bought it.
castle, and he's
Yeah.
going to try and treb push
Siege
the
rams.
right side now.
Ooh, let's go. And siege rams. Well, obviously it's not all about the money, the prestige, the motivation, being in the main event of the big tournament, right? Like Hidden Cup. But Brazil, is double the price if they go to the main event, right?
Yep,
Like
yep,
directly into 1,200. That's a lot. Also in many countries, but also in Brazil is a lot. So the motivation from start here is, it's on top, right? It's on
What?
top, but that castle is not on top anymore. He lost in a second.
What a
Tristan.
sick job.
Oh my God.
What a sick job from Ganji. I don't know how he got so many trebs here so fast. To take out that castle so quickly and also still start to push Stark on the left is so impressive. This is amazing from Ganji. And he's getting more upgrades that he was missing before, Mem, for his halbs. And he's now taking out
Need the
Stark's
Rams.
trebs. And Treb is... The trebs are going to go down. He's already lost the castle here. This is amazing for Ganji on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I really believe that he need to really stop doing trebuchet himself, Stark. He need rams and probably more bomber cannons. The problem here for Stark is that you don't remember 5 bomber cannons together.
Yeah,
I
that's true.
don't.
That's true. Well, they always,
what
every
could he
time
go-
he shows up with
Who?
one, Ganji
Yeah.
sees it. yeah,
Yeah,
but you're
yeah,
right.
yeah.
He needs a mass. He
need to mass.
needs a mass,
Yeah.
but maybe it's too messy and too late to think about massing now. I think this is just like pure instinct at this point. This is one of the longest cross games we've seen. It's back and forth, back and forth. It's really hard, especially with Siege, to think like that in a messy game, especially when Ganji doesn't give you time to rest. Ganji again trying to push and start
he's
defending.
doing on the left. Yeah, he's doing on the left really well now. If that castle is going down, it's absolutely critical because there is all the farming now from a start, and he's coming with towers as well. He's buying. Look how he's buying. He's still buying the stone. I think mistake here. Star should buy a stone himself to make it more expensive. And don't let that the Japanese is gonna be buying a stone the whole game.
Ganji is always paying attention with his monks, always. And again, he actually, I can't tell if he converted it there or if his trebs hit it, but we just watched 2 more cannons go down on this side. The monks have got like 30 conversions or something like that, and a lot of those have been cannons. And remember when Stark had 4 castles on the map and it looked like he could never be broken, Mem? Well, here we are, and he's being broken.
Yeah. Crazy. On the right now with the siege rams, I told you they are going to be the key here. The siege rams are gonna take the towers down easily. Look how he make 4 trebuchet going back. He's scared of the ram. You don't want to lose it. But on the left, the castle is also down. Coming now with the trebuchet. Look at the tower in danger. As you mentioned, those monks are clicking on them. 28 conversions, and now it's gonna be the 29. Probably that bomber cannon. Disaster, man. He's paying attention all the time. He sees it all the time.
Yeah, he always has them
Tristan, all the
protected.
time.
It's like there's Hussars out there,
Yeah.
man. There's Hussars. Like, so many of us would lose those 10 monks, but he always has just enough army, and he's always buying stone to build more of these crazy keeps from the Japanese every time he takes map away from Stark. On the right side now, I think if Ganji holds, he will finally take this game. I would love to see a couple Samurai in the mix to help out. You have some gold. The Samurai can help against the Rams more than the Skirms and the Halbs can. But Stark needs an
seriously.
answer here.
Seriously, the answer, Tristan, I know, I said several times, 63 skirmishes in the queue in 5 ranges.
True. That's a good point.
In 5 ranges.
Yep, that's a
if
really
you make
good point.
10 ranges, you are 200 pop.
Yep.
He has 5 ranges, he's 145.
Yep. That's a good point.
It's crazy.
Yep. Another
It's the
cannon
point,
goes
in my
down on the
opinion.
right side. Man, like,
Yeah.
I wish we had a stat to tell me
GG.
how many bomber cannons there were from Stark in this game. Because I feel like from Imp onwards, which of course was most of the game, we just saw cannon after treb after treb either get converted or get shot down by Ganji's trebuchets. What a start to the series, and a big win for Ganji's confidence.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I really believe, I know. But I think the key is the lack of production from Stark.
Agreed. I agree.
Honestly,
Yeah.
is because he finished the game. Look, when you make the Alt 4, when you resign, all the resources are back. Check the resources from Stark in the bank when he quit
Yeah. It
for
goes,
a Byzantines.
Yeah.
That's a lot of army that you can have on the field.
yeah, I do.
A lot of farming.
And I think with faster production, maybe that was the issue for Stark, because there were fights where it felt like he had the position, but Ganji always had more army. And it wasn't because of the cost, clearly. That might have been due to the production. You
Tristan.
look at Ganji, he's got 10 ranges, and you only have like the 4 or 5 there for Stark. That's a good point.
6 stables. I am zoom out the capture rates completely. I click at the stables, 6 stables, 5 archery ranges. 6, sorry. Is not enough for a late game, in my opinion.
I agree with you there.
Look at this. Look at Ganji. 11 barracks, double basically, 8 stables, you know, and 10 archery ranges, double the production.
And
Double
then,
the production.
and
for
then he also collected more resources too. He collected a little bit more. He collected 5,000 more wood. He also collected 5,000 more gold. Overall, though, man, I mean, what a game to start the series. If people didn't believe us when we said this was going to be close, that game right there is just going to remind them that this will be close.
Well, because they know that you are a hype caster, Tristan. So they know that you.
we hype when the
So-
hype is necessary and when it is correct. Also, Meb, speaking of hype, one more thing on that game: 55
go.
conversions for Ganji. 55.
Only?
Well, we say only,
Okay.
but I don't remember him converting. I don't.
I'm ironic.
I don't remember him converting anything but bomb cannons.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there were a
Yeah, it's
couple
crazy.
conversions there, but maybe converted like 20 bomb cannons. Someone's gonna have to go back. If someone has way too much time on your hands, go load up that game and find out how many cannons got converted for us and let us know.
Oh my God! If someone from your bureau is doing that, VIP directly, you know?
Yeah,
Because that's a
immediately.
hard, that's a hard job, you know. That's a hard job. Let's see what is gonna be now the next game. By the way, if you didn't say anything, I hope that the sound is good. You are good here on my end, and hopefully your viewers as well have the sound good, because it's the first time ever, I think, that no complaint about the technical stuff, right? So we are improving.
Don't say
Tristan.
that. You're gonna jinx it, bro.
Well, if it's good, no. Well, the course caster, right? Now we are GG. Now we are GG.
Yeah.
Now I will drop, and everything will be Titanic.
Yeah.
Nah, it's
when your
so
internet
good.
goes out,
It's
this
so good, right?
This is why. So, but yeah, everything's been
Yeah.
good, dude. Everything's been good.
Nice. What map now from Stark after this game? Slopes. Well, we have there. It's
Yeah.
there.
So he's gonna go slopes. I mean, the tricky thing is, with this qualifier, there's only 7 maps, so you have to prove that you're the best on the settings. There's no banning out a map you don't like, and if you're gonna beat one of these players, you're gonna have to win 4 games. So I think home maps are a little bit tricky because you have to play every one, and I think that has been shown. So I would say Stark. I was initially thinking islands because he's really sneaky on islands, but maybe he wants to save that for later on.
Okay. I was going to talk about the cities, but doesn't matter because I have the civilizations in front of my eyes right now, and we have a civilization that for me is a little bit surprising. Well, not surprising
is
because
audio
probably
for
you're
Mem
going to
better
use
now?
Chinese in Moodflow, but then Khmer
Put him down a little bit.
It's a solid choice, right? Khmer versus Magyars.
Yeah, Khmer Magyars is really fun. I mean, Khmer are the most interesting for me because Magyars make sense, but Khmer players have played them in a very unique way. Like, players are actually playing open with the Khmer sometimes. Like, that's what Tato did. So I like it. I also like how Khmer can be used on the sides on this map, which we'll talk about once we're in. But Magyar late game is incredibly strong with those Cav Archers. So this is definitely a game where players are going to be thinking, if you're the Magyars, you're going to be thinking, how do I get to the Cav Archers? If you're the Khmer, you got to be thinking, how do I stop him from getting to the massive Cav Archers?
Okay, let's see. But what I like from Khmer is that we have seen games that you go bloodlines, scale Bardin armor,
Yeah.
fortune,
Yeah.
all the upgrades in feudal. Your opponent is not doing any upgrade, and you still manage to reach the next age faster than your opponent. It's insane.
It is insane. Yeah. Ganji,
It is insane.
like that matchup for that previous game to go so long, that matchup is 2 times as hard for the Byzantines. It is so difficult. So the fact that it went late imp, the fact that Stark had all those techs and it had all those castles and Ganji won is insane. He made that look so easy. Like, so many people die there. The amount of times I've seen Byzantines with like 60 skirms, 4 or 5 cannons, and some trebs just pushing back the Japanese, and the Japanese have no answer. I can't even tell you, man. It happens all the time. So I'm very impressed with Ganji's play.
People don't realize that when you are spectating, watching, even if it's complicated for us to bring you all the information and everything, it's the easier part. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's the easier part because controlling all this at the same time, and when you are playing as well, even if the level with us is different from the pro players in the tournaments, but doesn't matter because maybe we are slower, but you still to have to do all that multitasking. It's crazy because also you need to be controlling all at the right time, and that was what Ganji doing in that game. So now, what we can expect in this Khmer as a blue, Ganji in the south, and Magyar's Stark in the north with the slopes. A map that I personally like it a lot, and I like a lot always the variety they have, where the DS is now pushing Stark with those deers and the shortfish. I think that part, I always mention when I'm alone here casting, and I don't know what you think, Tristan. I think the deers and the shortfish is a big boost that is really needed to take. And usually, who is taking it is taking the game, actually.
Yeah, and I think it's a two-parter, maybe, because the player who normally takes the risk to take the shorefish and the deer, they are the more aggressive player. They are the player who's making more army, whereas the other player will usually wall more and play more defensive. So I think that's the other part of it. This will be an interesting one because the Khmer, we're what, 3 weeks into this qualifier? I think people have seen enough games now to know that since the Khmer can hop in those houses, the Khmer player is almost always going to be milling the shorefish and the deer. So we saw Tato do it. We've seen other players do it as well. But I just wonder, is that a little too scary to do if it's going to be Magyar scouts on the other side? Because Magyar scouts can kill villagers so much faster. So I'm expecting Ganji. I actually have an idea. I have a thought here. I wonder if Ganji will make his stable near his villagers on the fish and the deer instead of building it at his base. I remember that from Hidden Cup 4.
Yeah, I think that should be the way. And also, what Genji is doing is what he has to do. You have a civilization that you don't need to make the barrack. You probably don't want to make the barrack. So you can expand those wood that you are saving from the barrack to wall.
Yes.
And what the Stark need to do is exactly the opposite. Focus on be as aggressive as possible. Because if you go defensive with Magyar, you are dead against Khmer.
Agreed. Yeah, I think eventually if the Magyars can get their walls down, so the ideal game for the Magyars would be scouts, walls, and then cav archer. But you're not going to be able to have the time to go cav archers if you don't get the walls down. And even though players make it look easy, and we can envision the walls when we look at these wood lines, it still is a lot of investment and a lot of time to get this fully walled. So we're still a bit of ways from that. But so far, Ganji's going to come home. He's going to push in another deer. I mean, he hasn't even scouted 4 of his geese here. He's just hoping they're out there. And if Stark comes forward, Stark could steal those.
The map for Ganji is amazing if you check. Berries at the back, gold at the back, stone at the back.
Yep.
Everything is at the back. If you wall like he's doing, you are completely safe. He probably this time don't even need the shortfish because he's pushing already all the deers. Well, the map for Stark, the gold is at the back, one is stone at the back, the berries is in front. It's okay too,
Mm-hmm.
But for a Khmer player, the map Ganji has is a paradise.
If Stark really gets greedy with the walls and walls a bit more forward, which it looks like he might do because he's building his barracks in a unique spot, he could actually get even more gold and stone behind some walls here as well, which is kind of rare for slopes. Usually the stones and golds are like Ganji's, where you're never going to wall towards them because they're a bit further forward. We might even see a rare fast castle here from Ganji. If he wants to go for something planned, Khmer could go for a pretty wild fast castle. And then Stark has dropped the barracks, so Stark's going to do something completely different than a scout rush too.
You are the Menstradamus here. Well, he's doing the loom. No. He's doing the loom now after the 20 population. No, I thought he was going to make more villages and then probably fast castle is an option. But it's Khmer. Yeah. And Khmer, well, no. If you do he's going to wall.
Yeah, he's
maybe he's going fast castle.
I think this is still scouts, but he's walled so much that he's had to add a couple extra villagers on what he normally needs. And it's just super safe play from Ganji because he's up against Magyars.
Okay.
I think if he's not up against Magyars, he definitely goes to the side resources. And Stark, second game in a row now, hasn't scouted his opponent. And he might feel like this build order he's going for is a complete waste once he realizes that Ganji is nice and safe at home.
Even more now, Tristan, because he's doing 2 militias 2 militias without a third one. He's gonna try to get in, not gonna happen. He's fully wall. Those militias are gonna be useless, so he's gonna fall even a little bit more behind. Yes, he's up very, very quick, but now into what? He's going to the right side with those militias to take the short freeze and the deers. Yeah.
Sorry to get excited. So Stark scouted the other side, saw that 3 deer were pushed from there. So he said, oh, good. He's definitely milling the other side then. And look where his militia veered off to. He's going over there because he felt, much like us, that the Khmer always take that risk and go out here because they can hop inside the house. But Ganji has not taken the risk. Really fun start.
Yeah. Now, what he's going to do is Stark is probably lame all the deers. Would you lame all the deers or do you keep down those? Because maybe you can go even forward later. I think he will kill it, right?
Yeah, I think...
It's safer.
If you kill the deer, attack the house, I think if you have your scout and your militia on a house, it does force a reaction from Ganji. So you never want Ganji to just be safe completely. But at the end of the day, the walls are up for a reason. And Ganji's not going to complain about having to repair this or build another house behind. He'll be very happy with this.
The problem is this is very tricky now for Star because he doesn't really know what Ganji is doing. He's fully walled completely. He might be thinking, oh, look at what he's doing. I love this. You hit the militia, now it's going to be microing all the time. Being annoying, it's going to make it a game probably after the other house. Oh, man. Okay. W tax and horse collar. Well, Stark, no W tax, no horse collar, not any upgrade.
So Stark
behind already.
So Stark doesn't know that Ganji's going to be going scouts. Ganji is scouting right now, and he will know from his Fog of War. Actually, he doesn't know it's an archer follow-up, but he does know that Stark is on that hunt out there now. And he sees the archer opening too. So this is nice for Ganji because he has more information. And he could potentially kill villagers. But if I'm Ganji, I do not show Stark my scouts until I'm attacking villagers. I do not attack these militia with my scouts at all. You don't want him to know.
No, he's not gonna do it. And where he's doing that archery range, you see that house that he didn't finish? He put first the archery range there, he canceled and put at the back to don't show also the archery range. So really, go with the scouts, sneak those villages. He's sending out the spears, so he know that the scouts probably are coming. But really, Tristan, Stark needs some walls. He's starting to wall now, but we are in minute 12. I think he's gonna get some damage at the end. Yeah, with those scouts. It's gonna be annoying.
It is interesting because Ganji now is going to feel like, oh, I've got him where I want him. I'm going to go for the villagers. But Stark does have a spear there. So Stark is somewhat prepared for an attack. But you're absolutely right because it is 4 scouts. It's just 1 spearman. We've seen players so many times fight off the spearman. Let's see if Ganji does that. Is Stark expecting this? The spearman goes in. The spearman's going to be attacked. Stark is going to have to save all these villagers. Otherwise, he could lose all of them. And Ganji in game 2 has had the dream start here on slopes. He should kill so much more.
Yeah, I think he's still gonna kill another one. Probably he's gonna kill so many, and if he killed that one, he's gonna take everything. If you micro, it's not microing perfectly, you know? He could kill more. He's gonna take, he took already 2. This is a no damage anyway. Oh my god. He's gonna be 3 villages. This is massive already, Tristan.
Yep, it is. And it's good shift queuing there. He immediately shifted over to the next vill, and the next one, this is gonna be all 5 villagers dead. Ganji's gonna kill everything, and he's defended at home against the archers with the skirms. This is perfect.
5 villages, man. I mean, we have seen also how some players, when they do it this way, even make a tower in this area. How you can lose seriously 5 villages against 4 scouts.
It's so
Having
sad.
A spear
Look at
is too much.
And then right when the vills died, the spear arrived. It's so sad for Stark. He had the spears on the way. He didn't get there in time. And this just comes down to Ganji changing the meta a little bit. Walling's, not the craziest thing ever, but usually the Khmer play open. So this whole game started because Stark thought the Khmer would play open. So he played open, and then he was in the dark. He didn't know it would ever be scouts. And like we said, because Ganji didn't show Stark was not prepared for the amount of scouts, and a 5 villager reward is more than you could ever ask for here if you're Ganji.
Yeah, it's an insane economy advantage. At the end, it's only 4 in total, because as you can see, guys, idle TC for Ganji is higher than for Star, but still, 4 villages different from minute 14 that it has been does attack, or even 13 is absolutely crazy. Yep. Let's see now, because Khmer has also the economy advantage we were talking, Tristan. How do you come back now from this? Because now Ganji can even do more and more army. He knows that he's super ahead in the economy, so he doesn't have to be greedy. Let's go more army, put all the pressure, and you're gonna be probably even up to Castle quicker than your opponent, no matter what.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see what Ganji does. Like, I think some players will have the approach of, I'm ahead, let's get further ahead. And I think on papers, you would think that players would now play safe. But when you're in a tournament and you really want that win and you're an aggressive player, you might not want to play safe because you're like, safe is giving my opponent time. So if Ganji were to move out right now, depending on what he's engaging against and what he has, I mean, there's still a lot of archers from Stark. Maybe Stark could find some damage. So I think having the skirms, though, Ganji switching into his own archers, like you said, the Khmer farms should be amazing for Ganji. And I think it should be pretty easy for him here to reach the Castle Age faster and go into crossbow.
Well, you can see, he's doing a second archer range that is actually rare to see nowadays, to go second archer range this early. And still, instead of spending on the farms, still look at the resources. With double archer range, skirmishes, archers, the scouts he did, because he has only one, but he did a total of 4.
Yeah.
So in total 5 with the starting one. And he's still gonna reach Castle Age quicker than his opponent, doing a lot more.
Super cool. He even delayed fletching memb. So he is just, he wants Castle Age that much faster. He's not even rushing the upgrades here.
Well, but the Stark didn't make any upgrade either. Look, he only have 14 and it's for free.
Yeah, true.
So he doesn't have any upgrade.
Yep,
any
true.
upgrade, not even Horse Collar. And obviously, with 5 less loss, he's behind in the economy, and Ganji is now on the way to Castle Age. And he can do, in my opinion, Tristan, whatever he wants right now from Castle Age.
I think we're going to see the crossbow opening. Probably no elite skirm, but crossbow opening. And he is going to love the fact that Stark decided to take the front wood. Stark has backwood options too, just like Ganji does. Like, he could be chopping wood in an area that can't be ranged. That's also not going to overchop the wall. But Stark, with this aggression, or aggression that he wanted anyways, he's been very forward focused here. But we'll see if Stark finds this army.
Start thinking, Tristan, that his opponent is going double stable. I'm sure about that.
Yeah, I could see it.
He's not expecting the double archer range.
He hasn't seen a single archer.
Confident, yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
That's a good
look
point.
what he's doing now, Stark. Double stable now, Stark himself. Crazy. He's gonna go all in Castle Age. With these archers and double stable, or army it has to be, but you need more than 5 villas on gold.
Yeah, I think some of the villagers building the stables might be... Yeah, you're right, actually. He doesn't have gold in the front, so he does need more on gold. He doesn't have a market, so Stark is finally like, okay, I'm going to break in, and you need to show me what you're doing. And Ganji refuses to do it. Ganji is hiding again.
Yeah. It's a sneaky boy. Now he's in the double archer range, and he's surprised. The archers are coming, but what he's not expecting, and he should expect, because the score is kind of crazy, right? Look at the score. He's not expecting probably, hey, he's in Castle faster than me, and now what you do? He's going back, He's going back because he doesn't know what he bring, and he doesn't want to lose this amount of archers. Bodkin arrow is kicking in there. He's gonna make the crossbow or the least skirmish. It has to be crossbows. He's 14 archers only for skirmishes, but the crossbow upgrade is not yet there. Now he's doing, and well, equally in numbers in military, so it shouldn't make Ganji a lot of damage here, right?
Well, I just think that if Stark believes he's up against elite skirm, that he will prioritize knights over getting even Bodkin arrow here. He is low on gold. He doesn't know. He sees the skirms now, Mem. So he's like, okay, it's going to be skirms. He doesn't know it's going to be crossbow.
But the archers are in the other side completely, and ballistic, it's in minute 22 already kicking in 20 seconds. When he break in, he's going to take everything with ballistic.
Yeah, and he will get in. He will get in unless there's like a panic siege workshop. Stark doesn't have the wood. He had the wood for a market. He drops a market to buy him time. Ballistics is in for Ganji, though, and the timings on these attacks have been incredible for Ganji. And in a crossbow v crossbow war, Ballistics normally changes everything here. So he will not complain about any fight, whether it's against villagers or crossbows here.
Yeah, well, he hold it thanks to that market. He's gonna finish, and then the market is great because you need it. So it's not a useless building, to be honest.
Yeah,
now
true.
He's going back. Let's see the battle here with the micro. On top of that hill, so many crossbows from Stark. He got 13, Ganji 14, but having ballistic, he should be able to take this battle no matter what. And we saw in the previous game, Tristan, that the micro from the Ganji is a bit far superior.
Yeah, well, Ganji does have the army on the other side, and Stark has done a good job to make sure the fight is here.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, this is an area that Ganji did not want to be fighting, and Stark is at least going to close in. So without ballistics, he is still getting some kills. But I feel like the theme here, Mem, is we're saying that Stark is doing a great job at staying alive in situations where a lot of other players die. And at some point, you need to be the player who's ahead, and it just hasn't happened for Stark yet.
Yeah, it's nothing happened, and now we see finally the archers shine. Leary is smiling. I see Leary smiling right now, Tristan. I don't know what you think. He's smiling.
Leary-
Like, okay, I have a shot in Hidden Kapagain, you know?
Yeah, now we can actually, when we look at players and are trying to guess who is who, we can see Crazy Crossbow Micro, and we could be like, okay, Leary confirmed. But before this patch,
You
I
know?
was concerned, wasn't sure what we were going to say.
Now we can have problems for sure again. But the problems are going to be, and back into the game, for Stark, 25 army, Tristan, 25 army, 5 knights against 22 crossbows. Even with the bad path, I think it's still a lot of crossbows. Even if the knights are +2/+2 and husbandry, look at those knights are going literally down.
And if Ganji makes the main event of Hidden Cup, his crossbow micro is also extremely confident. I mean, look at him move forward. And he's split grouping as well here. And yeah, Stark is just hoping that the +2 armor there would be enough, but that is not an engagement he needed. 4 knights against that many crossbows is too little. And now Ganji on the right side with more crossbows, hoping to harass. I mean, Ganji's 2 TCs right now, Mem. He's adding a monastery at home. His eco is flying. To go up 2 games, when I'm sure he's so nervous, would just do wonders for him going forward here. And I don't know the difference between the players when it comes to nerves. I don't know where Stark's at because he's played so many tournaments over his career.
Nah, they're nervous. They're nervous.
But they
today.
both have
I'm
to
sure
be.
about that.
Yeah, they both have
they
to
have
be.
to be. They have to be. I mean, when you are about to join in a main event, because it's not only the prestige, also motivation, the money, it's also for future tournaments as well. You are going to get ranked also better as well. So it's open more possibilities, you know. But still, he's trying to keep ready. Look at the crowds now. Hit a little house. He's going to clean those. It's only 5 archers. But the problem here is, even if Stark is not dead, from here, the economy advantage is just getting bigger and bigger. It's 3 TCs already.
Yeah.
Well, the 3rd TC is on the way. And Khmer farms with 12 villages more. And wheelbarrow as well.
I'm really surprised, and maybe Stark's not doing this because he has +2 armor on his knights, but I'm really surprised we haven't seen a Siege Workshop from Stark yet. Like, he's all in.
Yeah.
He's up against crossbows, and still no siege. And unfortunately for him, he hasn't been able to find engagements he wants here. Ganji is going to find conversions if he sticks around. He can't give that up. And Ganji is just... Yeah, he's just been so patient here. 30 crossbows, a couple monks. Ganji just needs to hold here. If he can hold and not be broken against this, he will win this game.
Well, if the Star want to have a chance here, as you mentioned, he need to come 1 TC all in with Siege. If Stark start to make now extra tone center, he's dead. Don't know what you think.
Yep, no, I agree. He would be very dead here because of how flawless Ganji has played. I mean, Ganji has played so good. And I love the sneakiness, but then the recognition here in Castle Age that I'm ahead and I can be patient. We have seen so many like next generation players throw games, haven't we? Where they don't have the patience of the big names. And Ganji has shown some perfect patience here. And now he knows, now it's not time to be patient anymore.
Not anymore. Look at the archers he has now. He's trying to attack. And the thing here is, might be a lot of people watching this, right? And they think, oh, he's not killing a lot. Well, like, what, 10 farmers idle? That's a lot of damage when you are already behind and you have now only 7 farmers effective and Ganji himself, 30 Khmer farmers. The Siege Workshop, it's happening. But look where he's doing the Siege Workshop right now. Oh, let's see the engagement. Now these knights can kill a lot. Let's see, he's gonna take now the monks. And those knights can finally kill everything and snowball the game.
Oh my God.
What do you think? He's gonna be able? Whoa, he's gonna kill all now.
Okay, but imagine
Everything
if there
is
was
gonna be down.
siege, Mem. Imagine if there was siege. These crossbows are actually stacked into a tile where they're getting the most value from this situation. But this will be some scary moments for Ganji because he will lose this fight. He lost all of his monks. And with a 30 villager lead, it is possible to throw here if the Magyar Knights end up in your eco.
Yeah, but don't make. I mean, okay, TC on the right, Siege show up there. You need 3-4 mangoes. Even I will do a monastery in case that his opponent is also doing his tables to clean the mangonels. You know, you need to go all in, really. You know that if you are doing a second TC in minute 32, Tristan, you are already a lot behind. And Ganji is preparing the resources to go up, so he really need to push completely.
I do think, I mean, the second, you got to think about it this way, though, right? You will only be able to add the second TC in an all-in situation if you can justify Vil production and Knights. And every time I look at Stark Stables, he is producing Knights, so I think the second TC is going to help him. But he's got to find a way through, and this is a very awkward timing for this push. He's going to go Siege push from the side. I mean, Ganji's got 3 crossbows and 3 monks right now. And he's on his way to Imp. That's it. Like, he needs something more. This could still be a big problem here.
Yeah, I think, and Khmer doesn't have blueprinted, right? In case that he want to make it
More monks
with more range, you know, because he loves the monks. I'm just thinking, what is gonna be the transition in this kind of situations? I feel weird, you know. Well, he's doing more archery ranges. He can go Arbalest, but you need army for that. And now he's going inside. He might not now he's killing 20 villas. Then the game changed completely.
Yep. No, I agree. Now, Ganji. It was funny, I applauded him for his patience, and then he wasn't patient enough before when he lost his crossbows. He has monks, so good defense here, and Stark cannot push forward there. Nice job. The knight kills the siege. The monks will heal each other up. Ganji's got enough stone for a castle. He has to be paranoid about this, but he's just massing crossbows, so it's going to be Bracer and it's going to be Arbalest as the choice, but still not going to be a big army, man. Like, I think Lycav and Knights and Castle Age can actually kill everything that Ganji's going to have.
Yeah, but the problem is that the Stark is stopping doing army. He's now adding TCs.
Yep. He has to catch up.
That's what we were talking.
He has to catch up. You need 30 Vils behind.
He needs to go full army. Yeah, but he's need to go all army because now Ganji can be patient again. Look at the castle he's doing on the left. Bad. The knights are there. Let's see if he's going to be able to make some damage here. So many villages that are exposed. Well, there's no houses. There's a TC. He's going to kill villages. You need to deny that castle. He's not going to deny, but he's going to take so many. Well, it's denying the castle and now killing so many villages. But he needs 2 or 3 more engagement like this.
This is a little dicey. This is a little dicey for Ganji. This is a little dicey. He doesn't have the army count. He is an imp. But Stark might see this as an opportunity to take a fight before the imp upgrades come in. This is the best fight Stark could ask for as long as he can kill the monks. Ganji is locked in on every night.
Oh my god, but he converted 4. He converted for 5. He
How?
Converted everything. Ganji converted every single night and the monks
That's
is
insane.
Still alive. Can you tell me how he's doing this? He's the god of the monks,
I
Tristan.
talked to him about it, right? I talked to him about his control groups. The GG's called. Ganji will have control groups beyond 9, right? So he puts each monk on a number, and then he's waiting for moments like that. And it was just like, it felt like immediate. It's just one click, 2 click, 3 click, 4 click, and he got every single night. It felt like there, man. Great job from Ganji. What I loved about this, though, was not the monks. It was how he played Feudal Age, because in the early game, we were talking about how Khmer will play open. He will play to the sides. He will put the house there, and Stark built up his whole strategy, assuming that the Khmer would do that. Ganji did the exact opposite. The scout surprise gave him a big lead. And, I mean, from there, he just boomed away, and Stark was never able to punish him.
And they always have told me, you know, that freaking Andy know pretty well Ganji. He team up also with Ganji in some teams, tournaments as well, that he's the god with the monks.
Yeah.
And we just saw it.
I'm going to actually
you mentioned,
rewatch it here as you're talking because it was so insane.
Go. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, I'm going back. It's 36-20. I mean, you could tell each step, right? You could tell there's a slight difference in time between each click, but all 7 of those knights were selected by 7 different monks, and that is not something you can normally do when your castle is being denied and you're moving out like that. Like that position for me, Memp, I get 1 conversion, I lose all my monks, I lose all my crossbows, and then Stark somehow comes back into the game.
That's why you and me are casting, right? Because it has to be a good explanation. Well, we enjoy what we do, right? But it's what it is with the monks, my goodness. Oh, man.
And Stark
but
did
this-
have, I see some people
yeah.
saying light cav. Stark did have light cav, but he didn't have enough of them, clearly, and they weren't there in time.
Yeah.
And at that
I'm
point,
not
like,
there, right?
Ganji was already,
It wasn't there.
he was already so far ahead that Ganji's still favored to win that game, but that's unbelievable.
Still, we are talking about that because very fun to watch. As you mentioned, the game was won before that. You know,
Yeah,
it
agreed,
was won before
agreed.
that.
Yeah.
You know?
Now,
But,
man, how important
yeah.
is game number 1 now? That, like, the fact that Ganji won game number 2 is whatever. Game number 1 feels so much better now and so much worse for Stark because poor Stark is like, oh, God, if only I would have won with Byzantines, this would be 1-1. And I don't have to feel this pressure. But now, like, Stark's got to win so many.
Yeah, no, and he need to win the next one, and the next one is going to be Arabia. And on Arabia, before they get in, let's make some guess. Are they gonna play Mesosips finally? Are we gonna see Aztecs from Stark in Arabia? Because Chinese is not gonna be. Don't think it's gonna be
Do
Vikings.
you think
And then
Chinese will probably be
yeah.
for Mudflow for both of them, is your thinking?
Yeah. For both, it's gonna be mirror in that map. I think makes sense. It's very strong in that with that start. Honestly.
Yeah, I agree it is. I could also see Ganji choosing Chinese here and kind of giving up Mudflow. Because if Ganji feels like... Ganji hasn't actually done that well on Mudflow. So maybe there's a chance. I spoiled myself because I've seen the Civs now.
Me
'cause they
too.
just
So we can
launched.
talk about them.
Yeah, but Chinese is still really good on Arabia too, so that was always an option
Yeah.
here. But they didn't go for Mezzo or at all. It's going to be Franks against Vietnamese.
How you feel about that? I like still, even if the patch has been changed, I like how smooth is always Franks to play on Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like we saw Franks against Saracens, and I'm sitting here casting saying Saracens have all the bonuses to counter Franks, and then Franks destroy them. We had Franks against Byzantines, and all Byzantines have all the answers to Franks, and Franks destroy them. Like, Franks are super smooth. They're really clean economically, and you can just spam those knights, and that's what Ganji likes to do. So I think it's a good pick. I also think Vietnamese can be very strong too. I think the Cav Archers, I think the Halbs, like we saw Barles yesterday against Tatars when he played Stark.
Oh yeah.
With the Halb.
Did you enjoy
Archer.
that game? It was insane.
That was a
game.
crazy game, dude. Crazy game.
Yeah, and how he came back because he was with the disadvantage. I think Barles played yesterday really OP, honestly, because Star played really well.
Yeah.
And in that game, you know, well, and the quarry game with the sneak as well.
Yeah.
Like how Barles countered that, like I don't know. It was
Barles should
very
have
good
never
play by
survived the
Barles,
quarry
really.
game. That game belonged to Stark, dude. Like Stark should have had that. I don't know how that happened.
I believe the same, but also he killed 5 villages in the Arabia as well.
Yeah, true.
And it still came back, you know,
Yeah.
because I think we still underestimate how strong it is to have Will Barrow being able to do it in the time of a villager, basically, and handcard the same. I think those upgrades, not only that you are saving wood, but saving the time, it's really crazy, honestly.
Yeah.
They give a brutal economy. But well, let's see now. What economy is better, right, Tristan? If France with the farm bonus, let's say for free all Vietnam with basically saving all the wood from all the economy upgrades and having 100% faster the research for all of them. Who is going to take this game, Mr. Tristan?
Well, I
Mr.
think-
T90.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it does come down to style and how they open this, but stating the obvious, Stark needs this one. He has to start some level of confidence building for him because going down 3-0 is very unlikely he'll be able to win 4 straight here with how good Ganji's playing. Now, Mem, would you consider laming with the Vietnamese? Because you know where your opponent's TC
Why
is.
not?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. You're down 2 games. It is an idea to maybe try here, but Stark's not going to do that. Here he's going to go for the economic approach and just push in deer.
Let's be honest. We are casting, but we don't talk many times about the mechanics needed. To really lame efficiently and keep producing your echo, obviously these spies are in another level, but still you need to do it really well.
Yeah.
Because if you go find the boar, lame right away without any disturb by your opponent, fine. But look at now Ganji, for example, 2 boars at the back. If you go on trying to lame, you can lame the boars. But it's also true that you can lame the ships. And honestly, if you take 2, imagine 4 ships, it's an old lame. You don't really need to lame the boar. So I will go at least for the ship lame.
Yeah. You know what players do though with Vietnamese? I found they say instead of taking the risk to go forward and steal something, which I might not get, right? Because you don't know. What I can guarantee is that I can push in every single one of my deer and still scout my opponent on time. Because normally, if you push in every single one of your deer, you might not find your opponent on time. So I think that's what Stark's approach here. And to your point, Stark is definitely a bit slower. So I can't tell you how many times I've seen Stark try and steal a boar. He might not actually be the best player for that.
No. And also, you are talking about that. Also, when you have Vietnam yourself, is your opponent going to come to lane yourself?
True.
Not going to happen.
Yep.
Not going to happen.
Yep.
You know, so you can be healthy, relaxed, taking all your economy because you know that you are not going to get lame. Well, your opponent might be thinking, oh, there's a possibility that is coming. So I need to try to push myself, this, everything, and take the ships because maybe I'm not going to find the resources, which Ganji didn't find the 2 ships at the back. And if I check his point of view, he didn't see. Look at how unfortunate is this. He has explored all this area, Tristan, but not the ships. Black area.
Ganji or
Ganji at the back.
Oh,
look at the ships.
True. And hey,
Ganji,
when
Ganji,
you're
Ganji,
against
Ganji.
Vietnamese, you might assume they stole those.
Yeah.
So that's a very
Mind
good
games.
point. Yep. Interesting.
Mind game all the time. Thinking about the map, goal at the back for Stark, a bit on a hill. Berries at the back. 2 woodlands in front, but he has another one in front where the DS is now pushing. And one very nice one at the back that he didn't take it. Probably the second Lumbercan will be there. Well, Ganji, berries and goal, very awkward, Tristan.
Agreed.
Forward
I think
and hills.
most awkward part about Ganji's base is the wall potential. If he had an extra wood line down below his golds, he could wall towards that, but he doesn't see any. And I do feel like it's not bad, right? He's got stone and gold in the back. But yeah, it is just going to be really awkward for him compared to Stark when it comes to the wall potential here. But Stark is going to change it up a little bit. He's in the Dark Age. He's making militia. This is old meta. These days, players will make militia while they're on the way to feudal. But he's going to go for
and it's 3.
3 of them. Wow.
It's not 2, it's 3. It's the pure all meta for sure.
Yeah.
But it's very important that Ganji didn't spoil it. And he didn't. He's going directly to the TC, not anymore because he saw the house. Now he can see the ship. Maybe he can even lame. Can lame 1 ship. Not anymore. He was trying, as you can see. But didn't see the barrack. So he doesn't know what the stack is doing, Tristan.
Yeah. And that is going to be awkward for him if he is not pre-walling with where he's placing his lumber camp. And then obviously the berries, which are really important. Now, here comes Stark. He knows where the TC is.
God.
And he misses the berries, and he's going to go the other way, and there's nothing over there. Wait, he's coming back this way? This is a huge find for Stark.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And with the hill there, let's see Ganji point of view. He's going to see now the 3 militias. He need to stop him to wall. He cannot wall because there's some hill. He need to move from there. I think he's going to pick a villager here if he has some good micro, which is not happening right now. He has to be careful. He's going to take some... Well, but it's already a big damage, Tristan, because he has to move all the abilities. He can still pick that ability. But you need to micro with the scout. Don't lose the scout. The militias!
Stark's not attacking.
Militias!
Stark's not attacking back. I've noticed that a couple times with Stark, his units will sometimes be on stand ground, and I think because he's doing other things, he's missed out on it. But Ganji hasn't lost a villager yet. A really nice job here from Ganji not to lose vills initially. And now the militia, I mean, yes, of course, they're still here. But this has not brought the reward that he would have wanted. Actually, Ganji could trap them.
Yeah, easily. He could trap easily. He didn't trap with the ability at the back, but he could do a gate. He didn't make it now. He has to really make this stable. He lost a big opportunity, but now Stark is fully wall at home. So he's still on his comfort zone, probably.
Yep, and that's what he was looking at. That's actually what he was doing. He's making sure he had the walls done, making sure he's safe. Stark will always feel like as long as I harass my opponent and they are open, this is better for me. Think about the previous game. The previous game, Ganji was walled and Ganji was able to surprise Stark quite a few times. So it could definitely be the same situation. The Frank player is going to have scouts that cannot find any damage on the other side of the map.
Why many players keep using that stand ground in those situations? It's worthy, like it's better. I know that they don't want to take the risk in case that you are very close to the TC to don't need the town center, but he was far away there and he could have taken 1 or 2 villages, probably.
Yeah, so the answer is because if you have attack stance, units will pick other units. Like if you just have it on attack stance, so they automatically attack, they will target something other than what you wanted to target. Whereas if you have it on stand grounds, it will only target the one villager, right? So unfortunately there for Stark, he didn't retask or they like he thought they were attacking when they weren't, but that's the reasoning for it.
Yeah.
And every player, like, I think it's very easy for people to see that and say, why you stand ground? Every single player will use stand ground in those situations. Every single one. You have to take the most efficient fights, but you do also have to micro it properly, which unfortunately Stark
that's the issue. You have to multitask a lot more in that situation for sure. 5 villages on goal now from Stark, doing the farmers. For me, it's very awkward that when you have this civilization, don't make the horse collar. You don't need the wood, so you have the food to make villages and keep going.
Yeah.
Horse collar, in my opinion, with Vietnam is a must.
Yeah, I mean, it is tricky too because it may delay fletching a little bit, right? Like you just don't know. It does feel like the economy for Stark is a little stretched just because of the walling, man. Like he looked at this, and he thought about it like the casters did and said, "Oh man, I could wall this," right? But usually what you do is like you stay open, you make a lot of army, you're very aggressive, and then you wall later. And walling later means that your economy should be pretty good. Well, actually, as I say that, though, Memb, Ganji doesn't have Bid-X, which is a pretty big upgrade. So that is something he's missing on the other side.
And it's because he forgot, because with the action with the 3 militias, when you do mechanically talking, as soon as you reach the next age, you click W tasking. He was busy microing against the militias, he just totally forget. It's crazy, right? When there's some surprise, one of the biggest factors in this game is the surprise, right, Tristan? I mean, when you when you are not expecting something, is what it makes you go panic, let's say.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and that is an aspect of the game. We are so used to the best players playing near perfect all the time. That is an aspect of the game that sometimes gets forgotten, right? And that's why bringing different things to your opponent can be good. But lovely play from Ganji. He was not surprised here. He knew there must be sneak archers coming, and he clears it up. Ganji with 9-0 KD.
Not bad. Not really bad. You know?
Mem isn't impressed yet. Mem's like, make that 10 and maybe I'll be impressed.
10-0, you know, 10-0. You know, I usually, when I'm co-casting with someone, I don't check or make any comments into the chat. But there's someone that have said in my chat something that you're going to like it. I never see that compliment.
He said Islands is a diverse map and a good map?
It's for you. It's for you. Well, that I hope that's not gonna happen. You know, never will happen. And if it happen, I ban the viewer. You know.
Okay.
No. The compliment is Mem90 is a magic duo. I have never listened that in 10 years casting. I don't know if we are a magic duo, but it's a beautiful compliment. So it's very nice to see and to read. And hopefully everyone is enjoying with the casting with Tristan and me together. With the NAC times that we were talking this week, we had the opportunity also to cast together, and it's really nice. It's better when we are live there, right? Because we can interact a lot more, right, Tristan? Because like this, still we are in different POVs and so on. It's nice, but obviously live is just much better. And why we're telling this? Because I don't know, but I get hype casting with people, and I get hype casting these events and Hidden Cap as well with the qualifiers and these scouts and the skirmishes coming, but not getting in. We have time to talk about these things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, Ganji's just kind of knocking on the walls. Ganji's just trying to pester. And Ganji might assume that Stark is just going to wait for the Castle Age. And in the Castle Age, he's going to come out here. But that is not going to be the case here. We are going to have faster Castle Age for Ganji, and he's using this time to wall up. But Stark is going for a big army play behind these walls. Eventually, he's going to come out here, and he wants those skirms to be killed off by his scouts and those archers to kill everything else. So big moment here. Stark will get fletching. I mean, game one was so close. For people who just got here, went over an hour. So it really has changed the complexion of this series now, because now with Stark being behind in game 3, you start to think, could this be a 3-0? It's easy for people to say, this has been domination from Ganji. But game 1, actually so close. Stark hopefully can find some damage here to make this a 2-1 series. You've got to slow down Ganji in some way here. If Ganji can boom with the Franks, this could be devastating, Memb.
But Tristan, how many times we have seen exactly what is happening in this series? We see one game that is insane.
Yep.
Clearly insane. And the players that we were feeling that should have won the game doesn't win the game,
And it breaks
don't
the
win
series.
the game, and it breaks the series like it's happening now. Because look at the uptime now from Ganji. Didn't make anything, any big damage in the economy, right? But he killed all the army. The
But-
units 9-0 KD. But it's castle, it's price, as we were talking. So smooth to go up.
Yeah.
Go on.
I mean, I'm just saying he also didn't see this at all, right? So this is a surprise to him. He didn't see this army move out at all. He just rechecked the walls and saw it was rewalled by Stark. So this is a big surprise. Stark being sneaky, has fletching. There's no fletching on the skirmishers here for Ganji. This is not an easy situation for him to micro. And he's also pulled off of gold, which means he could lose some vills. He can't make as many knights. And who knows if he's going to have the number of knights to deal with the archers. One villager down. Nice defense here from Ganji, but I like the push from Stark, and Stark is immediately like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, but that's the problem now, because you did one villager kill, and now 2 knights with the skill bar and armor might clean everything.
Yeah.
And with the skirms.
Well, he's got to
Might
be
clean
fast.
everything.
He's got to be fast.
Yeah.
You know, because of the risk of it, and because of the positioning of the stables, Ganji wasn't able to send his knights forward. He sent it within his own walls. So he did just lose the scout there. He was trying to track where those archers went. I actually think Stark can save his archers here, get back inside of his walls. But he's still, though, like, we saw how Ganji boomed in the previous game. Ganji's going to have 3 town centers. And Stark hasn't even clicked up the castle age here.
That's the problem here. Like, Stark, now he's 6 villages ahead with Wheelbarrow. But having 3 TCs from many 21, how many villages he's going to get in 3-4 minutes? He's going to be 15, 20 villages ahead.
I like how Stark is microing the
Oh, no.
pig in the middle of the map away from the fight because he has nothing else to do until he's in Castle Age. Oh, man.
But don't you think that there's going to be that difference in villages?
Yeah, there's going to be a big difference in builds.
mean-
I think what's interesting, Mem, is if you go 3 TCs, you will not have +2 armor for a while. You won't have a siege workshop for a while. So the crossbow mass for a Stark here is actually going to be insane. So
He's doing double stable.
yeah,
Oh my god.
Wow.
Double stable. I mean, but this is another problem again. This reminds me a little bit with the previous game against Khmer. Similar situation, you know. Now double stable, what you do? If you go all in, it's pretty similar, Tristan. Think
Yeah,
about it.
it is
He won the
similar.
archer, did
Yep.
double stable, and it's almost the same.
The
different
difference,
civilization,
though-
yeah, but
the difference though is the army type, right? Like Ganji's gonna
Yeah.
have knights, and if Ganji tries to go siege and defense, and Stark has some knights, I could see the siege going down. The wood line on the front's exposed for Ganji. Both of his golds are somewhat forward. Like, I agree with you. Like, this has not been ideal for Stark. Right? The score line's not ideal. Being in Castle Age at 24 minutes is not what he wanted. But this army is not something that Ganji is going to be able to take good engagements against. And
Yeah.
I think
Well-
Stark could potentially get something going here.
you have a look. He's doing scorpions right now, Ganji. He's trying to defend now with the archers. Starks until he's getting those upgrades. But as we were talking, it's already 8 villages, 9 villages ahead. He got already obviously all the upgrades: wheelbarrow, bozo, heavy plow, economy so smooth, and now Stark is doing extra TC. So you do 2 stables, Tristan, and then you are doing 1 knight.
Yeah.
Well, now he's doing more, but
He's going to do more.
Okay.
I think,
and
Mem,
2 TCs extra.
Two
Okay.
knights of these
Tell me.
crossbows kills everything Ganji has right now, and it's not even close. The scorpions will die. Ganji's only defense for, like, the scorpions would be hopping in the TC to kill the knights. His knights will not be enough to kill knights going in for scorpions. Stark's army, especially if there's an open area somewhere, could do a lot of damage here. It really can. Now, I love what Ganji's done. It almost reminds me of Yo, where he's house-walled a lot of the other side near a stable. That's really smart thinking, but it is just 5 knights for Ganji. Here comes Stark, and Stark could bust right through those houses if he wants to.
Let's see if he's gonna make it. I like also how he has the skirmisher. The problem now for Stark is that he spoiled himself with the knights and crossbows, in my opinion, in the worst spot. He should be where he's going right now. He's gonna take it. And I really believe Ganji is gonna be ready to rumble. No, don't send the crow. Oh my god, look at the amount of damage he's doing with those scorpions. You have to be careful. If he's wait 1 second more, he kill everything.
Yeah.
And look
If
how
that
much
was
damage
Mem,
he
if
got.
that wasn't the new patch that we're using here, if that was the the previous patch,
Yeah.
the live patch, all those crossbows are dead because they would regroup right into those scorpions.
Yeah.
So thankfully the unit grouping has been, fixed for the Hidden Cup patch here.
And Tristan, Vietnam archers also. More
It's
HP.
true, they do have more HP. They don't have more
Because-
HP anymore.
Well, not anymore. Not
Yeah.
anymore. Okay, it's now taking few villages here. 1 down, 2 down. It's still, with those villages killed, he's still 15 villages ahead.
Yeah.
He's still walled, and now he's starting to have good amount of knights and scorpions to defend. I don't know what you think. And those knights now are +2.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strong, but Res Collected's close. Stark is the one being aggressive. Let's see if Ganji can find a fight against this. The big thing for Ganji is that he hasn't taken any crucial losses on his gold, and he's massing those knights. And it does feel like Mem, and I know you're alluding to it. It's like, it feels inevitable now that Ganji can get a really big ball of knights and maybe kill what Stark has on the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount of knights he has. 13 already, 3 more in the queue, 6 scorpions, even a monk. I mean, the army he has right now is super strong. Look at the value. It's much higher value percentage with gold, like 3,000, 2,200 for Stark. Well, he doesn't even need to attack now. Like, he knows that he has 3 TCs, so if he keeps just booming at home and doing the army he's doing, I believe he's fine.
Yeah, I think at some point here soon, Ganji needs to go to stone. With the Franks, you want to be on stone for those cheap castles if you can. And it would feel natural with all the forward golds and stones at Stark's base to want a forward castle there after a big Castle Age play. He has been patient. He sees that Stark is looping around again. He's only lost 4 villagers here, Ganji. Does he have the Knight Mass to be able to kill this Knight and Crossbow thing? I think it's getting close.
Oh, I think he will get. Let's see the battle now. He's going there, and if it is Stark, he's starting to feel afraid of this army. But then, if he's not going, he's gonna go and make a counter attack. He's gonna try to take the TC. No, there's a knight going lonely. You're gonna lose it. Let's see. He's coming with more. Another stable in this area, but the knights are coming. The knights are coming, and he's gonna commit on the town center. Wow.
I mean, man,
he's not a little bit greedy.
It is very greedy, and the siege is on its own right now, and Stark has an outpost. So it's very easy to look away for a second and then lose all your scorpions like this. Ganji's got to be careful here. He's going to lose some of his scorpions. He gains the hill. He actually hasn't lost any scorpions yet. The villager
my
killed
God.
the scorpion.
It was the village, you're right. The knights are now coming. He's trying to kill the scorpion, but there's a lot of knights still. 12 villages difference is not that much anymore, but the crows can help. He doesn't have ballistic, so it's an old army here to take the battle for Ganji. Probably not anymore. He converted one of those knights, another mangonel coming, and now you have to be careful. But the game is closer than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah,
Take the
Stark-
resources for a Stark.
Yep, resources for Stark are looking really good. Like, Stark, his army has been a lot stronger in the open field, right? Trying to break Ganji is not a possibility because of the scorpions, but when the scorpions move out, they're usually sniped. And it's the same with the siege because Stark has the knights. And what, over the last minute, we've seen 4 or 5 scorpions and 3 mangonels all go down now for Ganji, and Stark is on the way to the Imperial Age.
Nice. Ganji's gonna go up to Imperial as well, almost the same time, without a stone, but he's now adding 12 on a stone, as you can see. Patrolling with those knights, he doesn't need to send any army anymore. He's gonna convert that spear. Good conversion. He didn't delete it. That was a weird one, right? But well, it's a gift. It's a gift. He's gonna take now the monk. And then who has now the better situation here? Because yes, it's 13 villages more. But Ganji doesn't have any map control, and we saw yesterday that if you go now halberdiers and Arbalest are back, so
Yeah.
why not? It can be game from Stark.
It's going to be tough. So the pike upgrade is reasonable. We're going to see that. The halb upgrade, though, you need 600 gold and 300 food. This is before we factor in any of the blacksmith upgrades or any of the units. So it is quite an expensive switch. And with this economy, I don't think Stark can realistically do Arbalest and halb right away. So the choice has to be halb, right? So you still, though, want to keep your crossbows alive. Because if you're just on halb against the Franks, they get gunpowder, they get throwing axemen, they just have so many things to work with. So, again, to restate it, guys, winner here goes into Hidden Cup 5 main event. Winner here is in a top 16 event, which maybe we haven't seen for either of these two, though we might need to check Liquipedia for that one. Certainly isn't frequent, though they both have had incredible careers. And Stark, I love this castle. It is such an important hill. It is a gutsy castle to place, but he feels he can do it because he has the vision there, Mem. Ganji, though, has a monk going by and sees the villagers.
Oh man, I don't know if it's a no. Let's see this battle. Tristan, let's see this battle. You need to go to that hill. I think Ganji smelled the castle there, so he want to get the ground. The resources, though, for both players are pretty sick. But now that castle is not that pretty anymore. But it's normal. He doesn't want to take the risk to make a doubt castle. But that hill was the hill, Tristan. It really was the hill. And he's not prioritizing on the house. He's going for ballistic and +3. When he has 16 archers, I think halberdiers would be better, as you mentioned, too. Oof. I don't know who has the advantage anymore.
I just don't know. Like, we've hit that point in this unit, in this Civ matchup, where I don't know what to suggest to Ganji. Like, so often with the Franks, it's just Eco and Knights. But if it's going to be Hal against Arbs, Vietnamese late game, it looks a whole lot better than the Franks. And Stark has done a great job. He's behind by 3 villagers. Like, obviously, game 2 was the exception. But remember in game 1 when he was so outboomed. Res collected for Ganji was like 10,000 resources more. And still that game went over an hour. Like, Stark has this incredible ability to stay alive, which is why he beat Dogao, which is why he beat Running and all these players who were favorites against him in this qualifier bracket. It's insane.
I mean, the comeback against Dogao in that Moodflow game was crazy. I'm sure that you remember. But anyway, let's see the Cavaliers trying to find a hole. If there's a hole, it's a hole, it's a hole, it's a hole up in here. How he can be a hole there, Tristan? And now 12 Cavaliers has been open the whole game. What is that hole?
That
there?
hole must have been there.
On.
There must have been a tree before. I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Stark.
Man.
If there's no hole there, he's completely fine. But now the Cavalier into the back of his eco. Oh, that hurts so much. And now there's another hole because he chopped the front. That's where I thought you meant, Mem. Oh.
No. I thought in the south. Just in the south. There's where all the Cavaliers went through. And look at the farmers now. Well, what farmers? He has now 20 villagers idle. He has killed Take the Echo KD. And now Ganji can make a castle in the south with 1 villager. He's feeling like, I'm chilling now.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Ganji deserves a lot of credit for finding the hole and getting through. Great stuff. But honestly, since he's made it through here, Mem, he has truly been everywhere. He has hit every farm. He's hit every area. He hit the gold. He hit the wood. And he made this so much better than it would be for a normal player. He killed 50 villagers because now he's even on the front again. And now, if we thought the matchup was bad for the Franks, now you have a massive eco lead. So you should be able to, even with worse units, be able to fight this back.
That's why he's Stark, that feel that he still have a lot of numbers, and he has 35 hulls, 16 archers. Look at the army numbers. He still have a lot more than double.
Yeah.
But Stark is desperate trying to stonewall and houses, because now Ganji get all the map control with the castles, go forward with traps and skirmishes, and if he kill the buildings, and this is what he's trying to do, he's gonna take the game.
I mean, normally for me, Mem, and the majority of players, it's like you get in with the Cav, you split them up into 3 different spots, and you stop microing them, and you look at other things. Ganji continued to move units around there that entire time, and now he's got Trebs on the front, and he's going to push that castle down. And this is what Ganji wanted. That whole raid, that was, a dream scenario, but in the end, it gave him time to build up skirmishers, get upgrades, mix in light Cav now, and stack 3 castles in this area behind this. This is crazy.
How many times have we in casting and we see the hole and you are with the co-caster or alone? Come on, find the hole, and they don't click it. They don't click it. They don't click it in.
Yeah.
They don't click it in.
Yeah.
When I saw those Cavaliers going there, it's exactly what you're talking. Like, he just find out because he clicked it there.
That is extremely unlucky for Stark because I think it was closed at one point. I'm going to assume there was a tree and a villager just randomly chopped it at one point. Like, I swear, sometimes villagers, they want to die in this game. Like, they do. I don't know. Like, maybe they're not enjoying their constant work-life situation, but like they clearly want to die at times for me. And that was an example of it. We'll have to look back at that. But right now, I mean, we knew this was already going to be difficult. I think that was the game. Yeah, because the army count's insane, but he just doesn't have economy anymore.
Yeah. And now, I mean, the skirmishes from Franks are basically castle-less skirmishes with chemistry, because they are some of the worst skirmishes in the game.
Yep.
Now Ganji can afford Paladin upgrade.
Ridiculous.
Paladin upgrade.
And you feel
But
for
yes-
Stark right now.
yeah.
You feel for Stark. You feel for people who wanted more games from the series. I mean, he could win games against Ganji. He hasn't shown it today, but I believe because the games were close. I thought he was actually in a better position in some ways here. He had like 70 army, but he lost 60 villagers. And that's the main issue now. So you feel for him. But let's see, man. Maybe he can find a way back. He's up to 100 vills again. He still has the larger army. He still has, in my opinion, the better late game Civ, but he does not have the gold control.
For sure not. Ganji also 4 relics, Tristan. 4 relics. So in this, in the main while he was taking all those. It's true that he's doing the Paladin upgrade that he didn't have a single Cavalier, but now he's creating them. He has 5 on the field, 13 more in the queue. He still have 46 farmers, 28 on gold with the 5 relics now, and he's gonna make a castle in the north to control the whole map. I mean, that hole and that raid not only killed the village, it gave him the plenty of time to get all the map control that he didn't have.
Yeah,
till
agreed.
That moment.
Agreed. And he's played it perfectly, man. He got his relics. He's building the castles. He's got vision everywhere. He again has gone for some different raids in different positions. And I think with Paladin and Skirm, you don't even need to be fancy anymore. You just take one big fight and you end the game. That upgrade should be far too strong for Stark to deal with. He only has 20 health. It's just not doable anymore for him.
No, it's impossible. And he didn't commit yet with the Paladins. I mean, with the Paladins, Frank Paladins are there, and he has 16 and 17 in the queue. Well, now Ganji can delete village, actually, to get more army.
Yeah.
Some village, you know.
And the GG's called.
150 GG, man.
Okay.
That's crazy. It's feel bad. Let's go back and check the
I gotta
point
look at
where
that.
the howl is.
Yeah, I
Go,
gotta
go, go.
see how that even happened. Like, did he think that was walled the whole game? Because Ganji was around
see.
his walls for a long time.
I'm curious to check.
Oh,
We have
okay.
to
Go
check.
to 3250. This freaking villager, unbelievable. This freaking villager
Look,
just
look.
thought it would be
I'm
a
there.
great idea to, I don't know, let the enemy in and chopped it while he was on his way to Imp. This villager joined the other side. She made a deal. I don't know how much she's getting paid, but it better be.
traitor.
Yeah, she's an absolute traitor. And that is so unlucky for Stark because it looks walls too. Once that tree is gone, she just goes back to another tree and it still looks walled. Oh,
Well,
man.
you got two admins, right? They need to find out who was the guilty here. Maybe it was Ganji who paid, you know. But you and me, it wasn't because we
Okay.
won more games and keep casting. So
Okay,
get
wait, hold
Robo
on,
and
Mem.
GBR.
Hold on, Mem.
Go.
To find out if this was an inside job, we need to know, did she die? I'm going to fast forward and
so-
find out. Because if she died, then she got scammed. But if she survived, it was definitely an inside job. I'm going to look here.
Man, you do whatever to get a good video for YouTube, man. This is now a video for YouTube.
This is important
This is-
business.
Of course, I'm checking too. I am in minute. What minute I am? I don't even know. 35:20, and the chick is still alive.
I'm fast forwarding.
You know?
Yeah, because the Cavalier come through eventually. I'm fast forwarding. Don't worry, we're on it. Okay, Cavalier
And
come
fast forward
through.
to it. Okay,
No way.
he's gonna die.
Uh,
What minute you are?
I'm still going. I'm at 39. She's alive, dude. She was notified. They let her know exactly where they would be. She is on the safest farm there is. She lives. Wait. They went past her a million times? Mem. It was an inside job.
They know. Do you know football? Do you know football? Do you follow football good? No, but it's probably
do.
not in your times, right? Luis Figo. Some people say that is Luis Figo. You know, remember Luis Figo from Barca went to Real Madrid? That Luis Figo, you know?
I mean,
It never die. That villain never die, man. It never die. I am in minute 42. I don't know what minute you are,
yeah,
but it's still alive.
she just builds a new TC. She gets all the, money to buy a new house and build a new TC and make a new family like it never happened.
All the other villains die.
Yeah.
I made the TC alone.
Wait, really? Wait, hold on. I didn't keep going.
Yeah. I am in the 44 minutes. All the villains with the TC died, and only the chick made the town center, you know?
What?
The only survivor is there, and she's still in 45 minutes, is still alive and going, you know? And now ringle bell, and I lost her because it went to the TC but it's still alive. It's crazy.
I mean, man,
Anyway,
the
I
only
think we
thing,
can keep going.
the only thing we're
It's
missing,
survive.
the only thing
Survive
we're
the
missing,
whole game.
like if Stark wouldn't have GG'd, this is what happens. Ganji would have brought a monk over, converted her, healed her up, and sent her back to the town with the 5 relics. Guarantee it. Guarantee it.
That's for sure. It's crazy. The villain never died, and it was there in the moment. They
Yeah.
were ready, raiding. He made the TC. You missed that. I was keep going. I was curious. He made the TC, came Cavaliers, raided all the other villages, and she built the town center.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that, dude. That's wild. Like, because I was like,
Sick.
I was joking.
It's fine.
I was joking when I
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
did she die? I
Obviously.
didn't think it'd be that
Yeah.
crazy. Cavalier went past her like 16 times. Oh, man.
Okay.
What a heartbreaker
Well,
for
we have-
Stark.
Yeah, we have mood flow now, and it's a Chinese mirror. This map, it's probably my favorite. With Cross, it's bringing a lot of wild games. This one, I don't know what you think. It's fantastic. This
Yeah,
one, I
it's
love
been
it.
great. I think like it is worrying at times when when we made the settings, you never really want to have mirror matchups that frequently, right? Because that could be boring at times. But this map, it doesn't matter because
Yeah,
they can have the same civ, but they never play the same because the map is ridiculous. So 3-0 for Ganji. He needs one more win, and he is in Hidden Cup 5 main event, which would be hype for him. And Stark's going to have to like somehow string some wins together here.
I don't mind the mirror games. You remember that also in King of the Desert, Warlords, we put this
same thing.
Hidden pick,
Yeah.
the first pick. When it's these big tournaments, Tristan, and it's only one game per series, it's not like it's all the games repetitive.
agreed.
And the high level makes that the games are going to be great. One of the best games in the qualifiers, it was also Persian's Mirror, if I'm not mistaken, in Cross. I don't remember even the play. It was Miguel and
Sobek. Miguel Sobek was
and
sick.
Sobek, right?
Yep.
Was crazy, and it was Persians, and it was fantastic. It was like, what the hell was that? So I really don't mind. And in a map like this, that China makes, that if you control it properly, you gotta get 5 seconds idle TC. So it means that the start is so good, so smooth, great civilization for this map. Let's see where it's starting. Let's go, Mr.
And like the alternative too is if Chinese are so strong, the alternative is one player gets Chinese and the other player can't. And then it could lead to really imbalanced games where Chinese just win every time, right? So we've got the Chinese mirror. Stark has to make sure there is a thorough background process and background check on every villager. They need to be investigated. You need to find out where their parents worked, where they lived, right? All the generations, get the bank account statements, because these villagers clearly do not want Stark to win today from what we saw in the previous game. And Ganji, one win away from the biggest result of his career. And then, of course, Mem, with how good he's playing, you never know. In the main event, that could even take him further. So I'm excited for the guy. But it's Mudflow. On Mudflow, it is where you take wood. That is oftentimes the early question. And they're probably going to take wood in the middle. And you have to be careful out there because there will be demos and scouts at some point.
Do you remember one game where Fire in the qualifier didn't make a single Lumbercam in this map? I don't know if you casted that.
Yes,
but
yes. That was so
he didn't
annoying.
make a single Lumbercam, and he still won the game, and that was his trigger me even more, because I was complaining as a caster, make a Lumbercam in the middle, make a Lumbercam in the middle, and then he made 5 Lumbercams in those small trees.
Yep.
Out of the middle, and he still won the game. I was okay. I'm not going to complain as a caster anymore. Do you remember that game? It was crazy.
There are days, Mem,
seriously.
where as a player, everything goes right for you. And there are days where sometimes it goes wrong. And I can't help but think game number 1 was so close. Stark could have won that. It was the longest game of the series. Then you had the scenario in the previous game where he had 60 army, the same vill count, and that one freaking villager chopped through that tree to let the Cavalier in. Like,
Yeah.
things, if they would have gone slightly differently here, could be 2-1 for Stark. But unfortunately, it's 0-3, and he can't change the past. But I do feel for him, but at the same time, Ganji's been the better player today. He's been more consistent.
Yeah.
Every game, he's had the better economy, which is so important in this game.
And honestly, you have to find let's say the mistake. It's not that it's a mistake that villager chopped the tree, but he could have checked it himself and re-wall. Obviously, it's difficult, but then Ganji was finding it. He could be passive at home, and he wasn't passive. He has been, as you mentioned, active all the time. Anyway, we can see how both players went to the middle, and already Stark is starting to wall. Since this is mirror, all resources you are spending are gonna count here. And obviously, if you get your wood area safe, is good. But if now the Chinese is coming very aggressive, well, let's see. Anyway, they were trying to take the scout. It didn't happen. And now Ganji was going to make some weird walls on his base that he deleted.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of towers on this map before the docks come up. So I think right now Stark is building these palisades, so Ganji can't come behind his woodline and tower it. And he does know that Ganji's woodline is right next to him there. And Ganji now sees the walls as well. But it is interesting. We got Stark really walling this up. He might go for the full wall to prevent any demos even. Interesting.
Okay. Oh, I love what Ganji is doing. The houses that has -2 armor is definitely not... Oh, look at the gate he's doing here to take the house. This is pretty sick, man. This is pretty sick, you know. But I'm going to tell you something. I hate that this happened.
You can build a gate through the enemy walls. I agree. Yeah. I agree. I agree.
They should really remove these, you know. I mean, oh man, because now he's housed. Look. He's housed the Stark.
Stark really should have. He is on the way to feudal age, actually, so that's fine. But he had time to realize in that situation there that he was going to lose his house. So that's one I would have to put on Stark if he doesn't realize. But yeah, I guess Ganji just said, all right, that house is for the taking. Dark Age houses are pretty weak. Ganji is also on the way to the next stage. And most likely, this is going to be scouts from here. But you do need wood to make the barracks. And, I saw the gate was open there.
Yeah. Sorry.
You do need...
That was the... Sorry.
It's okay. You're so used to... This became Black Forest for you. And you're like, oh my god, the walls, the Neville War. This is my life.
No, but I hate that, really. I hate these kind of buildings, you know, that... Because it feels unfair, you know, like... Is that a bug or it's not a bug? Of the game?
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Okay, let's
think
move
about
on.
it. Like the tower, do you consider the tower hop a bug?
Another feature, yeah.
Yeah, like tower hop is something that can sometimes happen. You also, like if there were palisade walls, it does let you build palisade walls through diagonals. So I think, the more I think about it, there's so many scenarios where if you don't allow the gate to be built, then you can't do other things in the game, so... It's whatever. Stark lost a house, but he didn't make a new house. Oh, God. He didn't make a new house. Clearly he's not all there right now. Oh, geez, Stark, what are we doing?
Well, you know what? This is going to benefit him a little bit, because Tone Watch in this map is really needed.
True.
It's great upgrade.
Yeah.
Right now, he's going to avoid potential towers and everything, so it's fine. The problem here is that with all this chaos... what is the following from Stark? He's up, quicker, barrack, checked his wood. What is he doing?
Yeah, he's going to go spears. And actually, Ganji's doing the same.
But he's doing a tower forward. Or trying.
Yeah.
But he saw it. Yeah, but he saw it. Ganji saw it, and then he's not finishing the tower. So, Ganji the same? No stable later? Oh my god.
So, I think, you know how the meta can sometimes change over time?
Yeah.
I think this will be more common, where players will expect scouts, they'll just go for spears, and save some wood to farm maybe, or build a second mill, and then eventually later on make decisions. But nice job from Ganji. Do need to point out, he built an outpost there, because he sensed that Stark wanted to deny a tower, so Stark might think it's a good idea to tower. So really nice job there from Ganji, and he actually doesn't even finish his tower for now. He's just gonna leave it there, and he'll decide on if he wants to finish that.
Yeah, but as you can see, we need to analyze the numbers even more than in other games. Hopefully, he's gonna delete that tower and so he get back the resources. If he's not doing it, it's a disaster. But he's behind already a couple of villages because he lost, already 30 seconds. IWTC, and he made the Tone Watch. So, but the tower, Tristan is not deleting. He's gonna lose. Okay, he deleted now.
Such an interesting one
to make us suffer, man.
Ganji has played very defensive on this map in his games in this qualifier. And I consider him to be a pretty aggressive player. But right now, just kind of delayed with the stable. I mean, he's made 5 spears. He's surely expecting scouts from Stark. I think we're just now heating up here. They just need their economies to be set up. But my goodness, man. Stark is housed
Yeah.
again. This is a bad one too.
That was the Tristan I wanted to say. you know,
Yeah.
and he still housed it, but he still housed it. He still housed it. 1 minute, 20 seconds. It's gonna be 1 minute and 30 seconds. Idle TC already is 4 villains behind minute 12.
Because of
honestly,
that. Yeah.
the previous game, it has to hard because that hole, and he know the game pretty well. He has big knowledge of this game. He know that he was in a better position than his opponent with the civilization.
Yeah.
And
I
he
mean,
lost
there's
because
two
of
instances.
the hole.
Yeah, and game one too. Like, and I
day one.
have to remind people of this. It's important we do because a lot of players, a lot of people watching don't play in tournaments. Games will haunt you, and I think also in a long series, when you're a little frazzled, as I like to say, like right there, Stark, I actually saw it where he put the house foundation, and then his villagers went right back to berries. So he missed the shift button because he wanted to go house and then send them back to berries, but he didn't realize the house wasn't being built. So it's just things are adding up, and it's hard for us to feel confidence in Stark when he's down 3 games and has had that idle time. But let's see. We've got the scouts from Ganji here. Ganji 1 win away from the biggest moment of his career. He would love to join Hidden Cup 5 main event, but he has not killed any villagers just yet.
Yeah, well, let's see. We see, but now this is the thing. The good thing here for Stark is we see everything, but they don't. So Stark know what is happening, but Ganji doesn't know. I mean, he took the house, but he doesn't know that his opponent has 1 minute and 40 seconds idle TC.
Yep.
So he can still do the job and make damage. And he has to go now and try to make some damage, because if he's playing now passive, knowing how much time he's being idle, he know that he's behind Tristan.
2 spears from Stark. Stark had seen those scouts, we assume, when he passed them through the middle. Nice defense from Stark. Stark gets through as Ganji's trying to full wall this map. Ganji does have spears around, but there's a lot of open map here. So it's not going to be easy to have spears everywhere if Stark is active.
I'm looking forward to see a doc, because we can see demos and big bada booms,
Agreed.
We have seen many. I remember Margugu in one of the games here, he lost, I don't know, 20 villages?
Yeah, 20 villagers still won the game, man. Still won that game too.
I remember. I remember, man. I remember. It's how to not remember this kind of games, right? But then another thing that triggered me a lot is why you don't finish that tower on the wood if you are not going to delete it. Finish it, and if something is coming, you have the tower there.
Which one? Stark did delete his tower.
No, but Ganji still have the tower there at 62%.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think if you delete it though at 62%, you're not going to get enough for another tower, right?
So do it.
So, well, but you still can get some stone back enough for a TC if you delete it.
Okay.
Like, I don't think he's actually. I think he's actually. Okay. I think he's actually thinking about that.
Okay.
Oh man. Okay. Oh man. Ganji finds a nice fight here, and the spearmen have paid off. He did also see that Stark is going to switch into archers. He's going to get fletching now. Interestingly enough, and that was a misclick. He's going to get forging now.
Okay, forging makes sense. Now forging will affect to the spears and the scout. You have to be careful. He's doing a nice palisade in the last second. He's doing for us, man. He's doing for the viewers. He's thinking already in the good place, for the main event, because he's feeling the guys. He's feeling confident. He's 3-0 already. And now with the scout and the spears +1, look at the resources he has. He's so smooth. He's using the market like crazy. He's going to go up to Castle Age in a moment. And with the same civilization, having almost the same army, Tristan, Ganji, the Swedish players, is really, really close to be into the main event from Hidden Cup 5.
Yeah, remember, he's had quite a run to get here. He beat Veleza. He beat Ozone, who's in amazing shape. That series could have gone to 5 games. Beat some big names to get here. Did run into MBL, but in the second chance qualifier here, he's been the better player. He's been more consistent. He's been so patient at times, Mem. And I'd be so excited for Ganji if he can close this out. It's most likely going to be Knights, but he does not have the stone for a tower because he deleted that tower like you wanted, Mem, and then he sold the stone to go up to Castle Age. So he does need to be a little bit careful right now.
Okay. So he could use even for that round. Now he's ready in the farm. He's going to take a bullet because the forging is going to make the damage here. He's going to take 1. There you go. Took it. But now all he's getting is an extra bonus, even more when he's going to be up to Castle Age. Oh, man. Well, you mentioned MBL also. We didn't talk about MBL. Oh, the double market is something that If he's doing Ganji that double market with the market, he's just closing the same. What? I mean, please don't make the second market, Tristan. What are you doing?
I think he's trying to block
already.
this off. I think that he's not going to...
Okay.
We did see someone build 2 markets the other day. I think he's trying to block this off. I don't think he needs it. He just doesn't want these archers to get through before he can get knights.
Okay.
He drops the houses now. And that is enough to give him a little bit more time.
Yeah, he's okay. He is okay. And those archers don't have deflection, which is a lot. But
You ready
still...
for the 3rd market?
Oh, there you go.
We might have a
And
4th
maybe a
market,
fourth.
man.
Chambered in armor already. It's gonna have time. But now with chambered in armor, the army he has, it's just too strong. Tristan, really too strong. He need to go back. The 2 speeds are gonna be there to defend against those scouts. And if he's bringing now with the knights, that army is gonna disappear. But remember that one of the best games in these qualifiers was exactly this matchup: Dogao versus Stark. And if you think that the Stark is here behind, I can tell you, and you know that, right, Tristan, that he was a lot more behind against Dogao.
Yeah, he was. Yep, and that was game 5, right? And everyone expected it would be Dogao here, maybe in this series. I mean, think about it. Yeah, Ganji's faster to Castle Age, but where are the Knights going? They have to defend. Ganji's pushed off of gold. Stark has an army that could take a decent enough fight because he has some spearmen. The scouts now hit the gold. Awkward there for Stark to move through. But in the end, Ganji, with the +2 armor, will clear everything. And now Stark still needs to defend for another minute with so many Knights coming his way.
And it's not going to be easy. It's really not going to be easy. Is there another hole? Look at that house in the wood between the barrack, palisade, and the house. Is that another hole between those 2 houses? Or
Sorry,
this a tree?
I'm trying to see. Like, Ganji is saving some villagers
Stark?
that he should
Is Stark
never
woodline?
save. Crazy.
The Star Woodline.
Hole between 2 houses,
Barrack,
yes.
palisade, and house.
That
that's a
bamboo
hole.
looks like a tree, but that's part of the house. So actually, Chinese need to be buffed because their houses are confusing. Their houses look like there's trees between them. Fix it.
Yeah, but he has now knights all over. He has knights all over. Population 6357 is still not yet in castle. It's 1 village down. Now more raiding. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid that he's not going to be able to come back. It's taking absolutely everything, Tristan, and it really looking like Ganji is going to take everything here, and Stark not going to be able to even make the TC, and if he's doing it, it's going to be in a very, very high cost.
I guarantee you, Ganji's heart is beating so fast right now. He's like, is this it? Am I going to Hidden Cup 5? Am I actually going to complete my dream run and continue it in the main event? He's played so well. He was not predicted to be here, but he is here, man. But he's taken the opportunity. He's killed 7 villagers with this raid. The idle time for Stark's insane. Both of his TCs are actually filled with villagers right now. And I don't think camels are enough. There's just not going to be enough camels to kill
with
these
the
knights.
upgrades. +2. +2. Bloodlines. +2. And forging. 4 upgrades versus 0 upgrades right now. And please, Tristan, check the KD right now.
It's just been so
insane.
good. It's been so good from Ganji. Yeah. So clean. Like, his economy could maybe be a bit better for a player that has this lead. But when you are 3-0 up, when you have this army, you put all of your focus here. And on Mudflow, the farms are constantly exposed. Ganji just keeping an eye on the farms. He's like, what are you going to make if you don't have food here, Stark? And poor Stark, I mean, he doesn't want to give it up. I think that the scoreline is a little harsh to how he played today. I think, that, again, as we said, he could have had a win or 2. And I'm sure he wanted to make it into the main event. But we are looking at a man who is dejected right now in Stark. Have to come to the conclusion that this is going to be it for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, these kind of games, you know, this kind of situation. He has 0 farmers right now, 0 farmers, 20 season wood. GG, good luck in the main event. Feels great for Ganji, congratulations. But obviously, as we were talking, Tristan, feels bad for Stark because Stark probably could have won 2 games for sure, and we would be in a 2-2 series right now. But the details matter. 4-0, Tristan.
Yeah, you have to make the most of your moments. Ganji did that today, and Ganji was so consistent. Ganji, who went through Veleza and Inform Ozone, then ran into MBL, and then got pushed in the second qualifier. He will join the long list of stellar main event players. Congratulations to him, an amazing performance. But my message to him would be, congratulations, but the job has only begun, my friend, because he is a player with some good preparation who could do some crazy things in the main event, I think. With his quick wall in, with his macro, people might be guessing bigger names than him. when it's not Ganji we see, but a hero, mem. So really happy for him. We've seen him perform so well over the past 2 years, and the hard work's paid off for him. Good stuff.
And you know that what is very nice also for Hidden Cup is like for how the event it is, we're gonna be looking monks now.
Yeah,
a lot.
monks too. Yeah, monks.
When we see some micro, Tristan, this is Ganji.
Yeah.
This is Ganji. MBL is really nice that is in the main event because everyone, someone lane, this is MBL. You know,
Yeah.
this kind of trademark for the players. It's good to have these different players as well for the tournament, let's be honest. And it's good, that, in my opinion, that Ganji, because it's a new face, but also for his style, is really good for the event.
Yeah, I
in my
mean, if you
opinion.
look
Don't
at
know
the
what you
list,
think.
if you look at the list of players here, Mem, we've got Sato's never been in the Hidden Cup before, Sebastian now, and Ganji. 3 players. And at the end of the day, today, there will likely be more players that have never been in a Hidden Cup before. So, and also, I mean, these guys are so good, but they're so
You
good.
have in the screen now? You have in the screen the list now?
I do, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put your
I can
channel
also send
in
you an
mine,
image if
so
you
we
want to
see it.
use it.
It's fine. It's fine. I mean, they can see you there too.
But
No
basically,
problem.
like the list should grow with the other sets we have coming up today of players who've never been to Hidden Cup. And when I look at the 3 names that have never been in one before, Sato, Sebastian, and Ganji, they've all played incredible. And I think like Sebastian, Sato, Ganji will be confused with other players by many of the fans. Myself, you, as we cast, we might see Sebastian play and think this is Leary. Look at this crossbow micro.
Bart has been in Hidden Cup before?
He was Hidden Cup 4. Yes, he was in Hidden Cup 4.
Okay.
He lost in the first round to ACCM 3-1, I believe. But yeah, it should be incredible. I'm really happy for this list of players so far, Mem. And like I said, I hope that the players who've made it to their first Hidden Cup are not satisfied, that they still now take the time that they'll have to train on the new maps we'll release later tonight and make the main event special for themselves.
And Tristan, and with the next 2 series, Sovic Mihai and Barbarian Heart, another 2 new faces.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. I wanted to see, yeah, so we got Babaram Hart. Babaram and Hart have never been in the Hidden Cup before. And then why am I struggling with the other series that's happening here? Where's my brain gone? What's the other one?
Sovic Mihai, Barbarian Heart.
Yeah, true. And those players have never been in either. Yeah, so it's guaranteed to be 5 players who've never been in the Hidden Cup before by the end of today. That's true.
That's very nice.
That's crazy.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
I think it's that. I mean, as tournament organizers, I mean, we always want to have the best players. Let's say, let's be honest, right? Viper, Hera, blah, blah. But you know that those players are going to be there. But then we want new faces. I think it's good, not only for the tournament, but for the community, for the scene.
Agree with you, Mem. Agree with you, Mem. And it's been, for these players that are making it in, this isn't just a fluke. This has been years and years and years of practice and hard work to get here. So really happy for them. And Mem is happy with the cast. Thank you. Obviously, we didn't want a 4-0. I think the series could have been closer, but Ganji just didn't let Stark rest at all. And we'll cast in the main event, Mem. Mem, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I just wanted to say thank you for organizing the tournament. And I want to say also to the viewers that you have to enjoy and support, obviously, everyone but T90 because he's the organizer. He has been a little bit shy because I'm here. But if you are watching also in his YouTube, thumb up, subscribe, and everything, you have to do it. And hopefully, guys, you have to enjoy with the tournament. Thank you, Tristan, and we will talk, okay?
All right, see you, Mem. All right, you heard that, YouTube. Make sure you're thumbing up and subscribing. That's right. I said, Mem, you can cast with me, but you have to encourage people to subscribe and thumbs up. And he's like, let's do it. I'm kidding. All right, hey, salutes to Mem, please, in the chat. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day. View count's been skyrocketing all day. Ganji's obviously in the main event now. You saw the list of players, but did you see the list of heroes that the main event players will be playing on? Because we added one more to the list with the community vote. That's 15 names there. Bottom right of your screen, Emperor Sigismund added to the list of heroes that will be in the main event. Very excited to see the Emperor perform. I know he played a big part, I believe, in the Yanjiska campaign. From some of the reading I've been doing, I will have some stuff for the main event prepared, which would be really fun. But also, he looks as though he looks like my grandfather when he's come back from deer hunting or something, He looks like he's seen a lot. And he doesn't want anything to do with large groups of people or something. So, but yeah, in the main event, guys, these are the accounts you're going to see. These are the names you're going to see. And then you will have to try and guess who is who, if you so wish to guess. Or maybe you can be like me and you can say Salim the Grim all the way. Salim the Grim is going to win Hidden Cup 5. I'm just going to say that right now, okay? So we have 2 more sets today. We're going to take a short break. When I come back, I'm going to be with, well, actually, hold on. Let's introduce our co-caster for the next set. Top left of your screen, Jean Bureau. Jean Bureau is going to be joining us live here with Hidden Cup 5 casting. And anyways, once I return, I can give you a few more details. But basically, we have 2 more sets today. 2 more people will qualify. At the conclusion of the stream, we are going to, I'm going to show you guys and talk through the new maps for the Hidden Cup 5 main event. And we do the bracket tomorrow on stream. This whole thing's coming, guys. February 25th through March 3rd, the whole main event's coming. So thank you for the support so far. Thank you to the large amount of subs. So many people resubbing. Buff Ninja says, hey, happy to be able to watch this. I have to sneak in and watch while my baby sleeps. Or hopefully sleeps. Sorry about that one, Buff Ninja. But hopefully your baby's still asleep. Thank you to all the new primers like Expo and Hasco and Combo and lots of O's. Gustavo. Whoa, this is a trend. Yafi, thank you for ruining the trend. Thank you, Syph. Long-time resubs like McGoody, thank you. Just Nobody, thank you. Sir Goldeye, thank you. But anyways, I will say hi to some of you guys when I return. We'll be back in a bit. Next series coming up soon. It should be an amazing one. Thank you, everybody.
Just a little bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
Dwarves! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire!
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
I need a monk. Yes.
Food, please.
No.
You have a market.
Wood, please.
You have a market.
Gold, please.
You made a trade card.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a market.
Yes.
Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
La hare wishes to kill something. Enemy sighted.
All right, so here we have some chat. Laurier does not want to be the target, so he says, "We see the high score. Purple, excuse yourself for making a lot of knights." And Purple's like, "What? What have I done?" Green says, "Purple strong, lots of knights. Exist to destroy says that's a lie. He's gonna roll me. I was just defending. A few would have been fine, but lots is too far. Purple strong, lots of knights. Exist to destroy says that's a lie. He's gonna roll me. I was just defending. A few would have been fine, but lots is too far." If you would have been fine, but lots is too far. If you would have been fine, but lots is too far. Whoa! Wit! 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 Whoa! Wit!
That kind of sucks.
Green! Wit! Has Onager! Wit! Wit! What in the world? How? I would have never thought this was
That kind of
possible!
green says
Whoa!
No.
Victory is sweet. Wit! I'm gonna make a move. And here he goes. 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 Here he If you would have been fine, but lots is too far. Here he goes. Here he goes. Here he goes. Here he goes. If you would have been fine, but lots is too far. And here he goes. And here he goes. Green said no. No. If you would have been fine, but lots is too far. Whoa! Wit! 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 Whoa! Wit!
That kind of sucks.
Whoa! Wit! 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 Whoa! Wit! If you would have been fine, but lots is too far. All right, everybody. Thank you for waiting. Hope you enjoyed the tunes. I am back, and I'm standing because I've been sitting so much over the last 3 days, so I figured this is probably a little bit better. Oh, man. I mean, listen, we wanted more from the first series, let's be honest. We wanted to have more games. I said it with Mem, but I'll say it again. I felt like Star could have won that first game. The imposter villager is video-worthy content. Like, I'm already thinking about how I need to make a video on that villager on Arabia who chopped the tree, took the payment, and then survived. So, you know, that whole situation was pretty wild. But anyways, this next series should be a good one as well. It'll be Mihai against Sobek. They have not started draft yet, so we have a little bit of time to chill. And then final series of the day is going to be Hart against Baba Rum. It looks like they actually have started their draft here on this side too. So let me just do the scoreboard. And then I can talk to chat a little bit. But welcome everybody. Chat's been flying, and the day has been insane. I don't know how many people are new, but I'm going to assume there's at least 3 new people. And if that is the case, thank you to all the new people who are here. Streaming this on YouTube right now as well, because I know that some people don't want to or cannot load up Twitch or whatever the reason is. I just really, I don't know, and I don't care. I just wanted more people to be able to watch. So thank you for that. And thanks for being here, everybody. This is not spoilers at the top of the screen. This is just me fixing the scoreboard here. But yeah, welcome. Lots of high-up news in chat. Perfect. Chat knows what's up. New since 2021. Well, 2021 was just a year ago, so... Oh, crap. Okay. It's actually been 3 years since 2021. Oh, shoot. I do that all the time. all the time. Like, oh, 2020. Yeah, it was like last year. Yeah, and then it's like, ooh, shoot. Dementia? No, it's not dementia. What, you can't tell me that time flies? Huh? Some of you guys have very vivid memories of playing this game when it came out in a cereal box. And here you are. So, I think some people got it in a cereal box. I don't know about everybody. I certainly didn't have it in my cereal. I was probably eating cereal while watching my brother play, though. Getting old? Yeah, getting old. But, man, it's been an amazing qualifier. Guys, this is the final day of the qualifier. Someone asked when the main event is. The main event is in 2 weeks. February 25th is the main event. So basically, the plan is to... We conclude the day. We have our main event players. I will then unveil the maps for the main event. We'll have a full video on YouTube that shows them all. But today, I will have a video to show you guys, which just shows the two brand new ones. And as well as I'll tell you the other one. Anyways, that whole thing's happening today. Tomorrow, I come live and we will do the bracket draw because basically after the end of day, the players are messaged by the admins and they're told what hero they are. And then I have to do the bracket live on stream and it's completely random process. Obviously, I will not know who the players are at that time too. And we get to see the matchups. Some of the matchups might be historical. Because like I said, I think some of the heroes are actually in the same campaigns if you're a campaign player. But anyways, let's see if I can get to this scene here. I don't think they've done civs yet, so that should just be it for the maps. Four Swords campaign, to the wall gone. Four Swords campaign is dead. That's funny you remember that. I don't think there's many people in my chat right now who remember Four Swords. T90, when are you going to read my messages? I already sent like 100. Well, now I'm seeing it at 100. So apparently that's the threshold. Thank you, Dottore, for being here. That might not be the message you wanted me to read, though. Did see the gifted subs, though. Thank you for that. To the wall gone also gifted subs, maybe for the Four Swords campaign content from back in the day. After announcing 4 sets of heroes, why did you a poll on Instagram? We did a poll everywhere. Also, it is POLL. Don't say I did a POLE, okay? It's POLL. We did polls everywhere and we combined them. It was a community vote. I am not dancing around any polls. Okay? Okay, so since this just got weird, can I tell you guys something funny? I'll give you permission to laugh at me, okay? So, yesterday... So, I've been streaming a really long time. I've been streaming now coming up on 10 years this upcoming year. Oh, God, and I still don't know how to stop my own stream. Okay. So, I've been streaming a while, and sometimes people will try and bait you as a streamer into saying certain things. And I'm like, I'm at the level of confidence now where I'm like, dude, I've seen it all, right? I've seen it all. You can't trick me. Are you kidding me? I'm a veteran. Well, yesterday, I got, and I thought the chat was laughing. I thought the chat was laughing at a joke that I made, but I think people were actually laughing at my mistake. So let me just explain, okay? So I will oftentimes be like, hello, like someone asks a question. I'll be like, Willis35 asks, blah, 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 right? So someone asked a really good question and I wanted to answer it. So I said their name. Now I'm just going to say their name in pieces and see if you can put 2 and 2 together. It was my _ Dixie, D-I-X-E, Dixie _ then the word wrecked, W-R-E-C-K-E-D. So I said, I answered my Dixie wrecked question. So I said, yeah. And I thought the question was a legitimate question, and I answered it in a joking manner because I thought it was funny, and everyone started laughing, and I felt somewhat good about myself because I'm like, man, I got a good reaction from chat. Didn't realize I had no clue that that's why people were laughing until after the stream. I finished the stream, and I look at my top clip, and it was me saying, I don't know if I want to say it again. Here you can listen to the clip from yesterday. Up without having the top 16 players. So, yeah, my Dixie wrecked. But like, I went into answering the question, and then you guys didn't clip the question, and I had no clue. So yeah, well played, Dixie. Well played for getting me there. Ha, funny. Well played. All right, but I figured that you guys would enjoy that. Because it's not every day. I mean, I don't know what type of streams you're watching, but it's not every day that you hear people say that. So, all right. So civs have begun, and they both believe that the Malay are the civ of the day. Malay first pick from both of these two here. We then have Italians, Incas, and Franks for Mihai, and then we have Japanese, Persian so far for Sobek. I think that Mihai is the favorite here today. I actually thought the first series was going to be closer than maybe this one. What do you guys think? Any Sobek believers out there? This has been a crazy run for him. But it does feel like as we've gotten closer to the end, these underdogs have not quite been able to close it out. I do think Sobek is the underdog, but Sobek is the more experienced player, which is crazy, right? Samalama Ding Dong, thank you for calling me handsome. Nothing makes me feel good about my looks like hearing someone named Samalama Ding Dong say that I'm handsome. Thank you. T90, maybe you'll get a new sponsorship with that clip. Maybe. I'm not sure if it's the type of sponsor we want for the Hidden Cup 5 main event, though. Not really the type of market I'm trying to attract. But yeah, thank you. Thank you, Crystal Insanity, for the 4 months. Says, I heard you like Twitch Prime. I don't mind Twitch Prime. Yeah. Actually, there were people that were coming from YouTube because they were reminded about Twitch Prime, or they heard about Twitch Prime, that they can sync up their Prime subscription, get a new free sub, support the stream. People have been coming in from YouTube, even when I'm offline. So thank you, those people. Owalis, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, Harvey, for the 26 months. Says, my spine needs one of those standing desks now. I don't stand as much as I should with it. If you are someone who is at a desk a lot, I will say it's worth the investment, because when I stand, I feel better at the end of the day. So, Munchall, thanks for the 2. Says, love it as always, man. Can't wait for the main event. Thank you. Thank you, Hasco. Thank you, Spec Frog. The amount that I get from primes is dependent on where you're from, but primes are still, it's still money towards the streamer that you're not paying. But yeah, it's not near as much as it was back in the day. But, you know, a lot has changed. Still, I mean, the platform has grown a lot. There's a lot more people watching, and I think the 70-30 split from Twitch is the big sign from them that they do actually somewhat care about people who are doing this for careers. Not everyone has that, though, which sucks, but... So, yeah, Ganji qualifies. We got 2 more names to qualify. Sobek and Mihai are going to be next. We are going to talk to Dave about this here in a moment, guys. But if you have questions about the main event or Hidden Cup, feel free to ask. Evelyn T90 says, you ignored me on Facebook, but now I'm here. Evelyn, go back to Facebook. So on Facebook, there were bots, and like there wasn't really a lot of easy moderation on Facebook. And there was this, I thought it was a bot, but I came to the conclusion maybe it was actually a real person. There was this lady named Evelyn who would be very like, I don't know. It was weird. The sentences didn't always make sense, which is why it was confusing. But it was like, ooh, baby, how are you doing? Nice to hear your voice again. And then it was awkward. But I thought it was a bot. But usually bots get you to like click a link or something. So, anyways, long story short, Evelyn kind of became a meme because I was always like, Evelyn, calm down. And then my first day back on Twitch, someone was named Evelyn in chat. So I don't think it's the same person, though. And I don't think it's the same person. It doesn't feel the same. Evelyn and I got to know each other really well. I know Evelyn. This is Hidden Cup Evelyn, not the real Evelyn. T90, can you explain how bans work? Yeah, so in this, every draft is different, but the way this ban is structured, you get 3 bans on both sides before any picks. So that's the simplified way to look at it. 3 bans before any picks. I can actually, if you really want to just, I'll give you 10 more seconds to really know how this works, which I know you guys don't see all the time. So here's a look at the civs, for example. So this is the order. See this? So it's showing the order. So it's bans, and then they both get a hidden pick, and then it's back and forth with picks. So every draft is different depending on the tournament you're watching. Our draft obviously is structured as that. It may be slightly different for the main event. And we'll that info is not public yet, okay? How did the seeding work for the second quali? The second quali is everyone who made it to the deciders and lost going up against each other. That's simple. You can look at Liquipedia for that. There's a link someone can put in chat. You could just watch that. See how it goes. All right, we're going to get Dave in here. Audio should be good with Dave because we cast all the time. Looking forward to casting with him. Sobek against Mihai. We'll close out this qualifier in the right way. Casting with Dave the final 2 sets. Yet again, because I'm casting with somebody, I can't always say thanks for the subs and support. It means a lot. Thank you. This is the highest sub count I've seen in years. So, thank you guys. I tried to say hello in French last time. I'm not going to this time. Hello.
You didn't try and say hello. I said hello in French last time.
Oh, true. I just said hello, didn't I?
I can say hello in American.
Do I want to hear this?
Happy Super Bowl Sunday, brother.
Okay, yeah.
Is it going to be the other team or the Kansas City Taylor Swifts?
I like that. Can we just do Super Bowl commentary instead?
We all know the Chiefs are going to win because she's involved with one of their players. So it's not even worth talking about.
Yeah,
it
true.
is. It actually is, bro.
But Sobek and
It is.
Mihai, on the other hand, not rigged.
Is rigged. Oh.
Oh, no, it's not rigged. Okay, nothing's
Okay.
rigged. Well, we have time to talk about it because they haven't launched yet. Dude, this is a fun one. You've got Sobek, who's an underdog story, who in like the final 2 rounds, people thought Miguel would maybe beat him. People thought Valis would beat him. So he's been the underdog. And then you have Mihai, who's an who's like, in most other sets, was the underdog at times, but it's been getting really good. So you got like Sobek, who's an underdog, but like way older. He's like 28, 29, 30, something like that. Mihai, who's this next generation, who is looking to prove himself. And I think he's like 20 or something. So very fun storylines, and will be huge. The biggest moment in both careers, if for whoever wins this one.
Also, Mihai tried to go full-time. He tried to make it as a full-time streamer. Didn't work out for him. Kind of took a step back from it. And suddenly, look where he is. Same thing happened with Jordan at NAC. Maybe like a little bit less stress levels. And all the gameplay being involved in your work helps a little bit. And if he goes through to Hidden Cup, that's a massive accomplishment for him.
Agreed. And I felt like, so obviously both of these guys lost their best of 7s on Friday or Saturday. But I felt like that Vinch Mihai series, Mihai played incredible. Like, Vinch should have never won the first game. And the scoreline was 4-2 in the end. That could have easily gone to 7 games. So he was against peak Vinchester. I'd never seen Vinchester's micro that good, honestly. And we go back with Vinch. You remember the scorpion plumed thing that I do. So if Mihai did that, I think Mihai is the big favorite here today. And I think in Hidden Cup, he can do some big things.
I think Vinch's micro is good, but I disagree.
You disagree? You're like, there's too many highlights.
You were skewed by the fact that was the first game you cast on the new patch.
Oh, that's fair, dude. That's
Yeah,
fair.
because I was watching it too, going, "Oh my god, this is amazing," and then I had to remind myself, "This is what we used to watch all the time."
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, the new patch has helped so much to actually see units move properly again. It's helped with players' decision makings. We've seen more crossbows on the last like couple days than we saw in the first couple weeks. So big series here. Gonna get our scoreboard set up and everything here, man. But goes without saying, happy to be casting this one with you and finish up the qualities together. Big best of 7 here. Sobek and Mihai. Winner here moves into the main event of Hidden Cup 5. And man, oh man, am I excited for this one. I love this map, and I love the civs we're seeing here. We've got the Persians, which have been picked a lot here, Dave. But then we've got the Huns from Mihai.
And I think the Huns really benefit his playstyle, right? Aggression. Just keep making units, keep using your great micro and great multitasking, and trying to apply that to Sobek, who's going to be feeling pressure himself. Mihai should be around the same expectation as Sobek. Like, I don't even know who the favorite is in this. It might be Mihai, it might be Sobek. I'm not sure, but whoever takes this first game is going to have a really big advantage, and that's not the start you want. He got 2 of the pigs, but still, that's not what you want there.
Yeah, not worth the pig heist there. I mean, I like what Mihai's done. I think that pushing deer on this map, which players do on a lot of other maps, is a little overrated, and scouting intel is important, but well, now he knows where the TC is. So maybe now that scout goes home to push deer.
Yeah. Copium. I do that all the time. I always know where my opponent's TC is. Trust me.
Oh, man. Well, Persians have that extra. They have the better start. They start with the extra food, and they start with the extra wood. Their docks are insanely tough to take down if they find your pond. So the number one strategy from the Persians is most likely to scout the pond early and try and get a dock up, because you can go 1 dock against 2 and still win a pond with the Persians. It's incredibly strong. But
the thing
risky.
about running into that TC for Mihai, Sobek can now just like comfortably go out as he signals the deer and says sorry. He says, "I'm pushing these now that you've run into my town center." If I was Mihai, I'd just be like, "I know, bro. I know where they are." But Sobek can go up for the stock and not have to care.
True.
At which on cross, like, that's an insane amount of stress levels early. Like, what if they send their scout right to where I'm docking? If I lose that Vil, I'm so far behind.
Yeah, I agree. Also, a common strategy for the Huns is to go scouts. Now your starting scout is weaker, so that will mean it's in some ways maybe less likely that we see certain builds. I mean, it really goes to say we're talking a lot about scout HP, and it really shows you just how high the level is here, that matters this much, right? The players will make the most of every little tiny engagement they can. Map-wise here, both golds and berries actually seem pretty identical in that they're on the back-ish of the map. I could see walls coming up potentially, but do you want to wall here if you're these players? On one hand, you might want to because it is the first game, but on the other hand, you got to be aggressive on cross.
I think, like, normally I say the problem with people playing Huns is they don't wall. Like, there's a syndrome with Huns where you just feel like you can never wall because your houses aren't up, and it just feels like too much of a task. I think the Huns would be much better if people did wall, and people who play with the Huns and wall do very, very well for themselves. But on a map like this, I'm going to go against that and say Huns need to play open. Huns need to be the aggressors and just keep spamming military units in the center area on the land. And then the Persians need to wall and then maybe try and get a dock up. Like, first, Sobek needs to identify exactly where Mihai is fishing and then try and get a dock over there if he can. That'd be really, really useful.
He is going to scout now, and he might encounter the pond. Now, usually you can use process of elimination. So even if you were to find this pond and not see the dock, it's very unlikely at this point that Mihai would ever be docked in the west. So they're going to know one way or another.
Oh, he's going to find it? He's going to find it right away.
And he might, I mean, if he's going to do this, Dave, he should be sending the villagers soon. So he might send a villager into the TC and right after Loom here, and send a villager towards that pond.
Send him.
I think Mihai, so Mihai saw the scout, and Mihai is scouting the shoreline, and he actually wants to wall that up. That's an interesting idea.
Ooh. That's actually really, really interesting because then the villager has to walk past his dock almost.
That's a
to
lot
get
of walling,
there.
though. Like, then you have to wall the
Yeah.
other area.
He's doing it, and he's coming forward with another villager, and Sobek's got to be like, bro, is that your Vil going to the pond on the left?
Yeah, true.
Or
Yeah.
what is he doing?
It is a builder. It doesn't necessarily tell you anything, right? You could have just built.
If
something
Sobek
before.
doesn't, like, come back here, he's going to assume that that villager is going to that pond on the left,
True.
probably. Unless he spots these walls, and then it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, he still
Remember
doesn't
when I
see
said
it.
the Huns should play open here? Well, Mihai respectfully disagrees.
Yeah. Well, it is nice at this point. Mihai's paying very close attention, I'm sure. He didn't see a Vil. And with these walls, he will know that his pond in the south is safe. And he might go up to 6, 7, 8 fishing ships, which sometimes you're hesitant to do. Sobek has scouted the shoreline, thinking he could be docked, and he doesn't see any action there. He's actually going for a barrack. Same with Mihai. So they're both going to go for some type of, like, scout play, it feels like.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, that's a weak Vil on that tree, dude.
It is, but he's just chilling. He's just chilling. Don't bring those villagers too far away. You need at least 4 there. Like, he could run in to take all your pigs.
Sobek looking around now, actually hasn't seen the gold. You need to look for that. If they're on gold, you're thinking they're going to go fire galleys or archers. Doesn't see gold. Will now go to the left side with a villager of his own to expand. And he's walling up as well. It definitely feels like... I mean, I know this map has a tendency to be aggressive, but I think these guys don't want to make any big mistakes, which you can sometimes do if you're too aggressive. And it's the first game in an important series. So very passive opening so far for both of them.
He spots the stable. So
Yeah.
confirmation there, although he saw he wasn't on gold, and he sees all 3 golds. So
Yep, true.
pretty easy to call that one out. These walls are massive. And now the next step for Sobek, I think with the scout, should be going over to the dock spot on the right, just to take a look.
Yep. And we'll see what he does on the left. He's actually making a fire galley. So I think he is thinking there's going to be a dock over there for Mihai, but Mihai has not done that. Sobek's scout sees the villager. Will think about denying the dock, but the dock is up, and Mihai's protecting everything perfectly so far with the spearman.
Great
So-
scouting from Sobek, though.
Yeah.
Really, really lots of information, right? He knows about the walls. He knows about the double dock. He knows about the stable. There's really nothing more you could ask for. He's basically got an entire view onto what his enemy's game plan is. And he even knows the dock timing on the right. Like, he saw that dock going up.
That's a fair
So
point.
there's no fish over there.
Look at this strategy from Mihai. His teammate Dark did this in the early rounds. He's the only player I saw do this. He's building palisades in spaced out areas so docks can never be placed here.
I love that, dude. I used to do that on Houseboat whenever I would play somebody.
It's super
And I
smart.
thought they would forward dock me. I would just put palisades down, yeah.
Yeah, I think like 2 more palisades, and then there's no way for Sobek to be able to fit a dock there. New meta here from Mihai. Again, I've only seen this one other time the entire qualifier, and it was from Dark, who's also on Team Fox.
The problem with this is that you're busy with other things, right? So you like miss shift Q something, or you're missing one little tile.
Yeah.
And suddenly they can put a dock down. Like, he can put a dock down there if he wants to come over.
Yeah, that one tile there is still missing. We'll see if Mihai notices it. Mihai has been happy to just chill and make sure he's not broken here. He's got 2 pawns. Sobek has 2 pawns, but the fishing count for Mihai is higher. He's got 11 with 2 more on the way, not to mention the scouts. And I think for the Huns, you always want cav archers in this matchup and very frequently on cross. But in order to get there, you need to stay alive. And that it can be such a big deal, such a difficult thing because they don't wall and they don't have houses.
Let
But
these
Mihai
scouts
has
out.
walled up.
Nice.
Dang. Really like how Mihai's played this so far.
A lot of people don't wall with the Huns. They feel like it's not too easy. Mihai disagrees, and now he's going to have a fully walled base, 2 fully walled ponds, and he can fish boom, and he doesn't have to make houses. So all of his fishing production, TC production, as long as he has the resources, will never be stalled out.
Is there a
and
hole
that's,
there?
That's an insane advantage.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Oh,
There's a hole. No, Sobek.
Bro.
Oh.
What on earth is that? That's just a pathway. That's a highway.
I mean, if you just glance at it,
when you're busy, you might think that that's walled. I'm not even sure how that happens. Like, maybe there was a tree there or something. But he does lose a villager, and with his opponent already being fully walled, this is not going to feel great. But I think he will be able to damage control from this. He's got the archers there. He's got some scouts. Mihai's got some weak units here. I think in the end, Mihai won't do much more.
So if the Hunts play into Cav Archers, and I know that one guy is going to love this, is there a world where the Persians play into Cav Archers also, or are you just playing Knights?
I mean, the food eco is going to be so good with all these fish.
Yeah,
I
it's probably
think
Knights and Camels.
Knights and Camels with Scorpions is probably the better play. Interesting engagement here for Mihai. He takes the fight. Did have Bloodlines in, which is probably why he did it, but he will lose everything here. So that was a little
Yeah, that was a
wasteful.
great clear up there from Sobek. Really, really solid. He has one scout still left over, which is huge. Can use that to spot any forwards or anything like that. He gets the wall up, and now those walls are placed properly this time. And, well, he's not too far behind to the Castle Age, just 40 seconds.
Look at the food income for both
it's
players
insane.
right now. Like,
Yeah,
this
it's
is actually an argument. So what I like about the Cav Archers is that you can go immediate 3 TC boom and have the food to make vills forever because you're not spending any food on your army.
I think you have to go hybrid, dude. I think you have to go Cav Archers with a few Knights in front. You already have Bloodlines, maybe get the armor. You're going to float so much food. Even if you have 3 TCs, you're already almost up at 1,000 food.
Yeah. Crazy food eco. Now, eventually, players will have to fish trap if they want these fishing ships to still work. But it is 2 pawns for both, and we do have the TC here for Mihai. And this scout from Sobek's like, what are you doing in there, bro? What are you doing?
What's going on?
Ooh, Sobek is reading this. Sobek's going to start making skirms at home. He's waiting for Cav Archers. Yeah, he definitely knows. That gate tells you that it's not going to be Knights. Cav Archers are definitely going to come from that gate at some point.
The problem with skirms here, though, is if Mihai goes for that hybrid approach, like Camels would have been a better approach for Sobek, right?
Yeah,
but I guess he is fully walled, so he's just worried about range units breaking through. He's going to go 3 TC, and Persian TCs are insane.
Yeah, I think another thing that I've noticed is, and the Persians' low win rate has made me think about this more and more, is it's really hard to boom on 3Ts effectively, or like perfectly with Persians, and also make Knights and Camels, because you need so much food. Whereas like just some skirms sitting behind the wall, that can hold for now, and give you time to add plenty of farms, where later on in the game, maybe you can add the Knights and the Camels.
But it's double layer palisade walling everything, which is nice. It's great.
Yep. A really nice play. Res collected is higher for Sobek. But you know, right now, just a 3 TC boom game. So now we have to ask, which civ is better in late game here? Huns or Persians? Is there one that's better?
I think I like the Cav Archer mass from Huns.
Yeah.
I mean, Savar is great. Don't get me wrong. If you have the resources. But I think the Cav Archers are going to control this middle area. And look at where a lot of those golds are from Sobek.
Yeah.
And
very
the relics as well. Like, it's going to be tough to get the amount of gold that you need to spam out the Savar.
True. With these walls, there is that extra gold spot, which Mihai's going to TC. He has protected a neutral gold, too. Like, he's walled pretty much to the edge of the map at various points, and Sobek just walled to his pond. And first villager down, or sorry, I guess second villager down for Sobek on the wood line. But again, he does have the skirms. I actually think he's got to be careful moving out too far with skirms. I think for now he could, in theory, just sit in his walls and use the skirms to defend all the same from these Cav Archers.
I don't know why Mihai just didn't even make one knight.
Yeah, true. Well, he's going to go for siege, which I also like. But one knight here would do so much more damage.
It stops the skirms coming across. It stops any scorpions or anything if they're getting out of position, right?
Yeah.
It can stop a villager coming forward for a siege workshop if he wants to go for that approach for some reason. Like, one knight gives him so much value.
Look at this farming eco right now for Sobek. He's really used this time
Nice.
to transition into those farms. He's got 30 on food. The skirms have to be careful here. There is a mangonel coming forward, and Sobek was looking to see what was happening there for Mihai, and he lost the scouts before he saw the siege. So I don't think he knows there's a mangonel coming, and Mihai's trying to keep him here right now with some beautiful micro.
He hasn't even taken a single hit
Yeah.
on the Cav Archers. Wow. Really, really solid stuff here from Mihai. And maybe he's like, I don't need a knight. Micro's back on the menu. I can just dodge every shot now. No regrouping.
Oh, man. Attack rounds. Hits.
Ooh, big shot.
And he's going to get another one, and the Cav Archers can clean up the rest. So Mihai's composition here. Mangonel Cav Archer working out, and now we see Siege Workshop and a stable from Sobek. So yeah, now Sobek's like, okay, we need more. Because losing those skirms was not so good for him. He drops University, maybe thinking about Ballistics. So he's going to try and do like everything, basically. But you only have so many resources to work with right now.
Well, I mean, the farm eco is going to be so huge here. And I noticed that when I was watching Sobek before, he's usually really, really quick to like 30, 40 farms, regardless of what map or Civ matchup he's playing up against. And Mihai, well, he is just adding the farms now, and he's going to need to add a lot of fish traps too. So that's a lot of wood expense for him.
Hey, he seems happy enough to take some of these fights with the CA against the skirms, thinking he has the numbers, but skirmishers are just wood and food. And this is something that Sobek's going to have a lot of. I think if a knight actually would be created now by Sobek, he could maybe take the siege, but who needs that when he just takes out the siege with his own siege? And last couple minutes, we've seen a couple Cav Archers go down. Ballistics is now in for Sobek. It's not for Mihai, and Mihai might be trapped here almost.
Yeah, he's going to have to run over to the left side there. Monk also bringing in a Relic here for Sobek, so while he has an opportunity, he's going to take advantage of it. And it's just a very slow, deliberate play for Sobek. And now Mihai against Ballistic Skirmishers with that +2 armor is going to lose some numbers, I think.
Yep, he will. Now he's gonna take the fight because it's low numbers, but still the Cav Archers have to back away. And if you don't know a lot about Sobek and Mihai, really, I think the core difference that I would have said between these two is Mihai has the potential for aggression. And here in this game, he has really shown, he's maybe learning, because I don't think they played each other that frequently, that Sobek loves a boomy game. He loves a macro game. But what he's not a fan of is those crazy messy games where the map's completely open. So with this time, man, his eco is flying behind this. And now he's going to try a mix of camels and skirmishers like we thought he might do.
Cav Archer mass is still at 21. And the Civ matchup, when you look at it late, you never answered that. Which Civ do you like better? Do you like the Cav Archers from the Huns, or do you like the full spread from the Persians?
I think if it's an even game, I have to go Persians because of the Savar.
Yeah.
But I actually think Huns, like early imp, Persians, the later it goes, Huns, because I think that they can keep that Cav Archer mass. Having Bracer and everything could be really strong. But I don't actually think there's that big of a difference. I really think that it's quite close, and we're already seeing that here. I mean, this has been the dream start to this series. Winner moves into Hidden Cup 5 main event. Loser is out. So this will be a painful loss for whoever loses this series.
Mihai has still not made a single night.
Yeah, true.
Kind of crazy. And I think there might be a hole somewhere. Why was that guy mining stone on the opposite side?
He might have walked around at one
Maybe.
point, and we missed that. Man, one relic for both players. Skirms here in position, getting another kill. They need to back away. If this was the old patch, we'd be a lot more nervous for Sobek because the units
well, the
would
Skirms
regroup.
wouldn't be there anymore. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. None of these units would be here anymore.
Yeah. I like even the healing here from Sobek. I like how he's sitting on the hill. He seems very scared to move against that hill from Mihai.
Oh,
This is like
great job from Mihai to stonewall this, because the Knights are coming.
Yeah,
and if
true.
the Knights make it in, you could have so many problems. Your Cav Archer mass needs to go back, right? That's a giant headache. Let's see if Sobek gets the Mangonel shots here. He's going to try for one. He gets one, but 1 for 1.
Yeah, monks might get conversions. Man, this feels like two like fighters with crazy careers just like squaring off in the first round, right? Like they don't want to take any risks. They don't want to waste too much energy, but it's building up towards a big conclusion possibly. I love the army count for Sobek. It's insanely high. The upgrades are great as well. He needs to force a fight here as Mihai is on the way to Imp, and I do not see how Mihai can win this fight. Sobek's got so much army here.
No, Mihai needs to play defensively, and he needed that shot on the skirms too. He's backing up with the Cav Archers to the town center. So the Knights and the Camels can't really go deeper than that. But he's going to be inside of his base when he reaches Imperial Age.
Yeah.
Sobek has done a great job just ramping up production. It was so little, right? He's getting his eco set up, and then suddenly he just flipped the switch, and he was up at 40 military there for that engagement. So really good job from him.
Yeah, I like it. He didn't find that much reward for the aggression, I will say. Like, he killed some CA, but he hasn't killed many Vills. He hasn't taken much of the map away from Mihai. So that is something that Sobek might want more of, is a little bit more map control, and that's what that castle's going to do for him. Actually, seems like he might be... No, he does click up to Imp behind this. But good call out earlier. The stone wall from Mihai next to the barracks is really important. Otherwise, army would have been right through.
If even like 4 knights got in during the middle of that fight, it would have been brutal, right? There's no pikemen or monks or anything to defend here from Mihai. It's just cav archers. And if you have any raiding army in the back, all of your main army needs to come back to deal with that, which you just can't afford at the moment.
You know what's great for range units and not for melee units? Choke points, walls, right? How Mihai has set up his base here is so good for the cav archer play. And Persians lacking fully upgraded skirms, that can be problematic here if heavy cav archer upgrade comes in. And Mihai has basically said, screw any units out of my stables this game. Just forget about it. Like, beyond the scouts, we haven't seen a single knight, to my knowledge. And he's just going for all the cav archer upgrades.
Mihai needs to check this wall on the left, because when those knights get in, it's going to be a disaster. And I don't even mind Sobek not repairing this castle at all. He might choose to do that.
Yeah.
But the knights are in. That castle is buying himself time to get to Imperial Age, and I really like Sobek's position here.
I do too.
I really, really like it, because Mihai is all alone with that army. He doesn't have anything to support it until that castle goes down. And now suddenly there's a hole on the other side of his base. He has to worry about that.
Mihai went forward, though. Mihai went forward. And look at the reward for this. He's going to kill villagers everywhere.
Oh my
the
God.
stone and
Oh
gold
my
all
God.
exposed for Sobek. Beautiful find here for Mihai.
Really, really solid job. I think unexpected, too. Sobek he thought he would just defend near the Trebs, right? Or maybe deal with the other knights. Another knight army looking to come through on the right side, too, into Mihai's base.
I love what Sobek has tried to do here, because he knows the cav archers have to be all in one spot, and if they're all in one spot, they're tough to kill. So he's trying to find different areas for damage. But honestly, man, like, look at the army count. Sobek has lost most of his skirms, most of his knights, most of his camels. There's 40 Hun cav archers here for Mihai, and they're just killing everything.
But, oh, there are some cav archers in defense. Okay, I thought he didn't have any. He does have some to deal with those knights. They killed a bunch of villagers. And Sobek still has the villager lead here, as Mihai will just kind of hang out near that gold. But that's a really, really brutal position for the gold and the stones to be for Sobek, with the cav archers just kind of roaming around.
It's crazy. Hun cav archers are so cheap. You save so many resources on them. And this is up against the Civ that does not have the full upgrades on the skirms. Mihai dropped the stone gates next to his monastery here, just in case Cav would dive for the Trebs. He's likely to take this castle out now. And now, once you're maxed out on CA, Dave, and you know your opponent might go skirms, now is when you think about, like, Halp or Hussa or something in combination.
Sobek's food eco is kind of unreal. He was up at 60 on food at one point.
Yeah.
Before the garrisons came in. He's got the camels now. He's got the full armor, but doesn't really have any units to raid anymore. And suddenly, Mihai... 5 Trebs. That cav archer raid just opened up so many possibilities for him. That was a great job to come forward with that.
Yep, now that Treb from Sobek. Like, Sobek clearly wanted to hold this hill. He had stone before. He never dropped another castle because he felt like if he lost this position, he could lose the game, and he's going to lose his Treb. He does take a really nice fight against the CA, but the problem for camels would be there's not enough of them. There's just simply not enough. There's just cav archers everywhere.
I think the best thing Mihai has done this game is double walling, making sure there's no gaps. Even when there is a hole or a hole is made by Sobek, replacing it with stone walls.
Yep.
Like, he doesn't want to be distracted. He just wants to focus everything into these cav archers. Like you said, you're playing archers, you want choke points. That's exactly what he's given himself, because Sobek can't find a way to distract him.
He also had a lot of patience in Castle Age. It looked so good for Sobek. He just fell back. He timed his defensive castle nicely. Mihai has made every move look so calculated this game.
Trebs.
Uh-oh. No, don't lose the Trebs here, Mihai. He's microing the cav archers.
Trebs, dude. It's only camels, but still. Trebs.
I think it's still kind of worth it. He hasn't lost any cav archers. His castle will go up. The TC went down. The camels can't even take all the trebs. Sobek's pop is insane, but it's mostly eco. He's got 154 eco. He just can't compete with this many CA right now.
Yeah, he didn't even get the last one. His entire camel army is gone in exchange for 3 trebs, and that's a GG. Well played from Mihai there. I really thought Sobek's eco was going to snowball and the raids would get in. And they only got in a little bit on the sides because Mihai did such a great job walling. Also, that run forward to the gold and the stone from Sobek, like Sobek had nothing there to defend that. Even a town center there would have been huge, but he had nothing.
So a lot of people are saying another loss for Persians. Persians have been picked a lot, played a lot. I think they're a good civ. But another win for Huns on Cross. I'll have people tell me, but I believe Huns are 4-0 now on Cross, undefeated. Have not lost a game yet, and it's always CA. Just big, massive cav archers. It feels like the problem for Sobek, he had the food eco, but everything he was making cost food. The skirms cost food, and then you need the upgrades, which is tons of food. The camels cost food. That's also lots of food into the upgrades too. So, I mean, if you could just make one unit, it simplifies your game. It makes it easier to control them. You don't have to focus on other things. And that's precisely what Mihai was able to get away with here. He made it look really easy.
I think Sobek should have just gone knights or camels opening right away instead of the skirms.
He definitely couldn't decide. Yeah, he definitely couldn't decide. I think the map control that he gained himself in late Castle Age, if he had that in early Castle Age, that could have changed things too.
Suddenly he's pressuring all of it. Like there's 50 tiles of palisade wall over on the left.
Yep.
I don't care if it's double palisade walled. Like if you have +2 knights working away on all of that, you're going to get in. And then the cav archers can't do anything to your home base because they're going to be busy putting out fires at home themselves. So I think that mobility really needs to be used, the pressure from Sobek. But I mean, not taking away from Mihai. He played amazing. And like I said, the most impressive thing was just plugging all the gaps, making sure that he had full focus in the middle and there was no distractions.
And even just like the little palisade thing was so cool.
Yeah.
Like how many times do we see villagers exposed and get picked off by scouts? He defended from the scouts. It was a very clean game for Mihai. And again, Mihai's 20 years old. He is committed a lot to the game over the last couple years. No one in this qualifier is new, but Mihai is newer. He's that next generation feel. And this would be huge for him, man. Up 1-0, but Sobek's going to have to switch it up. I would love to see Sobek just go for a map that suits his boomy style or his tendency for messiness. You've got Mudflow, and then you've got Slopes and Gold Rush for his home maps. I mean, all these maps will probably need to be played, but I would go... After the way Mihai played that with the walls, I'd be like, all right, kid, we're going to Mudflow.
So you're putting yourself in Sobek's shoes?
If I'm in Sobek's shoes,
okay.
After seeing
well,
that,
you said kid, so I just assumed.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know what age you consider a 20-year-old a kid.
Dude, I still call people kid my own age.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
it's a compliment. But so far, they haven't selected the map in the lobby. We haven't heard anything yet. In terms of draft priority, it was Persian's third pick there for Sobek. And Huns were a very late pick, which is really nice for Mihai. I just can't figure out. I mean, even when the set should be closer, we're seeing Persians lose. It's fascinating how high they're being drafted and how much they're struggling.
Well, if you think about it, right? They got a little buff. They got the gold from their cavalry with that buff that they received, which was nice. And they got the working percentage back. And that the combination of those two things really, really like move them up the tier list for people.
True.
But then the gold got removed, and suddenly, I mean, on average, they're only going to be one villager ahead.
Yep.
Heading into Feudal Age. So are they really that good with their limited tech tree? I'm not sure.
I also wonder if, like, I feel like Persians are consistently running into matchups that are bad for them, and like rare matchups that are bad for them.
Well, because most of the matchups, I'm going to drop a bomb here. Most of the matchups in terms of technology trees are bad for them. like if you think about it, most of them aren't very good, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Japanese and Huns are the two that I was thinking of. But yeah, you are right. I guess if you go down the list, there could be other matches.
Malians also.
Yeah, Malians
right?
is the other one. Yep.
And and you think about civs that are going to be played on those hybrid style maps. Very popular, all of those.
That's fair. Well, when I saw when we selected Mudflow again for this map pool, I thought we were going to see Mule Cart Fest. I did not think it was going to be like Chinese, Khmer right away. I was like Armenians, Georgians, Mule Cart Fest because of the wood. And we're going to have Georgians for Mihai. A good choice.
Doubt's not in the qualifiers, so you just wait till the main event, man. You just wait till the main event. You'll get to see your mule carts.
Dude, we are going to see... So this map that I will... we're going to have 2 brand new maps never played before in the main event, and we've obviously spent many weeks working on them.
Yeah.
One of them could have some interesting strategic things with mule carts. I think Doubt is going to be licking his lips when he sees the map. He's going to be like, ooh, so many possibilities.
When are the maps announced? Later today?
Yeah, at end of stream, I have a little video prepped, and then they'll be free either this evening or tomorrow, and players are good to go and kind of practice and train if they wish to. So should be fun.
Okay, game 2.
Yeah, game 2. And we have the Georgians for Mihai. Mihai won the first game, playing very defensive. Now it's time for him to show us he can play a little bit more aggressive. I know both these players have it in them, and I expect it. But yeah, the mule cart is the main thing here. Because the wood is so awkward to take, and because the middle is so vulnerable with the water land terrain, mule carting might be the way to go to have safe wood here, Dave. So I like the Georgians pick.
Does he know that you can explore with that? Okay, good. It's kind of been sitting there for a while, you know, and especially on a map like this where people come forward early and take your water buffalo, it might be worth to explore with that. And it looks like one water buffalo is already gonna be leaving.
Yeah. I thought we would see a lot of this, so week 2 of the quali, we instantly decided to move the elephants to the back because there's no deer, so players are not going to push deer, and the water buffaloes you find right away. There's only 4 of them. So a good decision, I think, to go forward if you're any player, just to see if you can find anything. Also, just knowing where your opponent is, because sometimes it is a little bit more awkward, and Sobek can already tell based on the gold and based on the hill there that the enemy TC must be there.
Man, losing that 150 food is so brutal. It really is, especially with Georgians, where you're already minus food because of the mule cart at the beginning, right?
Yeah, I agree.
It's really, really tough. And the transition onto other food sources is going to be tough too. You can't collect berries to the mule cart, if anyone's wondering. So just sending it out to the berries won't work. You're going to need to make a mill for that, which means more investment. And yeah, it's tough.
Also, and I'm sure these players are more used to it than I am, but even though the mule cart has the potential to move around and add to efficiency, you have to be involved in that whole process as a player. And I think you're still going to end up seeing situations where you're chopping through the wood rather quickly and things get inefficient because Mihai might be distracted. So I can understand why you pick the Georgians here to maybe use the outer wood and not take as many risks, but it does make you work a bit harder as a player in some ways.
Yeah, we need like a comprehensive video on how to effectively manage the mule cart, because I know you can like select it and left click a tree or whatever, but can you like shift left click trees or right click trees? I don't know. I haven't taken the time. I just still have muscle memory from lumber camps, which means I add mule carts right in front of another mule cart.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that's the biggest thing is rewiring your brain because we are used to just building a new one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like some players, it's really funny. We might actually see it in the next series.
Oh, like Hart?
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Mule carts? Yeah.
Dude, Hart will have 100 mule carts at the end of the game with Georgians or Armenians because he's just building new ones. But other players are actually moving them around. So it is kind of funny to see that because it's so fresh.
All right, Feudal Age on the way. 17 population for Mihai with no loom.
That is really fast. Yeah, no loom is also interesting, but I guess at this point you're always expecting it to be a scout rush, and you're not expecting there to be men-at-arms. Still could lead to a villager getting picked off if there's one on its own, but he hasn't done that yet. And Sobek, on the other side, we haven't talked about the Japanese. Cheap lumber camps, cheap mills. Huge for this map. And also, very frequently, you're going to want spearmen out because there will be scouts. And Japanese infantry attack faster. So I think Japanese are a great civilization here.
Also, late game. They have potential, right? Like towers. I've seen a lot of towers on late game on this map.
True.
To lock down different parts of the map. And I've seen Yasuma, I think, a couple times already throughout this qualifiers. So it does have potential as Mihai now adds the barracks. He's probably going to go into scouts and will have Loom queued up immediately after feudal. So I think before Sobek gets that feudal age scout, Mihai's villagers are going to be protected.
Sobek is thinking that he's fast here at 19 pop.
No, you slow, son. He's like 26. He's old.
I'm not sure if he's going to like that notification there on screen. 7:36 feudal age time here. But we'll see if any corners were cut. We'll see if the eco upgrades can still come in here for Mihai. This does mean your eco is a little bit more fragile. So far, it looks pretty smooth. He builds the stable as we all expected. And the question that everyone wants to know, or what everyone has to ask on Mudflow, is when do you make
Demo?
the dock?
Yeah. And I want to see someone. I mentioned it the other day as, Mihai actually finds a really annoying potential villager pick on the barracks. Not going to be able to get it. Great job from Sobek. Like I said, I want to see the side dock from somebody.
Yeah.
I don't want to see the front dock. I want to see like the dock way out into the middle of nowhere that no one's going to spot and they're not ready for the demo to show up.
Yeah, I would like that too. Obviously, in this case, the Georgians may never go to the middle because of the mule cart. I'm still going to keep a very close eye on that and see if he's clicking them around. But yeah, I'm with you.
That is something you could do with Georgians, like wall up, like Mihai's doing, and then a dock way over on the right side.
Oh, true.
And-
Make them
and
think that you're
then-
just stuck inside your walls.
Exactly. And you don't have, usually you're using the dock to protect your wood choppers. You don't have anything to protect there. It's purely offensive. Or you could mass up galleys too in a sneaky dock. Even just 3 galleys controls this middle area so well. It's insane.
I mean, the unit that everyone wants to talk about when it comes to unique units right now is the Manaspa. Is the Manaspa broken? Are the Georgians OP? It feels like the Manaspa is probably broken, but the Georgians are underpowered in other ways, right? It's weird. And if you wall up, you can take this stone. And you can actually use the mule cart for that while you're taking wood as well. So
Yep.
full wall is very rare on this map. And with full walls down, Mihai would be feeling very comfortable.
We're going to have to start counting trees, though, if he's just sitting back here in a corner. There's not that many. There's enough for the early game, but I'm only spotting like maybe 6K wood back there.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Stark do it. He would just build TCs on the wood and the gold on the outside and never take the middle. I think that was a big part of what happened in his game against Dogao that I know you covered, where Dogao was like, I have 2 castles in the middle. How can he win? And Stark still found enough resources on the outside. And the outside ended up winning him the game. But here comes a counterattack from Sobek. Sobek has probably played a dozen or so Mudflow games, maybe more, in all his trainings and whatnot. And I would be very surprised if he ever faced a full wall in any of those games.
Maybe. I don't know who his training partner was.
Yeah.
Or partners.
Yeah, maybe was training with Stark, actually. So maybe Stark could have gone full wall.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. I haven't spoken to him specifically about who he trained with or anything. But that is a full freaking wall here from Mihai. That is a theme so far from him, isn't it?
It is. And maybe that's something he's identified he needs to do against Sobek. Or maybe this is just like comfortable gameplay for him, right? Once you're fully walled, then you can fully focus on the aggression.
Yep.
Don't have to worry about yourself, which is excellent. And he's found himself potentially a villager pick. Spearman all over the place, though. Great defense from Sobek.
So we see a fire galley right now for Sobek, and there's no benefit. I mean, I don't hate it. It could still protect your resources, and eventually the middle will become important. But Sobek just realized now his opponent is fully walled, and it's not a good feeling.
I want to
have
see
play
this
defense.
strat, the Mihai strat from Armenians, and then someone makes galleys off to the side.
Ooh, true.
I feel like you can still use the mule cart stuff, right? To take your wood behind. You can go for the full walls. You could even open scouts as well with them, even though they're not as good. And then you have the water pressure. Could be huge.
Mihai's being so patient, which must be so annoying for Sobek. He's just, give me some hits here. And you have to be careful because if your spears chase for too long, they'll move out of position. And it gives potential for the scouts to kill a villager here.
And these scouts are healing over time, too.
Yeah. It's slow and
very
feudal age,
slowly,
but it is something.
It adds up.
Dave, I think we're going to see... I don't think we're going to see Manaspa. I think Manaspa, it would be a smart play. I think the big brain play here is actually Cav Archers for Mihai. He won in game number 1 with Cav Archers. Georgian Cav Archers have great upgrades. They do heal up over time as well because it's Cav. We have a demo, Dave! We have a demo! No way! Sobek lands the demo, and Mihai can't help but laugh at it.
An 11. Dude, I was busy watching Sobek Scout die to a spearman, and then the demo comes out of nowhere. I've disappointed everybody. I caught the tail end of that when they all died.
It's okay.
Damn.
You were the one who believed in the demo before the players did, right? You made that happen.
Yep.
Wow. Well, okay, scouts aren't annoying anymore, but seriously, you've got walls. Your opponent has defensive spears. I would love to see archer ranges from Mihai as he heads towards Castle Age.
Castle Age, not too far away for Sobek either, but very open. Like, actually amazing that Sobek hasn't taken this opportunity now after killing those scouts to wall. You should wall.
Yeah.
Here, and that's exactly what he's doing on the left side. You can wall to the wood line, wall to your dock there, and like the options for Mihai are going to be very limited, right? He's either going into Manaspa, he's going Cav Archers, or he's going like Knights or Light Cav. It's all going to focus around that mobility. If you can limit that mobility, you're going to be in a way better position.
Yep. Market, it's not a bad sign. Sometimes it is when players are using the market to get up, but this still is a good economy here for Sobek. He just needs a little bit of help, and I think when the games gets messy, you're going to want that market anyways. But still, big question marks on what the plan is here for Mihai. Is he going to 3TC boom back here? Just behind these walls where there's so little wood?
He's chilling, man.
Yeah, seriously. I feel like 2 ranged Cav Archers could harass the wood line on the water. It could get in, kill the spearman on the other base. I guess he doesn't have vision on the fact it's not walled yet, but very passive play from Mihai, who clearly feels like if this goes late game against this player, that he is in the better position.
Archer range here for Sobek. Might be Cav Archers for him. Who knows?
Yeah, feels like a good timing for Cav Archers. Castle Age comes in, and the 4 daring villagers that left the safety of home are going to build a TC, and then in the south we have another TC. Wow, dude, we have not seen games like this. Full walls, big 3 TC boom here from Mihai on a map that normally has like 20 or 30 units killed before players reach Castle Age.
The problem with having your eco spread out like this, you're going to have to make a lot of fortified churches if you're Mihai.
Oh, true.
You need one over on the right. You need one in the south. You need one over on the left. You need another one up near that TC. That's a big investment, man.
There's still going to be demos on the water. A knight does not get one-shotted by a demo, though. So we won't have the highlight unless there's 2 demos, and that might not be worth it. You have to be careful here if you're Sobek, and he is paying attention. He's actually rewalling that wood line.
Oh, he's been rewalling the entire time. There's another hole near the other side, though. Sobek, you just walked right through it. I know you overchopped the other one, but...
Well, it's not the end of the world. It could have lost all of these if he didn't know about it, and now the demo goes in and weakens the 2 knights.
Well, walls here. Perfect timing. Nice job.
Yeah, full walls are down. Spearmen are around. Spearmen may actually leave the walls here to poke down those knights because they won't be low HP for very long with the Georgians. It will slowly heal up, but clearly Mihai's focused on the boom here. Like, there's been a couple instances where he's run into demos. I think that's just because he's adding farms at home right now.
So 2 games like this. Dude.
Yeah.
Can I get another coffee?
Yeah, go for it if you want to. Yeah, I could save my questions, but...
All right. Listen, you need to cook up a strategy for both of these guys that I would love. And when I get back, I want to hear it, okay?
Okay. Oh, man. That's a lot of pressure. The thing is, if it's too normal, Dave doesn't like it. Like a brilliant strategy that's happened more than 5 times before, he's not a fan. It has to be unique. What about Galleon play in the Imperial Age? What do you think about that, chat? Is that good? Is that unique enough? I think it actually could be good, as we continue to think that the wood in the middle is going to be needed. Yeah, it has to involve demos, yes. I do not know.
All right, what do you got?
Galleons. That's all I've got.
Galleon! I like it.
Okay, thank God.
What about... Okay, Cav Archer's coming in. Nice. Finally, we got some action. Sobek might be able to find this monk. I don't think so. The knights are being used to block it. Maybe he can hop in the TC. Jump!
Aw. Yeah, nice job there from Mihai.
Don't head back out.
Dude, he's just teasing them. Res collected is higher for Mihai. I was going to ask you, now that you're re-energized, I'm especially interested. What do you think about the fortified churches here? Because it's still so new. I haven't really seen people build the fortified churches in their eco all the time. They normally opt for just standard eco, but...
I mean, Doubt thinks they're great.
Okay.
If you watch Doubt play with Georgians, he has a fortified church precisely every 10 tiles.
Yeah.
I think they're... Like, if you can afford it, if you're floating that res, sure. Does it make a huge difference at the end of the day? I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's a little overrated. But it does provide some protection, right? So if these Cav Archers ever get in, you have places for the villagers to hide, which isn't the worst contingency plan.
We are continuing to have a wood problem on Mihai's side here. Like, he is moving mule carts around. Give him credit. He's using his micro. Like, I would have villagers walking to trees and the mule cart left behind. But he is really running out of wood. So he's going to need middle control. And if he goes for middle control, there could be Cav Archers. There could be demos. Like, what's he going to do here? I guess he's just going to go knights, but I still don't really know what his plan is.
I mean, Tristan, look at the eco upgrades. Look at the fortified churches. Look at all of that. His economy is going to be insane.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he's insisting on taking that wood at the front when there's other wood options behind here. But when he gets that eco rolling, all it takes is like one castle position in the middle. And suddenly he's got access to all of that. And he's got an insane economy.
Yeah, that's true.
Too. And Sobek hasn't been able to disrupt this at all. It must actually be really frustrating for Sobek, right? You went up fast into scouts. You were on the back foot the entire time because he went up faster. And now you've gone Cav Archers, a raiding unit, and you haven't been able to do anything.
Yeah, it's true.
Nothing.
It's true. But I will say, Sobek's done a fantastic job tracking these 2 knights. Look at that. In the north, knows about them. Found them. He's also 3 TCs. Could be 4 for him. And Japanese Cav Archers are very strong. And Mihai continues with the greed here. And that town center, dude. That town center might be denied if Mihai isn't careful.
No, he's got monks. Sobek's got those monks living in his head rent-free.
This greed from Mihai feels like a top 5 player greed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, just like a Hera level, a Hera Viper level greed of like, I'm favorite here. Yeah, you can't break this. Go ahead and try. Crazy.
Are these the same 2 knights that have been on the field the entire time?
I think so.
And they just keep healing up over and over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Those are the knights that tanked the demo. They blocked the Cav Archer army. They ran into another Cav Archer army.
More knights
+2
coming
armors
out.
in now, by the way. So Sobek can't stand and fight this. He's going to lose this. He needs to run.
Yeah, he needs to run. And he's probably been thinking he needs to punish. So he's trying to, but for the first time in a long time, he sees more than 2 knights. And these CA need to get out of here. And he should be able to get away. He does have husbandry. He's a bit faster here. But I think you just have to accept, if you're Sobek right now, that Mihai is going to take some map control. You're not going to kill this main eco anymore.
Yep.
And it has to go late, which, again, makes me think you already have Cav Archer upgrades. Does it make sense? Add a couple extra docks. Add some war galleys, maybe. Maybe even just more demos around is more cost-effective and has more bang for your buck. But
I think it's a really tough spot for Sobek because he saw those knights. He has to add more Cav Archers now.
Yeah.
Pikemen is more of a later transition. You don't have the mobility to catch up to those. And you got to invest in the thumb ring and ballistics. But here comes Mihai. Finally, we're 30 minutes in. It was at precisely at the 30-minute mark, Tristan, that he decided to come out.
I can't.
He's going to make that castle, and he's going to have plenty of wood.
I can't
Plenty
wait.
of wood.
I can't wait till there's like 8 mule carts next to the wood now because he wants to abandon his base. I mean, again, we haven't really seen someone try this before to play this passive. He's done it solely because of the mule carts, and we are not seeing him play around the Manaspa and only the Manaspa. He might make them now, but the patience from Mihai has been extraordinary here.
And Mihai is going to take some losses before ballistics comes in, but it's only one knight, so the other ones will heal up, and that's just buying him time to place that castle down. So he's perfectly fine with that engagement over there. He knows where the cav archers are, right? On the left side, he's also got knights over here, healing up a lot of that HP, and suddenly wood access, and he almost has enough stone for another castle, too.
Wow.
Also going for stone walls on the right. Mihai has impressed me so much over these first 2 games as he clicks up to Imp, far in front of Sobek. Just the focus on the walls. Like, you see a lot of people wall, but re-walling is a huge issue. And anyone who's played the game knows that. Like, you feel like you're safe, but you're actually not.
And even just
there's
like
always a hole.
Even just the timing here, like the amount of knights he made, it seems perfect. We've seen players make too many knights, delay their Imperial Age for too long, but no. You know, he's going to get home with some of them, maybe. Cav archers from Sobek have something to say about this on the right. So we jinxed him. Oh God! Now the TC's been found, we jinxed him. Mihai's greed is actually not working, but he is on the way to Imp. Mihai, you gotta keep these villagers here. You gotta get that gold here, man.
He's got knights coming in. Should be able to get that town center up on the left.
Yeah,
There's one knight targeted for a conversion, too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he'll convert the knight. The knight will come back to his team. But nice job from Sobek over the last couple minutes to defend from these attacks. Look at him get conversions again and drop a castle on the left side.
Was that 3 conversions there? Oh, jeez. Really, really brutal. TC's at 70%.
Dave, he's got 3 knights right now. He's got 3 knights. He's making a tower.
Well, dude, he's teching into armor, bodkin, ballistics. Like, is he thinking skirm, Manaspa? I guess.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
The skirm numbers aren't there. I mean, there's none of them. He doesn't even have the archer ranges up yet.
This is what...
And the cav archers are going to get in.
This is what Sobek has been waiting for. He's like, finally, my army pays off, and your greed is getting punished. Sobek...
And there's no church over here.
Oh, man. And Mihai's clearly distracted. There's just too many things happening right here. This is brutal. Ballistics is in. All these villas are going to die. That tower's not enough. 20 villagers have gone down for Mihai over the last few minutes. And Sobek is on the way to the Imperial Age himself.
Really great job here from Sobek. You apply enough pressure, eventually you're going to crack your opponent, right?
Yep.
Skirmisher transition was attempted by Mihai, but Sobek caught him before he even had any skirms on the field.
Really
so
nice
perfect timing there. Still a lot of villagers at the back. He's going to have to shift those to the middle. And knights are now running in. Those are the converted knights to add insult to injury. However, he does have the unit now, Tristan.
The unit.
He's got it. The unit.
Yeah, so the Manaspa, you get more attack on them the more you get in the group. For every 6 units, you're getting +1 attack on the group. Plus, they've got solid armor. They produce very quickly. They're very cheap. But you do need food eco for that. And that's been a big problem here for Mihai. He does have imp armor, though. And these cav archers are important to Sobek's long-term future. He needs to have this cav archer mass. He's trying to micro down these Manaspa. These are not elite Manaspa. There's also cav archers dying to a castle in the middle. There's a lot happening right now as Sobex is doing this. And Mihai is going to clear it all up in the back of his base. And the Vil count's still even.
Yeah, and I think Mihai just had a really good couple minutes there.
Yep.
Sobek, the shoe was on the other foot, right? There was a lot happening. He clearly couldn't pay attention to all of it. The cav archer army tossed away in the middle is brutal. He was at 39 cav archers. Now he has 16.
And also,
oh man,
look who's going to struggle for wood in the middle now.
Yeah.
Sobek with some beautiful house walls there to keep those 4 villagers alive. He's going to get upgrades here and maybe be okay. But like, you know, wood income in the middle is a problem. And also, that's where the majority of the stone is on the map too, which isn't something we really talked about. The only reason this second castle was possible for Mihai was because he took stone underneath his other castle there.
You know what would be absolutely disgustingly sick for Mihai?
Heavy demo.
Ramens.
Oh, they do get Dramens. Yeah, and you don't need to research anything to unlock it, right? Just one dock, a couple Dramens mixed in with the Cav and the Skirms could be really strong. I agree.
Even underneath your castles, right? You build a forward castle, you have Dramens underneath there. It's like you have Treps. And they can shoot down all the Cav archers, too.
Look at Mihai.
Really, really
Look to this
solid.
very corner. He knows there's a castle there, and he's trying to loop around. Oh, no, he's just passing. He's just passing. He actually misses the Vils. He's going to go back for them. Sobek reacts. Sobek has built some really nice defensive castles in the corners of the map here, Dave. Knowing the Manaspa would likely go there. Impressive.
He's got wood problems, though. Just like Mihai had.
Yep.
Fortunately, he's only spending, 50 wood for lumber camps, but still running out of space. There's one Manaspa back in that back corner, and I think Mihai, if he pays attention, will realize that there's not that much wood left.
Cav Archer number is growing. That'll obviously be difficult with low numbers on wood, but it's back up to 30. The Manaspa counts down to 1. So it is purely skirms right now.
Is he saving for elite? He must be saving for elite,
Yeah, there's
right?
elite.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
And, you don't have to worry with the Manaspa because they produce so quickly that with 2 castles, you could be in a really good spot.
Cav Archer's on the right side, right as Mihai goes out for that. He's either looking for that army or looking to take that gold. He's trying to make a castle there and sees it, so won't complete that. But the skirms are on the left, dude. He's raiding with skirms.
Georgian skirms do not get the final armor upgrade, which is a big deal if these Cav Archers become fully upgraded, with heavy Cav Archer. Right there, the skirms on the right went down. Obviously, Mihai's looking to the left. He'll snipe some monks, which is nice. But he will still probably lose those skirms against the Halbs. And, I like what Mihai's trying to do with his base setup, with his castles. He's trying to go for the super late game and Manaspa with skirm. But I do feel like heavy Cav Archer and Halb is probably the better comp the more I think about it.
Mihai making that castle over on the right side. I think the problem with the heavy Cav Archer is the same problem that Mihai had last game. He managed to overcome it, but you don't want to split your forces, right?
True,
and
true.
the Manaspa, all it takes is one bad click, and suddenly you're surrounded by elite Manaspa.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're getting rolled over. It's actually some samurai as well being mixed in here, which is nice, but we have Georgian samurai.
Georgian
Used to
samurai.
have Georgian samurai.
That was the strat I should have said. Georgian samurai. Forget Galleon.
We should have Svan Towers versus Yasuma. That would be sick.
Ooh, that would be really sick. Okay, so this tech here you rarely see because Georgians normally aren't played towards late game. It's like Manaspa or bust from a lot of players. But here, we've gone to late game, and that tech means the Cav take up, I think it's 10% less population space. I actually don't know the percentage. But it is a nice tech there to allow Mihai to have more pop. It's 15% less pop space, thank you. Doesn't really have that big an impact when you just have 30 Cav. But I mean, extra pop space is extra pop space.
He should just be making samurai right now.
I think samurai could die to these Manaspa pretty quickly. He needs heavy Cav Archer. These Cav Archers still are not fully upgraded, and he has the resources here, Sobek. But he is massing Trebs, and he's going to choose a side to pressure soon. It seems like the left side is where Sobek is massing his Trebs. Once he gets 4 of them, he might make a push against the castle.
Yeah. I think Samurai actually do well against Manaspa. They do well against Latest, which are better.
Yeah.
So I think they will do... I've never seen the direct unit comparison.
Ooh,
but they're also slower. So.
Look at this line of blue bodies on the right. Sobek's trying to loop up and group up these Cav Archers, but he's lost a lot. And now there's Manaspa in the back, and Mihai, who is 3 relics behind this, who has more control of the wood and the stone in the middle, is going to start to pick Sobek apart. Crazy foresight from him to think about this in Dark Age and Feudal Age. And he's taking really good engagements. The skirms are killing most of the Halbs on the left. He's coming with a castle now. Sobek needs to use those Trebs right away.
Oh, Manaspa on the right, too. Oh, God. There's 3 separate pushes here. There's the Manaspa in the back, which you can't deal with. There's the Manaspa over on the right, which you hopefully can deal with the castle if Mihai isn't paying attention. And then there's the castle push over on the left, which might even be the least important front.
Yeah, which is fair.
Because you're losing all your eco.
And the thing is, Sobek, he's only noticed two of the three spots we pointed out. He's dealing with the one next to his
He just
starting
lost 50
TC,
pop.
but he just
He
lost 50 bills.
50 pop.
Crazy losses for him. But Mihai did lose a castle. Mihai chose the wrong side to castle push there because Sobek was saving those trebs. So that was good for Sobek. But what is never good, if you're Japanese, if you're researching light cav in late game, that tells you've run out of options. Light cav for Japanese are very weak against something like Skirmisher still.
Look at Mihai's Manaspa number, 40. Look at his food in the bank.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah, dude.
And
he's
all of
got
these
gold.
cav are taking up less population and they're healing.
Yep. They heal over time. They've got 14 plus 6 attack. They've insane damage per second. And it feels like Mihai is close to closing this one out. And this is what he wanted. He actually wanted late game against Japanese. Crazy.
Yeah, this seems over.
It's really hard to know what
Sobek
to
isn't even
suggest
in the
right
middle.
now. Yeah.
He's not even in the middle, dude. I love the stone in the middle over on the right with the 3 mule carts just kind of chilling there.
And the Skirm and the Manaspa just catching up. They're old middle school buddies catching up. They haven't seen each other in years. Oh man, Sobek gets torn apart by the Manaspa raids, but it wasn't just the Manaspa. It was the eco and the patience from Mihai this game. And he goes up 2-0 here, collected 10,000 more resources. And that is probably the most unique Georgians play that we have seen in the entire qualifier so far.
Yep, and I think it might be a little bit more popular in the main event. Like you said, it looked like classic top 5 player greed.
Yep.
You just wall up, you adapt to whatever comes your way. So far, 2 games like this where Mihai is full walled. Sobek needs to adapt at this point. Sobek needs to start piling on some aggression because he might be comfortable sitting and booming behind his own walls, but Mihai is dictating the pace of the game and booming at the same time. So,
yeah, a bit more army
really,
from
really
Sobek,
difficult.
right? We didn't see a lot of army production in game 1. We didn't see a ton of army production in game 2. And I think Sobek's now sitting here like, oh crap, because he would have thought, I want the games to be boomy against Mihai. Now, Mihai's showing him that he's actually the better player when it goes to this type of game too. So, I can't say enough about Mihai, though. When he lost to Winchester and we knew there was the backup qualifier, I just thought in my mind, he played so good. He had to be the favorite here. And he's just playing incredible. Like, it is virtually flawless play. And between him, like, his eco, his micro, his military, his patience, and then the fact that he picks yellow every game, if he makes the main event, it's going to be a really good player to have in there for people that try and guess who is who then. Oh, man. Rough for Sobek.
okay, game. Yeah, really, really rough for Sobek. Game 3, they've launched. We're in the spec delay right now. It's going to be Gold Rush.
Okay, so it is another boomy game. The Georgians aren't there, though. We've actually seen Georgians pick more on Gold Rush than any other map. So Gold Rush not being Georgians not being available might be part of the reason Sobek wants to go for Gold Rush. And he's got Spanish, and it is then Burgundians for Mihai. Whoa.
Okay, there we go. There's some aggression you can pile on with the Spanish. This might be like the turning point that Sobek needs.
So
Burgundians are tough, but Spanish with conquistadors with a forward castle could be brutal.
yeah, Spanish. I also love how well, I guess overall it's a fair mix, but I did love to see the draft from Sobek because we know how long he's been around. And he's a lot of faith in the Japanese, the Persians, the Spanish now. You don't see Spanish that frequently. He's even got Vikings on there for islands. But Mihai's picks, he's got a lot of older civilizations mixed in there as well, truthfully. Man. So I'm trying to remember Hidden Cup 4 main event. Viper never really picked yellow, right? He hid that. He would pick other colors.
Bro, I don't even remember what hero he was.
Oh, okay. Well, I do. I remember that much. Yeah. So Viper, the only time I remember him picking yellow in the main event of Hidden Cup was Hidden Cup 2, where everyone thought it was Viper. It was never picking yellow. And then he showed up game 1 in the finals and was yellow. I remember getting chills. I was like, oh, it is him.
Well, I knew because the message he dropped in the game room.
True. The
before
Chinese message. Yeah. True. But yeah, I mean, Mihai always picks yellow. Vinchester frequently picks, cycles in yellow. Leary likes to change his colors all the time. So even from like the color standpoint, if Mihai makes it in, of course, will be a fun talking point. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Mihai has just looked that good. Here he is with the Burgundians. And after the previous game, he's probably going to want to wall up and boom a little bit, as Gold Rush tends to do that. The map for Sobek is not the best for the full walls to protect the gold. The stone would be good, but he will have to work a little bit harder. These golds are
Those golds are
exposed.
horrible.
Yep.
They're horrible. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like that might be one of the worst golds I've ever seen on the left side.
AoE
That
God
is awful.
said, good luck, bud. Being down 2
Yep.
games already.
But he's playing in Spanish. So is it the worst thing ever for his Civ? Maybe not. At least he has a stone in the back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it depends on how you think it's going to play out here. You have kind of 2 options. We have seen players go for scouts, but as the games have gone up in as the players have gone up in caliber, I've seen a lot of players just full wall and play fast castles. So if there's no aggression whatsoever from Mihai, Sobek can still wall. The gold will be forward, but it's not like we're going to see archers from Mihai.
Do you think Mihai should go scouts here?
Do
Do you think you're ever going to stop that castle if Sobek really wants to get
That's
it?
a fair point. Yeah. Maybe like scouts at least puts on some level of pressure.
Yeah.
I think just based on how Mihai's played this, I think Mihai's going to full wall, dude. Like he has shown that he loves his full wall. The only thing that's making me think against that is he thinks his golds are much worse than they really are right now.
I mean, his golds are actually pretty bad. They're
Yeah.
just not as bad as Sobek. It's like they're still bad, man. That front one is awful.
Yeah.
The one over to the right is more wallable, but then you start thinking, damn, if I want to go monk defense against conks,
True.
I'm going to need that gold, and then I'm going to have to wall way far out from that to secure it at all.
I think this actually changes the whole approach of the game for both, because so frequently we've seen players go for the 3 TCs in their base. But if you're going to walk forward to TC this gold, why not just walk a little bit further and TC the middle gold? Like it's already like that's going to be exposed, and at least you're protecting more of it and have the hill. So,
It honestly could be like scout opening from both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think
Which
it makes sense.
I wouldn't hate.
And I actually think, the more I think about it, like if it's fast castle against fast castle, I think the Spanish player really struggles economically to be able to make a lot of conks and still boom.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's scouts into conquistadors, by the time you get to castle, you've got a lot of food banked up from the farms. And then it might
Yeah, you
actually
got like
be
12,
better.
13 farms. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. But for now, both players just pushing in their zebra. We do see some walling. But because Mihai doesn't see that other wood line to the north of that 3-tile gold, I don't know if he could truly envision a wall which incorporates his gold right now.
I think he'll assume there's a wood line there.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It almost feels like 21, 22 pop feudal from here. I don't know. Does he wall from the house around the 4-tile golds? It's just awkward.
21's pretty late, though.
Yeah, it's late. Walling with a Vil. Did end up getting...
Dude, do you remember when 22 pop scouts was like normal?
It was standard. Yeah, it's like, oh man, he's going 21 pop here.
Oh my god, Mongols? 20 pop scouts? Holy.
I mean, I can't even think. It's wild to just think of the things that I say dealt with as if it wasn't still amazing, but not being able to like shift queue, like to queue
Shift
up
queue.
things.
Dude, I think the biggest difference is one that we forget about a lot is the map scripting, having the sheep automatically near your TC.
Oh yeah, the maps are like this map
Like-
in 2014 is like a dream for Sobek. It's like, oh, it's
Dude,
great.
When you used to play Chinese used to be ranked so low in terms of like tournament play because half the time you would spend the first 30 seconds running in circles with your Vils looking for sheep. You never had them. Like you would go to the berries.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yep. Yeah, you just build the mill right away or like stand on the berries with your 6 Vils,
Yep.
get the food, go back.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, everything. I mean, in some ways, the game is more punishing than ever. But when it comes to the game itself and the ease of playing and the quality of life features and the map scripts, the game is also much easier in a lot of ways. So I guess you could kind of be on like either side of it. Like back in my day, losing one villager didn't kill you, you know, whereas people think that today. Or like back in my day, you know, I had to walk up 10 tiles to get my sheep, you know. But it is a wall game, and both players have done a very similar thing where they use the gold as part of their wall. So thankfully, I was a little concerned here for Sobek after seeing the map initially. I was like, oh god,
please,
this could be bad.
Please wall that edge, Sobek. Yeah, he knows about it. Okay, good.
Kind of funny, both of their scouts are in the same corner right now. I think Sobek's just going to double check. Yep, he does know that's open. So,
a corner check.
You're thinking conks? Fast Castle conks here from Sobek?
It has to be, dude. Why else are you picking Spanish here?
Yeah. It's just
There's
so
no other
expensive.
reason. I know, but there's no other reason. Why?
Yeah.
Like, unless you're trying for some like Giga Brain, play where you just actually boom with Spanish, and he's got counters ready with Burgundians, but he's probably going to scout that, and he's going to make the same things against your conks that he would make if he was booming. He's going to make monks anyway. So,
yeah, someone's mentioning some other things like back then. If you had, let's say, 20 food on your hands and you accidentally misclicked a tree.
Oh yeah,
you just lose the food.
Or,
whereas now you actually have to chop the tree to lose the food, so it gives you time to realize.
if you had people gathering sheep and you clicked onto the boar, I believe you would drop off or the food would disappear.
Yeah, I think it might have been Age of Kings.
That might have been.
I think that was fixed in Conquerors.
Kings or.
I don't know.
Dude, I have so many conflicting things.
Yeah.
The game's been changed way too many times. But I know that if you were chopping a tree and then you even clicked over once to like stone or whatever, you would just drop all your wood. Disappear into the ether.
Do you remember the bet that we made at the bar in Berlin about camels?
You'll have to be more specific.
We didn't make many bets with camels.
we've had bets at bars before.
Okay,
what
no,
was the camel.
The
bet?
one with the camel. I mean, I'm not going to remind you because I put money on it and lost. So
which bar was it?
But there was only one bar, bro. We went to the same.
the attack on the camel. Yes.
Okay.
Everyone lost that. Tato didn't realize it. Doubt didn't realize it. Nilly didn't realize it. Viper didn't know.
Well, say what you claimed and what we all didn't believe, and then we fact checked.
I said
right.
camels used to have 5 attack.
And I was
and
like,
they were
no
like,
way.
no, they've always had 6. And I'm like, remember, no one used to play camels because they were off. And everyone said, nope, they've always had 6. And we looked it up, and they had 5.
Yep.
Somebody knows how to read.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? And apparently it was Age of Kings.
No. It was forgotten that came in. So we had so many tournaments with only 5 attack camels.
What? That's wild to me.
That's
wild.
Remember,
to me.
think back to it. People never used to make camels. If they saw knights, they would make knights to counter the knights.
Yeah, but there's other reasons. There's more complexities to this. It's not.
I know, but camels sucked, dude, and they couldn't kill vills. They couldn't kill buildings. They couldn't kill anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe. I remember. I remember not seeing camels, so I'm sure it contributed.
Knights used to beat camels in a 1v1.
I mean, knights can still beat camels. You get
Yeah,
2 monks with a group of knights, and these camels are still running away.
But they used to just straight up beat them.
Yeah. Well, we got what we thought we were going to get from Sobek, and if he has any chance to qualify for the main event of Hidden Cup 5, this is it, right? If he thought the Manaspa was OP, a new unit, it's so easy for us to be like, this thing's new, it's broken raw, because we're not used to it. Fair enough. But the Spanish Conquistador has been around a long time, and this unit is so incredibly strong. This is the unit that he needs to get a win on the board here. Losing here, going down 3, would probably eliminate all hope that he could be in the main event of Hidden Cup. So
Boom comes out now as he stretches out for that first TC, and Sobek is gonna TC his. No, he's got a castle.
Castle.
Here. Yeah.
Okay,
but it's
so
not forward. Oof.
And he did the right thing as we were talking to scout out. I think he might have caught a glimpse of an extra scout. Mihai actually built his stable in the back of his base. He didn't build it on the front. So if this was a forward castle, Mihai could have maybe denied it. So I like that Sobek's playing passive. But let's say you know it's going to be Conquistadors. What do you do here if you're Mihai?
Make sure you're double walled, monks, and boom.
Yeah. monks and boom, and hope you get the conversions. Because if you're
Yep.
looking away for a second, you could lose all your monks.
Sanctity is also very important
That's true.
if you can afford it.
Yeah, extra HP could be really helpful. And now he knows his conquistadors. We also have the monastery from Sobek. So the thing is, the Burgundian player has been working with a very nice eco for some time. He had feudal age upgrades in the Dark Age, and he had the Castle Age eco upgrades in the feudal age. Doesn't have the farming tech, but still, really smooth eco for him. And he's got 3 town centers right now, so he will definitely have a villager lead. So Sobek needs to make sure that his military makes all the difference here.
I think as long as he gets those monks out to that TC on the gold, if he has like 2 in there, he can just hop in and out.
Yeah.
And try and convert the conks. It's going to be super annoying for Sobek to approach. I think he should be fine, provided that he double walls the left side or has some contingency plan for the conks getting in over there.
Yeah, I like how Sobek is bringing the scout here. That scout is the monk killer in the group.
That conk's
spearman.
never going to hit this guy. Yeah, he's just miss.
If you've never seen a conquistador before, we're not lying. They are strong. They are strong. Trust me. Believe us.
Watch this one at home. Miss. Oh, he hit.
Nah, he's
miss. Oh my God, he hit again.
How dare you
Miss.
slander the conquistador?
They only miss for me. I've had them miss half a tile away from a villager before.
I think
It's
they
disgusting.
did. Oh, I've heard your complaints. I think they have. I think that was like 2 years ago. They were really bad.
No, that's propaganda, dude. They haven't fixed anything.
Okay.
Like they missed the wolf.
Well, the wolf was moving. They don't have ballistics. You got to get away from those monks. And I was just going to say, the big thing here is you can't go in with 1 or 2 conks. You get to 6, and they just shred everything. And then
And devotion.
if half the units do miss, the other 3 are still hitting, and the other 3 are getting the kill because of so much damage. So, oh man, Sobek. I mean, I really like the start. He hasn't lost a conquistador against a monk yet, and he's still on stone, Dave. Like, he could drop a castle at some point forward on that TC if he really wants to.
He needs to be devoted, though.
Yeah, I think it might be worth it. If he sees the
Watch
monks, he
this.
will want to kill them.
Miss.
He's running away.
Oh, okay, Ran. That's probably the correct decision. The conversions were targeted before he even realized that the monks were there. So, good job from him. He's still got 6 conks, and he has 2 town centers as well. So it's not terrible. There's devotion right there. Stalls out the villager production a little bit to be able to afford that. And if he gets the castle on the gold, it'll open up all sorts of opportunities for him. We could see this villager difference just swing completely.
Yeah, I think you can place a castle that is still towards the middle, but also ranges that gold. But honestly, I think both players have played this pretty flawlessly so far. The ecos looked really good considering how they built up. It's expected the Burgundian player will have the lead. I like the amount of monks from Mihai. I like how he's staying underneath the TC. And those conks almost got a kill there. The spearman's back for more. And now he dies. And that's actually our first kill of the game right there, believe it or not.
Fervor Sanctity monks with 5 of them is so risky to push, but you just gotta kind of take the chance, miss, and well, he gets away.
Dude,
He's
that was
devoted,
close.
I
Yeah,
suppose.
Devotion really helped there. You see conversions there sometimes, but with Devotion coming in, you can have a little bit more confidence, and Mihai's booming, and he loses a monk just like that. He's lucky, though, that he didn't lose more.
Oh, nice quick wall from Sobek at home. The scouts were looking to come in, and he still doesn't have loom.
He's getting it now.
So-
He's getting it now.
That was a great job.
Let's see, how many villagers are going to come forward for this castle? Sobek says, I don't care about your town center. Man, the fact that Sobek's firing uphill is actually hugely problematic in these engagements. I think he would have killed a couple more monks if it was on even ground.
I honestly think this is a spot where maybe you don't even go for the castle on the upper ground. You go for it in that middle ravine area. Oh, these conversions, man. How has he not gotten a single
Devotion.
conversion? He's devoted, dude. He's devoted.
The Devotion tech has
Oh,
made such a
man.
big difference here.
Make the castle in the ravine, like just on the edge of the hill. I know it's tempting to always want to make it on the hill, but those monks are so dangerously positioned. Like,
I want a statement castle here, Sobek. I want a statement castle. Look at me. He knows this could come. He knows this is the standard thing. He's got the outposts up. Where are we going here? Sobek
Yeah,
wants it on both TCs, maybe?
He just wants it over there on the flat ground, but now he's going to have to chop that straggler tree to just put it in the ravine. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I agree. Mihai's trying to block that off with houses. He's going to place it there. That's okay.
That's not terrible. That's
But
good, yeah.
Will it go up? Because those monks could convert the conquistadors still, or the villagers. And you don't want to engage here against the monks because you could lose the conks, but then if you lose all your vills, you're suddenly going to be 30 vills behind.
Just convert him back.
That's a fake, dude. You see how many times Mihai stopped converting?
I know. He doesn't want to take the vills because, I mean, it works out either way for Sobek. If he takes the vills, Sobek's like, you're out of juice.
Yeah.
That's fine. And I'm going to still complete this castle, and then I can come in and kill the monks with the cons.
so
But
many
here he
monks.
comes. Snipes one. Still has not even converted a singular unit.
Dave.
This game.
Dave, look at Mihai's TC, though. If the castle was in the ravine, this TC is never a possibility. The gold would be denied right now, but the gold is not denied. It's such a good job from Mihai to recognize that, though. And it seemed like he was unhappy about that castle spot. Like he wanted to deny it with the houses, but in the end, this is way better for him. His monks still are not leaving the protection of the TC. And if he can get his own castle up and get up to Imp, the monks can get only stronger. He can make trebuchets, and this could be great for him.
It's kind of frustrating to me, the fact that Sobek is just now sending conks to the back of Mihai's eco.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
true.
he hasn't even tried to come in there. He's going to notice just palisade walls, and now he's going to go over to the left side, but there's a giant wood line in between him and the economy, and Mihai has positioned himself perfectly to stop these conks from pushing.
I think it's hit a point where you hear the Wololos and you get scared. I'm sorry, Mihai, but there's no way you're converting 11 separate conks with these monks. You might get 5. And so if the monks venture far enough away, I really think at a certain point, Sobek just has to take the engagement.
Light Cav is in, and the conks are almost in on the back walls. So things are going to get really difficult here, and almost enough stone, definitely enough gold to buy stone for another castle as Mihai goes up to Imp, and he tries to put a castle down on the left side here. The conks are coming in, Tristan. Where are the monks? The monks are trying to move their way back. Is this the moment that you just engage?
I would love to see it. I'd love to see it, but you're never going to do it as a player. You're never going to do it because you don't want to lose those conks, and you know the castle's going to go up anyways, and Mihai finally gets a conk conversion. The castle is so key to this position, and this has to be all in Castle Age. We are not finished, guys. Lycav can still kill monks, even if it's just Castle Age, and the Treb, or 2 or 3, however many Mihai makes, they're going to be exposed. So I still think Sobek's got a solid opportunity here. Mihai's done a great job, but he could always lose his monks with one bad engagement.
Monks are going to try and go through the houses. Mihai has to reposition the monks. I think the bigger problem than the Trebs for Sobek is going to be block printing.
Yeah, true.
And like illumination and all those monk techs, right? It's going to be really, really brutal.
Look at the stone walls from Mihai.
Walls. I love them.
Still conks on the other side. And Sobek killed some vills and it backs away. He actually goes back in to kill the monks. He's going to kill one of them. He might kill 2 of them. Has the other group still that could still break through. He's taking out a TC. The monks can't leave the TCs right now. Actually, you know what? Sobek might see these stone walls, and he might choose to just go back to the middle. I think the stone wall goes down so fast to conks. Just stay. You will take that wall down. It won't take very long. Oh, man. What a mess. We have another castle from Sobek. He's going to drop another forward castle here.
Oh, my God. Right where the near the TC from Mihai. And that's what he needs to do. If you're going to stay in Castle Age, you need to do that. He's also going for Rams, Tristan.
Yeah.
So he's going to try and push this castle for Mihai, or maybe push the Trebs. There's actually houses there, not stone walls. So the Conk army is getting in, and the monks are out of position. They're not here. They're not here. They're not here.
This is insane. The Lightcap will commit for Sobek finally on some monks. He will lose some of these Lightcap, but the goal is to kill monks, which he will do.
And
His
the Conks
castle
are
will
in.
go up. The Conks are in on the other side, and Sobek was patient. And finally, he's finding the kills he wants, but he's still in Castle Age. So this could still be so bad for him.
It's not so bad. It's so back. Push.
Dude, I was waiting. I was waiting for a moment to make that joke. I'm glad you did it. It felt a lot more natural. I mean, nothing about this feels natural for Mihai, dude. Like, he is going to have to evacuate his main base right now and come to the middle. And his monks have gone down. He's got 14
There's
monks
14
in
in the
out of
queue.
2 monasteries.
6 of them on the field. He uncues some of that, and suddenly there's 800 gold in the bank. That looks nice.
Yeah.
But the Trebs are like a little bit exposed if they want to attack these castles, right? His defensive castle is so far away. I think this is kind of chalked here for Mihai, unless he can extend his control to some of the other gold spots. It's going to be really, really rough.
If Sobek finds these villagers that are building this market, because that's his wood eco, if he finds that, this game is over. Well, wood eco is a big problem, more than anything right now. Oh, man, the other side. Destruction from these conquistadors. Bill counts even now. There's still that Treb, though. That's got to be Sobek's focus right now.
All right, Sobek, now's the time. Send the villas forward, steal all the
Mihai
farms.
is counterattacking with a conquistador he converted. That is such a good thing to think about in these moments. He's doing it with more of them, too. Sobek will not expect that.
Well, he's targeted that guy for conversion. He still has the castle at home, and he's got a defensive conk of his own. It's definitely going to hurt, but it's not hurting as much as the conks in the base as the villagers come out here to rush down the ram. Oh, boy.
Conk number's at 10 for Sobek. The conk number is at 6 for Mihai. Mihai has a Treb. Mihai has gold. Mihai has monks with 12 range now, which can convert more conks. In fact, there's more monks going through. I think Mihai actually has a chance to survive this.
Oh, he definitely does now that he's got the town center on the left.
Yeah.
He's expanded, right?
How?
And he's converting more. He, like I said, block printing, man. Illumination.
Yep.
So brutal. And Sobek is kind of stuck in the loop of just staying in Castle Age. Garrison those conks, please. Just garrison them. Just garrison them. Oh, God.
No! He might lose more. He loses 3 conks underneath his own castle there. Crazy.
And look at the conquistadors in his base.
Wow, these conquistadors. What a play, dude. Of all the things Mihai has done, this is another example of a player who knows what's up in messy situations. It's so good to do this. So many players would just use the conks defensively, which would also still make sense. He showed us with the eco in this series so far. Now he's showing us with the eco and the monks. And there's still 13 monks on the field. He's going to take a castle down from Sobek. Sobek's got to be thinking, how do I break this guy? He's got as many conks as I do right now. And he has the monks. And he's in imp. Crazy performance from Mihai. I think, Dave, you need one big engagement if you're Sobek on a group of monks. One big engagement. I don't know how you find it, because the best time to find it was when it was messy. But you've got to hope that you can clear out the monks, because if you clear out the monks, you can clear out those Trebs.
Well, there's 15 of them. So I don't know, honestly, how you're going to clear out the monks.
Yeah.
Especially with the pikemen there. I think it's really, really tough. Man, he had such a moment. Such a moment, but he just couldn't keep it together long enough, right? Couldn't coordinate. He got so many units converted, and then they just came right back. Like you said, good raids with the conks. They're there again.
And I know Mihai
they're
lost.
posing a threat again.
I know Mihai lost 47 vills this game. He should have lost 80.
Yep.
Right? Like, the fact he only lost 47 is impressive. And here we go. Big fight. He does leave his Trebs, but the pikes are there, like you said. He has to make sure he's getting conversions on the conks, and he does. He's killing them all. The castle is down, and Mihai is going to win this and then be up 3-0. What a crazy hold from him.
Jeez, man. Oh, I don't know how you live that. I really don't know how you live that. That's crazy. Even being imp, just excellent ability to get the conversions on the conquistadors while everything is just burning in your base. And then expanding outwards, running with the vills to the left is beautiful. Keeping the Treb war going in the center, even gate walling off those Trebs at one point. Just really, really nice.
Someone says, I think this is the best example of how quickly this game turned around. Someone said, wait, how did he lose? I was gone 2 minutes. Right? Like, it looked so bad for Mihai.
Yeah, and then someone else is like, which one?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if you were gone for 10 minutes, you would assume Mihai was going to win the game. If you're only gone for 5 minutes, you'd assume Sobek was going to win the game. So.
Now here's the thing. The monks and the Trebs were the key, but the monks and the Trebs were only possible because of this gold that Mihai took with 30 villagers underneath the castle. And the initial castle spot for Sobek, if he placed it in the ravine, it would have covered 3 gold areas. And maybe Mihai ends up taking one of the other golds, but those other golds are way easier for Sobek to deny. So
Yep.
everything Sobek did in this game was great. I think his aggression was incredible. But I think if his castle was in a better position, I think it'd become so much more difficult for Mihai here.
There's a tendency you have to always want to put your castle on a hill.
Yeah.
And it's a good one in general, but I think there's instances where it's actually better to put it down low.
Yeah, and I actually think in his mind, you always want your castles to hit the opponent's eco. And in his mind, he saw the double TC stack.
Yeah.
And so he thought, if I can get a castle between both those TCs, I eliminate wood, the gold in the middle, and his starting eco, and then I win the game. And unfortunately, the castle he did end up placing, and well played to Mihai, because Mihai kind of blocked the other foundation, but the castle he did end up placing just hit one of the TCs. Mihai instantly just shifted over to the other one. But again, that is simplifying it, and nothing that Mihai did here was simple. That was crazy aggression from Sobek. And I mean, the hype is real for Mihai. He is not a player that is easy to beat right now, and he's one win away from moving into the main event of Hidden Cup 5.
And now we're going on to Islands. Let's go.
Islands.
All right, Sobek, what do you got here, buddy? He's gonna play his Vikings. I wonder if he's been training with MBL.
Dude, the longboats have been impressing me. And it's not just the longboats against the ships, because I expected longboats to be good against ships. But I forgot how good longboats are against buildings, dude.
Without regrouping as well?
Yeah,
Which is
without
beautiful.
regrouping too, it's great. But like TCs are going down, docks are going down so fast. Like you cannot try and retake the water against the Vikings, which against other civs you could do.
I think they have +8 versus buildings with the initial arrow, and then they have like 4 additional 1 damage arrows.
Okay.
So it adds up.
It's crazy.
I think that's the calculation. Anyway, welcome in. Sobek needs to win this one. Vikings versus Italians on islands, and we've got a fairly standard island distribution here, so both players should know where each other is. Who do you prefer, Italians or Vikings?
I mean, I would have said coming into Hidden Cup qualifier that I would prefer the Italians. I think the cheap fishing ships, cheap dock techs, the early Imperial Age window, it's just so strong for them. But now, the more I think about it, I'm just like, I've seen so many games where the Vikings come back and win when they've lost a lot on water. They've been landed, which I never thought would happen. And I got to say, maybe Vikings. Like, if you can get to longboats, I think Vikings might actually be the superior civ here.
I mean, maybe. They are taking better trades with the longboats, and that's wood down the drain, right? And this map usually comes down to wood.
Yeah.
Almost every single game.
Yeah, and this island generation is pretty, shall we say, round for both of them. Sometimes you can have a narrow island, which could be bad if you're surrounded by longboats. There is one area where all the gold seems to be for Mihai, but there's no real space, and I don't think Sobek would ever land anyways. But if he did deny this, Sobek, he would be sending us to a 5th game. But just more generally on this qualifier, there's been some really uneven scorelines, I guess, over the past 2 days. The goal of the qualifier is to get the best players into the main event, and I'm feeling really good about the fact we had the backup qualifier now, because if we didn't have something like that, like Mihai lost to Vinch, who's a god, and now having this chance, he's just showing everybody, like, yeah.
Well, look at
I
Hart
deserve to be there.
Tato as well.
Yeah.
Like Hart's probably the favorite in the second chance qualifiers, and he got dummied by Tato.
Yeah.
So that shows you that having that second bracket is really, really important.
Yeah, I think the player who would have wished the second chance came earlier is maybe freaking Andy, who had to face up against a crazy Sebastian in the earlier rounds. And Sebastian, I think, maybe this is something for a talk show, but I think Sebastian's actually been the most impressive player.
He hasn't
in the
lost a
entire
game.
Qualifier. Yeah.
So, I mean, there's that, right?
Yep.
Even Tato lost a game against Tours.
Dude, I love that the number 1 seed in the qualifier lost the game to number 96.
Well, I mean, he picked Poles against Georgians on Gold Rush and
Yeah.
then got Manaspa'd.
Yeah.
And Poles don't really have anything against that unit. So.
which we learned in that game. I don't think we've seen that
Yeah.
matchup since.
This is a learning process for sure. I also like how Sato lost the game to Salted Pepper.
Yeah, true, dude. I mean, the early rounds were wild. There were a lot of players who, there are a lot of players who were nervous in the best of threes. The funniest one to me, I covered a set with Margugu yesterday, and I asked him if he knew that the player he played in the first round was a player who was playing at a high level in like 2003. And I was like, did you know that guy is like, has been around as long?
Who was it?
And NY, it's a Brazilian player, NY4. It's like Naya. But
Oh,
it's-
yeah.
Yeah,
I
so he
know.
plays. I think we played against him in team games many times, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, I brought that up to Margugu. Margugu goes, no, but after the series, Delgado and Miguel messaged me and were like, you almost lost to a 40-year-old, you pleb. Which I thought was funny. So, anyways, back dock for Sobek. So, maybe the meta is with Vikings get to longboats as quickly as possible, and we might see Fast Castle here. And then front dock here from Mihai, which indicates some level of aggression. And I think, I'm not sure if you agree with this, that transporting against the Vikings is almost a must. I think it is so good to make it messy against them here.
I think maybe in Castle Age. I don't know about early.
Okay. I think it
The problem
is a player
is
preference
that
thing too, right?
yeah, like it's always tough wanting to go transport onto an island where your opponent's going to have wheelbarrow or handcart for their vills
Fair.
if they spot you right away.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, well, I'm going to get hunted down and just boxed or stabbed or whatever the villagers do.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't have agreed with your statement there had I not seen the MBL Ganji game.
Yeah.
Because MBL just kept running away. I think he had like 4 villagers that were below 5 HP that he saved because of that speed boost there. Anyways, there's going to be the transport ship.
Is it a fast castle approach here from Sobek? I mean, he's really kind of delaying his feudal age click, and he queues up 2 more villagers, so it looks like it's going to be that style of game. And Mihai is going to transport, like you said.
Yeah.
He's coming.
All right, so the normal thing here is to see the barracks at home. The main reason for that is by the time your villagers get to the enemy island, you want to be able to build your next building. So we'll see if Mihai waits for the barracks, because if he waits for the barracks, that's another building that his opponent could spot. He's on the move. He passes the neutral islands. He's also queuing up a fire galley, which will go out to find some fish. And he's looking, and he's hoping to find the enemy island, and he's going to find it now. And this is going to be a barracks now. So I actually am not a big fan of the fact that the barracks is something he waited for, because the barracks isn't really the biggest part of this attack, but it also could help him in the future. There's a forward dock as well from Mihai. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, the barracks timing is always so tough on these maps, be it islands or team islands or anywhere where you're going to land. You want that barracks there so you can support with spearmen. And also you don't want to spend the time to build a barracks at home, but you're losing out on the potential to make military right away.
Yeah. And you do feel like in these situations, you really need to get some damage in because the opponent's just chilling with more vills, taking it easy. But so far, Sobek, he might have some suspicions.
Sobek spotted it. I think he's going to spot the scout here. No. Oh, he spot just
Now
a
he
little
can see it.
glimpse?
Now,
a little
yeah,
glimpse?
Yep, he saw it.
There we go.
He knows now. And so this should tell him there's more aggression coming. There's a spearman attacking his wood line now. And all hell is going to break loose. And this is what you want to do against the Vikings. Because if they get to those longboats, they can dominate you. You do not want to give them the freedom and the time. And with Mihai being 3-0 up, that could also stack on you a little bit too if you're Sobek and add some extra pressure here.
One spearman dead is actually really nice. He can take this scout fight in comfort, push him away, and then get the walls up. Really, really solid job clearing up that spear.
Scout goes down though.
He thought he could do it, but it's buying him time. It's definitely buying him time to wall up.
Okay, so Town Watch is a good tech from Sobek. His fish are starting to get hit. He hasn't made any ships yet because he needs his buildings to go up to the next stage. This is the risk of Fast Castle. He was able to save that villager for now. His fishing ships are still alive, but there's double dock fire galley, and Mihai's actually producing from that forward dock, so it's a shorter distance to get to the enemy fish here, which is, I think, the reasoning for it.
It's going to be tough, even if Sobek gets up to Castle Age here, to be able to afford the longboats, right? With having to invest in all this defense, as he's clicked up to the Castle Age. There's a tower now going on the backside of that wood line, and wood is going to be the bigger issue than gold supply.
Yep.
For Sobek, is all these quick walls, even the tower costs wood, the repairs cost wood, everything costs wood.
Okay, so big thing here. I was just thinking, this is obviously not going to be a good situation on land. So you need your tower to defend as much as possible. And this tower feels natural right now for Sobek. But if you really think about it, he's going to need a tower that protects his gold and his wood. And this just protects one wood line. So
he can't even range the Ville, dude.
Yeah, now that tower, maybe he ends up taking that wood. But the other areas could be a concern. He's on his way up. Nice shot from Sobek. He figures the walls on the other areas can defend him. But, I mean, all of his fishing ships have been clicked away, and this pressure from Mihai has been amazing here.
It's really difficult when your opponent has a transport ship and has landed you to get effective walls up. Because you basically have to wall in a circle like this. You can't wall to the shoreline.
Yeah, true.
You'll just transport around, as that villager finally does. 2 villager kills for Mihai here. They'll just transport around and drop it off in your base. So Sobek has actually done a fairly good job of that. Still needs to clear up that tower on the front side.
I think if he goes...
really brutal.
I think if he goes Siege Workshop and 1 Scorpion, his eco's fine. And Mihai is not taking out his docks, which is, I think, a really big thing to do here. The fishing ships also have survived. Who knows if they will, long term, but longboats can win the water big time. And if a Scorpion is made to defend from this, I actually think Sobek can end up being okay. We've seen it many times before. He hasn't lost that much. And he's still keeping this army out for now. Siege Workshop goes up next to his TC. Dude, I would have loved the Siege Workshop on the gold instead.
I mean, he might just make a town center over there. He's collecting stone right now.
Oh, true.
With all these vills. So they'll be heading back with enough stone, either for a tower or for a town center. His fish are being cleared up now by a fire galley. They've been found. Haven't been fishing in a while. But here come the longboats. Unfortunately, longboats are at the back.
Yeah. Dude, this is just, it's so much pressure, right? Like, how has Sobek not lost more here? He's saving a lot of ills. He does have a Scorpion on the way. He's going to shoot down the other tower. I think. Is this going to shift? And Sobek might actually be okay. I know it's hard to believe that right now if you're watching this and you see the scoreline, but this defense has been very impressive.
Longboats are out. Suddenly the fire galleys are going to have issues, but I mean, they don't even have fletching, Tristan. He can't afford fletching unless he unqueues villagers.
Yeah, that's true.
So these longboats are a lot more underwhelming than they initially appear.
I think it was the MBL game where he only had fletching. No, it wasn't MBL. There was another one where the player only had fletching, and they were still killing Castle Age ships. So I think there is some hope here for Sobek, even without that upgrade. Apparently,
God, that tower on the woodline was so bad for Sobek.
True.
It was so bad. He still hasn't even cleared that.
Yeah. I do think we've seen Wheelbarrow pay off, and Handcart now, of course, with the Ville speed, though. In some of these instances where the villagers were getting hit on houses. And what the... Oh my god, that TC! Sobek deleted the walls there, and he's going to drop a TC on the woodline. My goodness.
It's fine. It's only archers with 2 spearmen and a 1 HP scout, so not the biggest deal ever. He will get the TC up. He still has 35 villagers somehow. Even after all of that pressure, he only lost... It says 7, but I think only 2 of those were vills. Because he lost 5 fishing ships, I believe. And the longboats are coming forward. Still no fletching. We'll see if he remembers that he doesn't have fletching.
Town Watch upgrade will show Sobek his opponent's going to go Siege. So he's adding his own mangonel, but behind that, what he doesn't see is there's also a stable, which means it could be knights from Mihai. And knights can run in and snipe the siege if the walls aren't completely down. If he saw that stable, Dave, he would plug that gap and he would be completely fine. If it's open, monks are going to be needed here. But he's still trying to micro on water. And Dave, every time someone's transporting, people assume it's back dock. Look where Sobek is with his longboats right now.
Yep.
He's not going to find anything back there. Crazy pressure.
He's looking
here.
around. Still no fletching on those, so the fires can easily deal with that longboat army.
Mihai's
they're
going to
all
be like,
together.
oh, he's back there? Why is he back there? Okay, good to know. Because he's been waiting on the front. Nice attack round. Nice shot there from Sobek as Mihai, doing too many different things, loses his mangonel. Now Sobek needs damage control. I could see a quick wall being possible here if he notices.
Quick wall, gate. No, not in time. Mangonel goes down for free, basically. Well, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to go down. It's going to go down, and that's brutal.
Not for free, though. Half HP off the knight. That's perfect. What a deal. Oh, my God.
Fire ships have taken out the dock in the back from Sobek. And now fire ships are hitting some of the longboats on the other side for Sobek, and he loses 2 ships, and Sobek, with such a good run in this bracket, has met his match finally, and this is...
His food eco is really struggling,
Yeah,
too.
it's
Like, no
falling
fishing
apart.
ships. Even with handcart, only 6 farms, right? You need to afford fletching. You need to afford vills from 2 TCs. It's just simply not happening. And there's more mangonels on the way now for Mihai. This is really, really brutal, and Sobek has to respect the possibility of the knights, too.
I mean, Mihai's just everywhere. It's a very well-executed landing. He has his opponent completely surrounded, and yet he has not forgotten about the water. This is perfect islands play. And it is so difficult. Like, I think Sobek played well in defense, but it's so difficult to play into those strong longboats when you're the Vikings if this type of game happens. And you can see it on the front now. All those longboats were forgotten about for a second, and he's losing them. It's also really hard to perform at your best when you're down 3-0 and you feel that your opponent is going to win the series. And then, of
Yeah, the
course,
way
there's
the games have gone.
expectations and everything.
Yeah. The way the games have gone have just been... They just have not favored Sobek at all.
Yeah.
It's played towards his style. The first 2 games, he lost. Then the third game, he felt like he had a moment there. He lost. And now this one, it's just been damage control the entire time. And he hasn't gotten any significant damage on Mihai whatsoever.
Yeah, and Mihai is just always... Feels like he's always one step ahead. Nice micro here. Villagers and Mangonel could go down. Mihai, beautiful shot. Doesn't get the kill. Sobek's still staying alive. He does add a forward dock to add more longboats. But Mihai is 1 win away from I think his greatest run in his short career compared to other pros in the scene. He's been around a couple years, but as you said, tried the whole full-time age thing. I think stepped away from that a bit. Still's been grinding, still been playing the game, just not all day, every day. And I mean, man, does he have the skill to compete in this scene?
Doc denied as well. Ugh, man, and the scout is coming in from the other side. He's like 1 HP. Come on!
No!
Oh, the monk burns. The monk burns, and now
my
Mangonel
God.
even goes down for Sobek. Mihai gets away with that. Nothing is going right. Everything is falling apart for Sobek.
Oh, man. I mean, he does have the Scorpion over on the other
GG.
side, but yeah, that's not a positive. And it's another 4-0. Mihai makes it clear. There's no question. He is top 16, and he
Yep.
will be in the main event of Hidden Cup 5. Cannot wait to see a player who's this good, this well-rounded, this greedy at times, and who also picks yellow hidden in the main event. I think it'll be a lot of fun with Mihai playing.
Yep. Great job there from Mihai. Sobek, I mean, had a good run, right? He's constantly getting better, but Mihai just brought it today, and Sobek just, it felt like he just didn't have a chance.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, for the players who have come this far and lost, there's about $700 that they win. The qualifier in and of itself has a lot of money involved in it. So players feel like this wasn't a waste of their time and effort, but obviously it's going to hurt. The money's there, but he really wanted to win and qualify, I'm sure. So hopefully Sobek realizes how good this run was and uses it as a chance to build on in the future. But yeah, Mihai, 20 years old, crazy aggression. And the most impressive thing for me was how he was able to play different styles. He could play aggressive, or he could play extremely defensive and passive and win the late game, like we saw in the first 2 games. Super, super good stuff. All right, man. Well, we have one more set, one more qualifying set, one more player who's going to join the big boys. It is going to be Hart against Baba Rum. And again, it's another storyline where a player probably wasn't expected to be here in Baba Rum. He beat Nikov, he beat Kingston, and he's got one more chance. Hart, I think, will be the favorite. But, yet again, we'll see if the underdog can do it. We'll take a break and be back with that series in a bit.
All right. I'll see you later.
Said it all to Dave. We'll say it all again. We have another similar situation coming up. Will Baba Rum, the 30-plus-year-old Frenchman who has taught me more about comics than I thought I would learn during the qualifier, will he be able to get the job done against Hart, or will Hart, as many people are big fans of him, inevitably make the main event? We will find out next. I'm going to show you guys the list of main event players because maybe you guys missed some things. You might not have seen the invites. I don't know. There might be questions. This will have spoilers on what happened over the past 2 days, of course. So if you're a VOD watcher and want to rewatch some of the earlier sets, maybe just look away here for a second. But right now, these are the qualified players. Hello? Okay, these are the qualified players. Sorry. We've got ACCM, Doubt, Hera, Jordan, Leary, Mr. Yo, The Viper, Vinchester, Sito, MBL, Tato, Barles, and then Sebastian, Ganji, and now, of course, Mihai. And then the final one will be either Baba Rum or it will be Hart in the main event. And then in the main event, the players are playing on hero accounts. Now, we actually only have 15 hero accounts right now. And after the next series, you will get to vote on the final hero, which will actually be the cheat code that will be in the main event. And just to clarify, we're not actually using cheat codes. It's just the players are given these names to play the tourney. So I don't know who your favorite is there. We added Emperor Sigismund recently. That was a community vote, which closed today? I actually forget. I think it closed last night. And it was a landslide victory for the Emperor. People really wanted to see him. I see a lot of Otto the Great fans out there. Maybe Robert Guiscard out there, the Sicilian. Maybe Gregory the Seventh. Maybe Salim the Grim, like me. I'm rooting for Salim. But whether you root for a hero or you're looking for your favorite players, that's how the main event works. So now you know, if you didn't know already. A lot more to come on that, okay? But I'm going to take a break. We'll be back. Actually, hold on. No break. Let me shout out a couple subs and say thank you to people supporting the stream, and then I will take my break. McKay with the $10 donation says, long time no siege, came from my tour right now, and this is like a gift from heaven. Ooh, a tour. What, like Tour de France? Is that what you mean? Are you out there on a bike? That's pretty cool. Neo, thank you for the raid earlier. Thank you for the Prime as well. Wow. Thank you, Saika, Siona, Dave V, Lord Dragon, Tiber. Sorry. Halentech, Zerakin, Batosia with the gifted subs. We had Avia, Lesney, Hand Banana No, and Lorenzo. I think that's most of the ones I missed. I'm sure I missed more, like Henry the Lion. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Quick break. We will return. I do also want to say thank you to those of you watching on YouTube and those of you lurking out there. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be back 10-ish minutes, and we'll have the final series, Hart against Baba Rum, in a bit. All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super, super, super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat. I'm buying stone. I'm like, ha, 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 ha. He's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. Just so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, I passed the H faster. Just feeling so good. Oh, ha, 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 ha. So here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper.
Guys, I'm sorry. I misclicked. I need
to the people.
I misclicked. I'm
Preach
sorry.
To the people you protect.
We can finish the choppa later. I tried to put it in queue so I can get a drink.
Wait a second.
Sorry. Sorry.
Did you hear that? Guys, someone's coming to town. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. Down the watch time. Oh god. I just hear thud, 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 thud. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. Something's going on over here. Thud, thud. And I don't like it. Thud, thud. Ray was up to something. Thud, thud. Sheesh. Alright, here we go. Thud, thud. I hear noises. Oh god. I just hear thud. Thud, 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 thud. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. Maybe Red's dying right now. Maybe that's what we heard. I'm still very concerned that I will have a massive target on my back. Target on my back. I don't think I cut that far. Oh boy. Hey, 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 hey. Give me your trebs. Give me your trebs. Give me your trebs. I will take all your trebuchets. All your trebuchets. Thanks for cutting this path for me. Give me your traps. Is he tootin'?
I swear if I die here. Hello? What's happening? Are they all mine now? Nice little path we've got here, I have to say. I don't mind this. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. Now watch time. Oh god. I just hear thud, 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 thud. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. Something's going on over here. Thud, thud, and I don't like it. Thud, thud. Ray was up to something. Thud, thud. Sheesh. All right, here we go. Thud, thud. I hear noises. Oh god. I just hear thud, 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 thud. I hear noises. I just hear thud, 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 thud. Okay, I am back. Thank you for your patience, friends. And yet again, sorry for interrupting Choppa. That's my bad. We'll get some Choppa action later on. I know you guys subscribe for the music and not for the commentary, so it's all good. It's all good. I'm already well aware. Next series is going to be starting shortly. Final series. But any questions? Anything you want to say, chat? Anything we can talk about for the limited time we have before the next series begins? It's very hard for me with so many people watching to really, single you out. But thank you very much, everyone, for watching. The viewership and just the energy actually has been amazing. Like the conversations about Hidden Cup. I kind of get a feel when I look around the scene that everyone's really excited for this. So thank you very much for that. In whatever way you've contributed, thank you. All right, because this is just the quali, man. Just to get to the main event, and there's a lot more things to come before the main event. But again, thank you. Congratulations to all the players that have been here so far. When will the players be revealed on the main event? You mean when do you find out what hero they were? At the very end. The reveal is always at the very end. So the whole tournament happens. The winner wins the final. It's hype. It's exciting. Salim the Grim with the 4 or 5-0 victory. It's going to be a bad final because Salim is going to be undefeated. But after that, we do the reveal. That's how it works. But yeah, good question. Some people thought maybe you reveal after each series or something, but that would lead to process of elimination, and I think it would become a little bit easier to guess, because typically what happens is you have 1 or 2 players that really trip you up. Like, okay, people who were here for Hidden Cup 4, which player do you blame for confusing you the most that led to other guesses being wrong? I know mine. I think it's going to be the same answer for most from Hidden Cup 4. Yeah, a lot of people are saying the Admiral, who was Jordan. Yeah, because Jordan made the final, and people were like, ooh, is that, no offense, Jordy, is that Jordan? Was that Jordan? And Jordan was in incredible shape to get there. So because Jordan went to the final, everyone was like, they thought Jordan lost earlier and thought it was someone else in the final, and it mixes it up. And I think we're going to have a lot of mix-up. With the players we have here that have already qualified, I think there will be a lot of confusion. I think there will be a lot of mix-ups because of the quality that some of these guys have, combined with a randomized bracket. So it should be good. So yes, good question. All right, so we're going to start here in a minute. Let's get the Civ Draft and maps here up on screen. Just talk about that here briefly. I think that Hart is my favorite. I'm going to lean 4-1 for him. But the Baba Rum series is more present in my mind because that was yesterday. And when Hart got slapped around by Tato 4-0, that was the day before. And I guess also in some ways, obviously, Tato is seen as such a big name that it wasn't as big a surprise when he beat Hart. But I think Sebastian was playing unbelievable Age of Empires, and I don't think Baba Rum was playing below the level that he showed when he beat Nikov, for example. So we'll see. Speed Rule says at this point we're expecting another 4-0 right now, right? If you were to have asked me 3 months ago, yes. Based on the way this qualifier has gone, I think you have to give Baba Rum more credit for that than that. And I know there's a lot of fans for him. But yeah, I mean, Hart is the favorite, but it's not like Hart has this crazy list of accomplishments. I think you look at Hart, you look at a player who you feel like has always the potential to do more. T9, will there be confirmed videos in the main event? We will have videos like that, as well as videos on the heroes and other things too, which I think will be good. Basically, before I bring in Dave, I don't know if this is good or bad. I was thinking about this. I actually think this might be bad because you need to take breaks during the main event. But I am doing whatever I can to make sure there is no reason for you to ever want to look away from your screen during the main event. There will be some breaks, but it's like I've got content planned for every portion in between the games. Again, I don't know if that's good. Maybe I should just have more downtime where we play music and people yell at me for skipping Choppa. But yeah, there will be, the whole experience is meant to be a grand show, and that's kind of the hope. Okay. Oh, also, we do have a meetup. We have a viewing party in the USA. Tickets still on sale. We just crossed over 200 people that are going to be there. Your food, your drink, your alcohol, an assortment of alcohol, if I do say so, all included with your ticket, as well as your seat, of course, at the live viewing party. You can watch the third place match, the grand final, the reveal, all in person there in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And then I will be there afterwards. You'll get a chance to meet me. So it's never happened in the U.S. before. I know not everyone is watching from the U.S. We have people from all over, but it would mean a lot if you could make it. So please check it out. All right? Please check it out. All right. Let's get back on a call with Dave. Let's speculate a little bit, and let's dive into this series. I could talk all day about some of the things with the main event. I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you, everybody, for the support. In Green Heaven says, why isn't there a watch party on the West Coast? Because watch parties are expensive, dude. Watch parties are expensive, and this is the first time I've ever done an official one in the U.S. So this and some of the other things that I'm doing with Hidden Cup is kind of like a, let's see. I'm going beyond probably what I should do with a lot of Hidden Cup 5. If it works out, at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? That just sets the bar, and we can go above it, then we'll see. But yeah, it's not so easy to make sure we have one. So sorry if you're missing out. All right. Is Dave still here? All right, man. Sorry to keep you waiting. But I believe we are good to go, if you are. Hey. Okay, Dave's not ready. Dave's not ready. More questions. Dave's not ready. He's not prepared. This guy, man, don't know what he's doing. What's he hydrating? Do we hydrate? Do we take breaks? Well, I'll wait. Actually, I should unmute myself. There, I'm now muted, and I can hear him if he wants to say something. It's now in his court. The ball is in his court. It is his turn to say the awkward hello that I always have to experience. So. Oh, I'm being told Dave had internet problems. Ooh. Okay, so Dave's internet might have gone poof. It normally, what's the opposite of poof? What happens when someone's internet comes back? Whatever that is, I think it normally comes back. Foop? Oh, okay, I see the spelling. Okay, I got it. All right, very creative, very creative. Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll foop and we'll wait. We are gonna wait another couple minutes then. We're gonna wait to start this series. Team fair? Dave's in chat says, what an excellent time for my internet to drop. Yeah. Yep, that sucks. But we'll wait, Dave. I'm cool with waiting. And I can answer some questions. And if we have to wait too long, we'll figure it out, man. We'll roll with the punches. It's all good. All right. Thank you, Woozai, for Prime subbing and Tent Table. We would not have had those subs if it wasn't for Dave's internet company being completely abysmal. Thank you, Talk, and thank you, Orbiting, for the new Prime subs. Dang. Again, I said yesterday, I don't know if I've ever had this many new Primes. That tells me a lot of new people are here. Where did you guys come from? Do you normally watch on YouTube? Have you not seen me back on Twitch in a bit? I'm not trying to sound judgmental. Long time smelly YouTuber, says Wusai. Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, I heard him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, baby.
Okay, see, it didn't take long.
No, it didn't take. Dude, it's always like 5 minutes. It's crazy. Happens all the time. It'll happen during the main event, too.
I'll have the muted emote prepared.
That's fine.
That's good to know. I think at this point we have so much experience with it that I know to just keep going, and I just wait for you to come back.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Well, anyways, Heart Baba Rum, similar storyline to some of the other sets, because Baba has had a crazy run. No one would have predicted that he would be here, and Hart, on the other hand, I think everything has kind of gone as you would have expected. He made it to the decider. He lost to Tato. Maybe people would have expected the series to be closer there, but still makes it now here. And I think everyone's looking at Hart thinking that he should be favorite. What are your thoughts?
Yep.
What does Baba Rum have to do against a player like Hart today?
I mean, he just has to change it up, right? It has to be strategies Hart hasn't seen before. He has to pile on the aggression and keep it coming. And I mean, his draft has some interesting picks. There's like Goss and whatnot, but I have Hart winning this 4-1.
Yep.
Let's see what Baba Rum can do. I'm already 2 seconds into the first game.
Okay,
if you want to.
Yeah, we'll sync up there. Yeah, I'm with you. And I think anything else we can say in the game itself, do just need to get my flag sorted and we'll be good to go. But man, I mean, the silver lining with all the stomps is just that we're getting the best players in the main event. It's lovely that we even have these talking points at this point, that Baba Rum of all people's here. Loser this series will end up still getting around $700, which is guaranteed at this point, but obviously you win. The sky's the limit in the main event, and in theory you make it amongst all these crazy players in this qualifier. You should have the potential to get some wins depending on the bracket and how things play out when we get there. But ready for the countdown? 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are, and we are going to repeat ourselves ever so slightly. We have the underdog here, Baba Rum, who's had a crazy run in this qualifier in the blue. Will he have what it takes to beat Hart, who has come back from the game and has been so good over the last 2 years? Hart seems like the favorite here, Dave. We've got Slopes, which is an aggressive map, but Portuguese Malians, a fun matchup to start it off with.
Yeah, I mean, usually we're seeing Hindustanis here. Maybe Magyar is being picked, maybe Frank, something like that. A bit of change in pace with the Portuguese, but you can understand why people would pick them here. I mean, you still have the berries. You can full wall. They save on gold units, so that's really, really nice. And then on the other side, we have a little bit more of an aggressive civilization in the Malians and a very flexible one for Baba Rum.
Yeah. I think both civilizations flexible in their own ways. Both civilizations actually really good at something that's rare in a double gold comp in Castle Age. Usually it's too expensive to go a combination of crossbows and knights, for example. But I think Portuguese can do it really well. Chinese can do it really well. And then maybe Malians as well.
Oh, villager. Okay.
It was close. It was really close.
The sheep was griefing him a little bit for sure. But Baba Rum's going to get that boar in. He's going to be fine. And then on the other side, Hart just pushing in the deer from the other side.
So something I'm realizing on this map, obviously there's lots of options, right? But I seem to remember Hidden Cup 4, and I know it's been a while, players on this map would usually always expand to the sides, right? Like the second and third TC would be on the sides. They'd build their castles there. They would fight with army in the middle, but we wouldn't really see big pushes through the middle. And I think for some players, that focus has shifted. And Baba Rum is one of them. He played multiple games on this where he would go heavy army and forward castle through the middle. So that is definitely one thing with Baba to look out for here. And with all the stones and golds being there, I think he feels like that is actually more important than expanding.
I think that perspective started to change relatively early in the qualifiers. I can't remember if it was Vivi or Lix. I think it might have been Lix who went Cumans and then would just boomed in the middle.
Yep.
Like it took him so long to go to the outside, and I thought he kept would have got punished for it earlier, but he was perfectly fine. He ended up losing the game, but it was less because of the boom in the middle, more because of other factors. So really showing us that you don't need to extend yourself super early. You can just hang out behind your walls, be perfectly safe, and then build up into Imperial Age.
I've spoken to a lot of players over the years about different circumstances. And one thing that I'm more certain on than ever now is in a situation like this, where the stakes are so high, if you are the favorite that we see Hart is here, that is where the pressure is, right? You feel more pressure than if you're up against a player who's better than you. I don't know why that is. I think in some ways it makes sense, other ways it doesn't. But the pressure is on for Hart here because on paper, you know, with his ladder ranking, he is the better player. With recent tournament results, he is the better player. Baba Ram does not play this game as much as the majority of the people who played in this qualifier. He takes very large breaks. So I think on the other side, that could maybe give Baba Ram some confidence here. But really curious to see if there's any shakiness from Hart here, or if he's just super smooth from the get-go.
I think he's just going to be smooth, man. I don't know if Hart's going to be feeling that, you know, favorite pressure. I think he's gotten the results that he's needed to get in previous tournaments leading up to this to really justify his position, maybe near the top 10. I know our top 10 is ever expanding.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
But he was at NAC. He's had good results before that. He's had some pretty good results in this qualifier before the matchup against Tato, of course. But he had to know that Tato was the heavy favorite.
Yes.
In that matchup. So it's not like, you know, the worst loss in the world. He should be feeling pretty good here as he tries to lame the sheep. Baba Rum, but Hart manages to push him away.
So already, this is something, if you ever watch Hart play Arabia, this is what he does. He'll push in all the deer, right? He doesn't want to take any risk long term, so he just pushed in all the deer. Game 1, very greedy, hasn't scouted. And Baba Rum, he did this in prior games. He loves to go for the early 2 militia play. So in some ways, like, this could be a way that Baba Rum could find some avenues for damage today. I think that Hart, with that confidence, will maybe be greedy like this. Because when you're so fast, you could just adapt with a quick wall or something, right? In theory.
Especially when you're training with someone like Hera, whose entire approach nowadays seems to be just adapt.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
You go for a pretty nice build, you get your eco rolling, and then you have enough skill, and you recognize that you have enough skill to just kind of roll with the punches. And Hart is stylistically quite similar to someone like Hera, so he might be going for that same approach. Nice engagement here from Baba Rum, trying to get those militia to attack the scout. He's actually added a third one. He's going man-at-arms.
Yeah, man-at-arms. Win or lose, I really like already what Baba Rum has done, because this is a lot more aggression than even he did. Usually it's just the 2 militia play. He's really trying to make Hart work for it here. Game number 1. These are Malian man-at-arms. It will be harder to kill against archers, but you see the confidence from Hart. He's like, I can make some spears, I can fight it off with Vils, a quick wall, like already making this look very easy, but you don't want to let that worry you too much if you're Baba. At the end of the day, you have control over the game right now.
Yeah, really brutal taking the hits though from that town center. Now the one is at half HP.
Trap.
Hart will now go for an archer range. At least if you see that archer range there from Baba Rum, I don't think Hart can get away with the trap right now. You know that you've forced it into a pretty bad position. So you already know that Hart isn't quite playing up to his game plan. Maybe you can take advantage of the aggression. And now Hart is going to use those scouts to either take a good fight here against the men-at-arms or go look for the reinforcements that he knows are on the way from Baba Rum. And Baba Rum's going to wait for a spearman for that archer. Really nice stuff there from him.
Really good. It's sometimes very tricky to get the resources for double bid axe. And also get the archer timing down. If you're Baba here and Baba didn't expect the archer to get sniped and Hart sniped it, that's huge.
Oh boy, he didn't patrol across because he didn't want them getting distracted by the scouts. He didn't think that Hart would dive in there with a spearman nearby, especially with weak scouts from before. But I mean, he did, and now the archer's been cleared up, and suddenly you're not really going to have any range units at all to follow this up, and you have to be worried about scouts at your own base.
Was very gutsy from Hart to do that. Again, I think that shows the confidence that he has. And Baba Rum, that was a reminder of how fast Hart is with his micro. But again, it's like Hart has to have perfect micro, or this could still be a big problem. These are Malian men-at-arms. He added spears and skirms against men-at-arms. He's not going to kill them quickly. And as long as Babaram doesn't get into that TC fire, he could still stick around here for a while longer. And he is untouched at home at the moment.
Yeah, really solid stuff. Hart takes out the scout. Could be problematic with all these skirms on the field. Spearman still getting value for Hart, just being a body in front. And that villager can't be taken out by Baba Rum. His men-at-arms are going to go down. His archer's going to go down. And Hart just made this look so easy, man. He made this look so easy when it's really not.
Yeah, and that's what Hart is expected to do today. Behind this, you feel the need to maybe even add scouts right now if you're Baba Rum to try and push back the skirmishers. Little bit of TC idle time from both. Resources collected, though, looking better for Hart. And so, yeah, he was happy to push in the deer. He was maybe surprised in some ways, but he and, like, Hera and, like, some of these guys, they just think that Man-at-Arms is dead now because they can do that, right? Like, Man-at-Arms is far from dead for 99.9% of players. Even a lot of players in the top 100 still could do Man-at-Arms to get away with it, but you can micro like that, dude.
I mean, the best fundamental strategies in Age of Empires 2 or builds are the ones that can enable you to make a lot of mistakes and still be fine. But the best and most optimal strategies, which is what we're seeing now, is supplies comes in from Barbaron. That's very interesting. The optimal ones are the ones where you make few mistakes because you're just that good.
Yeah. I agree.
And that's the opening here for Hart. Really, really solid job. Supplies is so interesting.
So I think Baba thinks I'm dead. My archers won't do anything. I'm Malians. My men-at-arms have extra pierce armor. Hart is possibly going to just meta me if I don't do something crazy. He's going to add more men-at-arms. I wouldn't hate like 3 or 4 more additional and then just stopping. It could be really interesting.
This is so bad, though, because the army's just going to show up at your gold.
Yeah, true. He's not walled.
Dude, I feel like there's some sort of like Western music or something as Bob Rum just advances forward with this army. Like, da, 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 da. Like he's coming forward, but look at all this stuff at the back. Villagers are all gonna die. Oh, it's brutal.
I mean,
it's so brutal.
He only loses 2, which I think is impressive so far. He did have to fight it off with Vils, which is easier said than done. If he can get into Hart's base, maybe there's a chance. But Hart, of course, is walled now. And so it doesn't feel like there is going to be a chance. And, oh, man, Hart is just showing some patience. Now Hart will see Men-at-Arms and say, oh, okay, so he's not up to Castle Age anytime soon. And I've killed some villagers. And I'm walled. And, well, actually, that villager just passing there from Hart.
She gets away.
She actually gets away. Hart was checking to see if he was walled by clicking outside the walls. But, yeah, this is just a disaster for Baba Rum. He needed defense.
Absolute disaster.
And I tried to find some positives for the poor guy, but he's just getting slaughtered here.
Apparently, I was humming the A team theme, but this army is definitely a B team. 100% can't even get through that.
Maybe a C.
Dude, it might even be a C team. Yeah. Oh man, that was desperation plays from Bob Rum, and that's all because the initial push didn't work because Hart defended so beautifully.
Agreed.
So Hart definitely opened that opportunity for him, and like you said, Bob Rum looked at the skirms, looked at the scouts, and said, I don't have an option.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try Men-at-Arms. Didn't work.
So here's the positives for Baba. Hart's weakest maps, probably maps that incorporate some water, maps that incorporate early wall potential, right? Quarry is a map that you could play. Gold Rush is a map that you can play. Islands is a map you can play. Baba Rum's the underdog. If he's going to win this series, he was never going to win this series 4-0. He's going to lose these types of games most likely. So there is that. But yeah, he tried something different. 18 minutes, though, does boost your confidence a bit here if you're Hart. Because you're just like, oh my God, I just clapped this guy.
Alternatively, it could also be like if Bob Rum was really stressed coming into this, how much worse can it get?
Yeah.
Moment.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's kind of freeing. Where now you can just go on to the next game. You already lost in 18 minutes. It was not good at all.
Yep.
And now we can just focus on the game plan.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is I asked Margugu. Now, as I'm about to say these words, I'm realizing this. He says this about every French player. But I asked him, I was like, tell me about Baba Rum's mindset? Like, is he nervous? Is there? He's like, I forget what he said. I think he's like, Baba Rum doesn't care. Baba Rum's thinking about what time he needs to wake up for work tomorrow or what he's doing after work tomorrow. He doesn't care. But it's funny because he also says Sato doesn't feel nerves. Maybe all the nervous people, all the nervous energy is directly funneled into Margugu.
I don't believe that for a sec. I remember I had that interview with Sato after the one qualifier, and that was the crazy mud flow game.
Yep, yeah,
that he almost lost against Licks.
Yep.
Yeah, early on in the qualifier, and he said he wasn't nervous at all. And I'm like, dude, no, there's no way. You're lies, bro. That's the biggest lie ever because you could see it in his gameplay. He was like freaking out.
Yeah. I mean, Margugu's very honest on how nervous he can feel. He, after his first round where he lost the first game, had to win 2 straight, immediately messaged me. Like, I'm still watching someone cast it. Game 3 wasn't over yet. Immediately, my Discord's blowing up. Oh, I'm T90. I thought it was Ozone all over again. I could hear you saying it was an upset, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Like, Baba Rum isn't a content creator. He doesn't cast. He's not as active in the game, so there's just not as much known about him, which has added some level of like mystery to him. But yeah, he's gonna need to do something different here, Dave. We're going into game number 2 now, and my capture age took me to 16 seconds. So if you can get there, we can get moving.
16 seconds.
Yeah.
Eh?
Also,
right.
Baba, we're gonna change it. But
yeah, I'm putting him in blue again. And hard and red.
Yeah, he changed his color to yellow here.
He did.
So that's a first. I've covered all of his sets. Changing the color, maybe wanting some energy.
Okay, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
All right, cool. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are, game 2. By the way, I determined that the issue with our syncing at times is actually a capture age bug on my end. So it was not me being.
Is there an issue with syncing?
Well, when we start.
Oh, okay.
When we start, my countdown problems is actually I was clicking play, but there's 2 play buttons, and if I click one of them, it rewinds sometimes. So, wow, interesting choices here, and also very interesting layout for game number 2. Scouting is going to be needed. Baba Rum over here towards the north, but very much northeast, and Hart down there towards the south. They are very close together here. We've got Khmer for Hart, Burgundians for Baba Rum. And with what I've seen from the Burgundians so far, I think they're one of the best civs on this map. This is precisely what Baba needs.
I think Hart's got a really solid base, man. He's in the corner, which is always beautiful on Gold Rush.
Yep.
You can just easily wall off 2 sides, right? And the other 2 are protected by the edge of the world. So,
yep.
Really, really solid stuff. Good map generation, though, for Baba Rum at the same time. That gold is a little bit outside to the left, but the other one is safe. And that's all you need. You just need the 4 tiles to get your eco rolling, and then you can slowly expand.
Another positive for Baba here is the gold in the middle is much closer to him. Now, that could also be a negative if he's being pushed. Like, if he was against MBL, he would not want this hill next to him because MBL would be on it, making siege or something. But against Hart, Hart's probably going to play that economic play and expand. It is definitely a further trip for Hart to get to the middle gold. But I'm thinking scouts could be an option for both. More often than not, we've seen walls. I wouldn't mind a fast feudal here with the Khmer. You're unlikely to need spearmen by dropping your own barracks, so I could see just a stable working. But yeah, more and more, I think people have stopped going for feudal age here. They're just like, it's not worth it. I'm just going to go
Doesn't
fast
do
castle.
anything. Yeah. Remember Max with Khmer on this map?
Sneakville, dude.
The random. Do you remember the most random stable I've ever seen in my entire life? It's like, I'm going for. Nope, not going forward.
Dude, I got chills when I saw that because it took me back. Right. I think a lot of people who are here now don't know the Hidden Cup 2 Max, and it's tough to rewatch, honestly, because we were much worse as casters. Also, the graphics. I still appreciate the classic graphics from a nostalgia perspective, but like you can look back at that and there's definitely a feeling of how did we do this?
Yeah. Actually, I have played not too long ago. Like I go back to Voobly occasionally and play, and it only takes me about 2 games.
Okay.
Before mentally everything is looking the same. It's like when
Interesting.
you're a kid, right? Think about the games you used to play as a kid. And then you go back now, you're like, how on earth did I think this was so realistic? But your mind fills in those gaps.
Yeah,
Right?
I guess that's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because this was the game that I played as a kid, and this is the game that everyone played as a kid. But we're talking about the OG version. So, so walls for Heart, and it will be walls for Baba. 5 on wood with the wood upgrade. This is definitely a fast castle for him. And obviously, players have to work for this, but both players kind of choosing to do the same. Gives us more time to talk about things. So let's say at the conclusion of this series, Hart ends up making it into the main event, right?
Yep.
What trait does Hart have that you would look for if you were really looking?
Do you
to
want a
spot him?
positive one?
I want positive, negative. I want honest feedback.
Okay, well, if we're
Because you said,
mid-imp,
do you want a positive one? Makes me think you have a negative one.
listen, dude. If we're mid-imp, right, and everything's looking good, the micro's on point, production's on point, whatever, and you look back at the base, okay, and there's a lumber camp 35 tiles away, and they're working on not the first, but the second wood line that is farthest away from that lumber camp. That's probably Hart. He
Interesting.
does not refresh them. I don't know if you've
Interesting.
noticed this, but it is a serious problem for him.
Okay.
It's a big problem.
Huh. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought about that. The thing, and this is more of a positive side for Hart, that I think he does, that he is top 3 in, is Arabia-style map, so like what we just saw in Slopes, Arabia-style openings, and expanding his farms. I think it's him, he and Hera are just insane at like range stable, micro, and farming. And we saw a lot of that in NAC, so that would be the big thing for him. And then I think, unfortunately, in some cases for players, the separator is how far does this hero go, right? Like, if like it's the two players, let's say Hera and Hart play identical in Hidden Cup main event, but one of these heroes makes the final, I think people are then going to say, well, that must be Hera, right, instead of Hart. But, I mean, I think Hart's skill set on land maps is just ridiculous.
Imagine we had a hidden caster cup. Oh my god, that'd be the most transparent thing.
Yeah, I mean, I there's a few things that we both say that I think would be pretty obvious. What would we use voice changers for that? You could be Morgan Freeman because you've already done that before.
I meant casters playing.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't be very close.
No, it wouldn't be close, and it'd also be very apparent who is who.
Honestly, I think someone should host that. Could we do maybe like a 100K prize pool for that? I think like...
Oh, look at this zebra from Baba Rum. Oh my god, it's gone around the tree twice. Get in there!
He wants the zebra underneath the awning, man. Yeah, hidden caster cup would be something.
In before you go in all cocky, and then I beat you in like a best of 3 with hidden buildings and stuff.
Listen, we've already established that I feel like if I was the favorite, I'd be feeling nerves. I talked about how I thought maybe in Hart's position he could be nervous. You better believe, dude. If I lost a training game to you when we were testing the map Cup 5 years ago, and I remember that freaking Siege Workshop and Monastery behind my TC like it was yesterday, and I cannot get it out of my head. So yeah, I would be terrified. I was gonna have more nightmares.
The best one was me petarding your TC on Nomad when you were at 99%.
For me, my TC was at 97%. And the thing is, people, I don't remember any of my wins. I only remember the losses. It's so bad. Actually, no. Dave, do you remember when I stole both your boars with my eagle?
Oh my god. Oh, Aztecs against Koreans on Arabia. And he takes both of my boars.
And I almost lost, actually.
I made a castle behind your base with one villager in that game, so
we were not as good.
I won.
We were not as good. I also it was one eagle stealing both boars. Since then they've changed it. It's not possible. But
on
the
lag too. That was impressive.
Yeah, it was almost dead, right? And if you were to be casting it and looking at the boar steal, you would have been hyping it up, guys. You look back at my eco, I had 12 idle villagers. I'd misclicked 3 villagers on a wood line. I ran out of sheep. My villas were all around. It was bad. But yeah, it was about sending a message. So
if we do that though, you should include an invitation to Titans League for whoever wins that.
What?
That'll just guarantee my victory because you're never.
What is this? Is this a T90 loses in his own tournament joke?
Joke? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It'll never get old. It'll never get old, dude.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I regretted motivating people very quickly. Oh man.
All right, 3 TCs here for Hart.
Yeah.
It's a fast castle with Khmer, just like we expected, and it's way faster than Baba Rum. But Baba Rum does have some eco upgrades, and he's getting the second wood upgrade now.
Yeah, and there's two big reasons why Hart is faster. First off, Hart's Khmer, so we can skip all these steps. But the other thing is he hasn't even gone for a stable. This is like as tight as the build can get here. He barely has res collected or the res to produce out of all of his TCs. But he's gone really greedy with the eco upgrades. He should have a lot of vills producing. And wow, he actually canceled horse collar or no, heavy plow really late because he didn't think he'd have vill production. And
That's smart.
Yeah, I like that. Baba's adding a stable, and Baba can't skip the buildings, right? So it makes sense that Baba's up this quote-unquote late.
Like, heavy plow, if we're talking about civs where it's effective, it's the least effective for Khmer. So, really good balance there. And now he goes for it. So that's fine.
Okay, so scout control for Baba Rum. I got to add the O, I was told, but it doesn't feel like there's a big difference. If I miss it, people. Should be monasteries eventually on a normal map. I still feel like the amount of times players are going for relics is like... I mean, monks can definitely help, so it's not going to hurt you in fights and whatnot, but also... This is Gold Rush we're talking about. I think you can get away with giving up the relics and be just fine.
It's just a nice little... It feels good to have the relics.
Yeah.
I think it feels better than it actually is.
Yeah.
But it's like a sense of comfort, you know? It's like a blanket on a cold day.
Well, you always feel like you have an advantage. And also in a boomy game, it kind of adds an objective because right now they're just adding eco. But I will say Hart's Scout's still alive, and that Scout could disrupt some of the relics coming in. The Frenchman is on stone here, which Hart is not, so he might be thinking about a castle or a TC towards the middle. And there is stone available for Hart. Hasn't taken it yet, and he's going to now drop a stable. So he doesn't want to sacrifice too much map control. I like what Hart has done here. He has a good economy,
Ooh,
but
Scout's
he can't
gonna
give up
spot
map
the villager.
control.
Scout's gonna spot the villager, and no loom. No loom. Let's see what Baba Rum. I'm just gonna say Baba Rum.
Yeah, I mean, we know they know what we're trying to say. Still no loom, dude. Still no loom, but the villager on the hill will win that fight, actually. And that is a really important position here. Baba now has to back away. And I would say that he probably didn't realize he doesn't have loom right now. Because I think that's a tech that you should want to put in queue right now.
Art did a great job saving that scout. It's still alive, and he makes another scout too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried to bait the light cab back into the TC, and Baba Rum. My mouth, we just can't do that and then extend the sentence, right? It's difficult, but Baba Rum is actually coming in here. He's gonna try and snipe some villagers on the wood line here. Still no loom. It comes in now.
Yeah, nice
and
timing.
He's in the back.
Nice timing from Hart. Hart knows these units are weak. You see the confidence to fight that back? Just these tiny little movements. Some players are just like, I don't have the APM to deal with that. I'm not going to, but Hart hasn't lost a villager yet. I think at the same time, though, Baba Rum is very comfortable having Hart react here. And he has the Siege Workshop. I do feel like the second you see that Hart has light cap, you got to cancel the Siege idea. Or at least make sure your Siege is protected. Because Siege is not going to do too much if Hart has cap.
Yeah, or send some spearmen forward or something like that. It's going to be really, really difficult, right? Look at the Khmer eco, though. Khmer are so insane. And I feel like always had respect for it, but now I have even more now that we have this resources collected stat.
Yeah.
Khmer always seem to be ahead, even against Burgundians. You just go FC, you get the villagers up, you get the farm count up, and the food is just injected directly into your bank account. It's absolutely brutal. That villager dies.
Yeah, this is you get paid every hour you work as the Khmer. You don't have to wait till payday like the other civs. Yeah, I mean, Baba Rum got some vision on the stables. He should know it's heavy light cab play. Likely wants to do that himself, but maybe he wants something better than that. His villagers, still no loom, are walking here probably to build a defensive castle. This is making me very scared for him.
I hope he lose. Yeah.
He did lose
Losing
it,
that
though.
bill is actually good. Is actually good because he'll be reminded that he doesn't have loom, and he just queued it up.
You would hope. You would hope.
Losing that villa is good.
Woo, woo, woo.
It's coming.
I like how many times we are able to turn something so negative for a player into a positive. It's a real skill for
The
us.
splits from just casually splits around those light cap. Baba Rum was trying so hard to protect the monk, doesn't work. Hart takes a light cap out and then gets away. And the siege is still very lonely inside of that workshop.
It is, but it does make you think twice about where you build a castle now. Because you have to expect that there's going to be some level of resistance from the enemy. And now it's not just going to be a light cav war. We're also going to have a unit which is insanely strong in these situations. So, I mean, especially with Hart just now thinking about the castle.
Look at
Where will
how
he
many light
place
cap
it?
he has. It's just insane. And now Barracks coming up from Hart.
Yep.
So he's going to have the light cap for control. Baba Rum is going to have to play pretty defensively here, even with the Castilier. And then the pikemen will come out from Hart.
I would love it if he attacked grounds the weak light cav in there. I would never pay attention to it. Oh, he went for it.
And he
went
missed.
for it. Yeah, and he missed. But honestly, in the end, he takes a really good fight considering how many light cav were there. And he can just back away there. Nice job from
Hart's
him.
got enough stone for a castle. I think it's coming middle. It is coming middle.
Wow. Will that be spotted? And is it even going to end up being good to go middle if Baba Rum is going to be up to imp
He
here?
stopped the barracks. He's making he made a stable and he deleted the other ones. Okay.
Dave, what a sick uptime here from Baba. Like, Hart's thinking,
That is sick.
I just took map control. He invested into a castle before me. I'm going to be great. But now he's going to get the middle castle. But if Imperial Age is in so much faster, that could lead to a Trebor.
Look at the farms from him too. The farm eco. You've never seen farms that clean, dude. That's
Nuh-uh.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm more Khmer, only it's a little bit more scattered, right? Mm-hmm. You know, the sad thing is Khmer is actually the civ I have the best win rate with, and I will maintain
wonder
my
why.
farms are actually fine now. It's an old meme, but it makes me sad. I just can't lose with the civ, and it's anyways.
Light Cab doing the right thing. Running around to the other side. They're going to look for opportunities, but Baba Rum has already walled up on that side. He just needs to get to the edge of the map. If he notices this, he can easily gate that.
I love how Hart has continued to run. So many players assume the opponent is walled there. He's actually double checking. He's also building outposts on the other side. Hart is being attacked himself right now, and he has to defend from this. Still not on his way to imp, but the light cap have made it into Baba Rum's eco. I don't think he notices that, actually, Dave. He's losing quite a few vills back there.
He's losing a lot of vills back there.
He was focused on the other fight. And Hart, good job from him. I mean, Hart has more army right now, but he's going to lose that monk. Well played. I think we know Hart's the favorite. We've established that. Tying this up right now could maybe start to build some confidence for Baba Rum. He's in imp so much faster than Hart. Just has to kill these two pesky light cav, and he can be okay.
Doesn't have a university, though. So, can't get chemistry if he wants to. Is going to have to rely on the trebs and only has one castle. So I think Hart can buy himself, especially with the amount of stone in the bank, he could either repair this castle, or he could just choose to fall back a little bit. I think he's going to buy himself enough time. And Baba Rum realizes he doesn't have a university, so he's forcing it up with 3 villagers right now.
Hart-
Also trying to go for a town center on the right side where the knights are from Hart.
Yeah. You can't be doing that.
Oh.
You cannot be doing that. It's just,
No.
Hart has made this so messy, and he's made so much army, and the extended Castle Age play with the additional army has worked out for him massively. He's also, Hart has made a ballista elephant. I think
Chop
he
the
might
tree.
actually chop the tree and get into Baba Rum's eco.
Get inside. There's one tree on the left side. I don't think you can go right because that's where the focus is right now.
Yeah.
He's actually sending the elephant. He's not sure.
Well, maybe he thinks ballistas are really good against halbs, which they are. And he might actually want to make a lot of ballista elephants here.
Maybe.
Oh, man, it's just, right now, Hart has... We thought being later to imp would be a problem for him, but he has a lot of control. But now Halb is in. And Hart is only making knights against Halb that will not last. And the second Treb's already out. The third Treb will follow. Hart needs an answer. I think right now, as Hart's ballistas go underneath the castle, Hart needs to remember something that a lot of players forget with Khmer. They do get hand cannons. They do not get bomber cannons, but they do get gunpowder. I think that against Halb with gold control in the middle could be really strong here.
Yeah, Scorpions are just too unwieldy here to go for. Very, very difficult to get the mass up and then actually do something with it. So hand cannons seem to be a good solution as the Halbs push in. And this is just wasted resources on these ballista elephants. But the Knights are coming in again to try and raid as Baba Rum tries to get that town center up on the right side. Also, Light Cav threatening to get in on the left.
There's just too many fires to put out right now for Baba Rum. He did pre-wall this TC because he walked past the outpost, knew Hart would be there. It's interesting. Hart is basically trying to say he's trying to distract Baba in different areas so Baba Rum can't protect his Trebs. But Baba Rum always has the Trebs protected in some way, shape, or form. It's really tricky. Hart's trying to peel him apart right now. He's doing a good job, but still no Cavalier upgrade.
Cavalier, hello? Cavalier, hello?
Right side, Dave. The raids from Hart still paying off, still finding some kills there. It's awkward, but it's happening. Middle. Castle goes down for Hart. He'll lose the middle hill. If Baba Rum can run to that hill right now with some halbs and drop his own castle, he could take the hill. This is such a messy game. Hart has made it messy. Baba Rum has the lead? Question mark?
Hart make some foundations here. Nice job from Hart. He places the houses just on time. He had vision on that, even repairing the Treb.
Wow, that's really smart.
Baba Rum managed to repair the house on the left, too. Hart still doesn't have Cavalier. Makes me feel like he thought he clicked it, and he didn't.
Hey, I think he did click it and canceled it, honestly.
Okay.
Maybe and now he just wants to go light cap. But, I mean, his castles are going to go down. He built the ranges next to this area. So, while he will have hand cannons, he will likely lose the ranges. And right now, I know it might have felt inevitable after the 18-minute victory from Hart in game number 1, but Hart does not have a response to all this pressure.
Mur in this Civ matchup are all about mobility and mixing it up and raiding, right?
Yep.
They're not about the big fights in the middle, unless you can somehow get ballista elephants, like 30 of them.
Yep.
And right now, Baba Rum is putting so much pressure on Hart, and the production buildings, like you mentioned, forward are going to be brutal. And Burgundians should be favored.
Yeah,
if
agreed.
it's just a straight up battle in the middle.
Gunpowder too. Burgundians do have very strong gunpowder themselves. It would be the better gunpowder units. Hart, though, has found kills still. He's killed 33 vills. It does feel like Baba Rum's actually have an issue for wood right now, because everywhere you look, Hart's trying to break through. But in the middle, still there's all those trebs for Baba Rum, but that might change because Hart is using villagers and light cav against some of them right now.
And Baba Rum's using trebs against the stuff.
I don't know. Did he friendly fire his own trebs there?
No, you can't do that.
Only with Britons.
Yeah.
I lost the king to that once. Oh, man.
Classic.
I mean, hand cannon count is getting higher for Hart. He still has access to gold. He still hasn't lost grounds. He still hasn't been killed off. And this has just gotten so messy, man. Just, it's so random now. This is the type of game that Hart isn't used to. It doesn't feel comfortable here, let's just say. This is the type of game that an underdog needs.
Paladin coming in.
What?
Paladin with one knight on the field right now.
That's crazy.
And that isn't even a Cavalier because it was a converted knight. So he's upgrading Paladin with a knight on the field. Not something you see every day.
Yeah, true. That is cheaper for the Burgundians, but as he waits for that, Hart has had consistent production of hussars and hand cannons, and as that waiting period that is going to give Baba Rum problems, the Paladin's surprise could end up swinging this, but he has to hold that middle area. Also still has to be very careful. He's exposed on the right. When you've got hussar and your opponent's not pressuring you, immediately raid. That's what Hart's thinking.
Yep.
He's going to do it. He's consistently been pulling Baba Rum away from that middle area.
Needs to wall that off. 100%.
Yep.
Like, this is where the commerce shine in this matchup. With the mobility. Paladin will be nice. Paladin will be great. And hopefully Baba Rum can get some Paladin into the back of Heart's eco. But right now, he's still the guy that's just being completely raided all the time.
I think I love how Hart sends these 2 Hussars to the very back. I think like 20 Paladin though takes all of Hart's siege and his gunpowder, and then maybe Baba could push the castle.
But
with
then you
Trebs.
need siege. You need siege of your own.
Yep. That's
And
fair.
he only has 1 treb.
Oh man, Hart has made this so difficult for his opponent here. But now Paladin's coming through. Hussars just continue to run through the castle fire. Maybe ballistics would make sense, but Hart's only treb is going to go down. His hand cannons are exposed here too. Crazy game. 150 villagers right now for Hart. Just 125 for Baba as he continues to lose them. But both players have gold saturation. It is still more awkward for Hart to take it. His gold is not far away from this castle.
Yeah, he's Khmer though, and he has full upgrades on the Hussar.
Yeah.
So if it continues and he gets kicked off the middle, it's not unlikely we'll see a situation where he's got like 65 farmers and he's just spamming Hussar everywhere. I love the fact Baba Rum found that stable on the left too, and he killed that villager. So he's not going to let the stables expand over there, and then those things will come flying into his eco as well.
Oh man, this is the perfect play from Baba. Baba says, thanks for the idea. I will now raid you, and it's not a Hussar raid, it's a Paladin raid.
Paladin raid.
And Hart doesn't have Halb yet. So 6 Paladin on the right, that has to be dealt with. And then there's going to be 10 or so Paladin on the left. And Hart's eco was protected in Castle Age. It is so exposed here in the Imperial Age. I do not know how Hart can keep these villagers alive right now.
This actually might be one of the rare cases where Town Bell is better than garrisoning. Because you're Khmer with all the houses, right? There's not enough room inside that town center. He's trying to defend against all these Paladin, but like you said, so much more deadly than a Hussar raid.
Yeah. And Hart now is distracted. His hand cannons run directly into Paladin, and Hart is falling apart. Hart's population is dropping, both in vills and in military, which is not what you want. And this underdog, on a day where the underdogs have not really had it, is here to play here against Hart. And he has middle gold control. He's killing most of the villagers that Hart has on gold. Well, actually, there's plenty more he could kill. Just feels like Hart has kind of run out of steam right now. The Paladin play from Baba Rump was perfect here.
As you can tell, the game shifted as soon as that raid came in.
Yeah.
As soon as it came in, Hart suddenly is not putting the pressure on. He's not dictating the game. It's all Baba Rum now. And that castle, once it goes down, will leave that gold completely exposed. Hart is trying to take initiative once again and send more Hussar forward. He's actually got a good raid in the north with these 2 Hussar, but he still has to deal with Paladin in the south.
He needs
and
to
his
find a
villager
way.
count is down to 120. It was up at 145, right?
Yeah, he had killed 50 vills and lost like 10, and now it's pretty much even with the vill kills. I love how patient Baba Rum is with his halbs. He never looks away from them. He's always keeping them directly next to those bombard cannons because he knows that Hart's distractions are all so he can run out here and snipe this siege and keep this castle up. But I don't think that's going to happen. And even if you have to defend with paladins if you're Baba Rum, that's probably okay. At home, he's doing that. Hart needs gold, and he needs gold fast.
Hart has been killing a lot of vills behind. Baba Rum is down to 120. He's kept constant villager production, but Hart can't do anything. He's going to get kicked off the goal. Great job from Baba Rum. Great switch into the Paladin for some mobility. Really, really nice stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could have easily stayed on Halb and hand cannon and felt as though his army composition was superior because the Burgundian hand cannons were so good, because Hart was spamming so many units from the stables. But that sneaky switch to Paladin, the fact Burgundians have those cheap stable upgrades, and he hid that from Hart, and he only showed Hart once Paladin was already in with some upgrades, that was impressive. And again, man, it makes it exciting. Baba Rum showing on more closed maps, more boomy maps. He's got what it takes. And Hart made this very messy, too. How many times have we seen the favorite make it messy and then the underdog just crumbles? So, exciting
KD
times.
very even. Also, game time, 44 minutes, 44 seconds.
Satisfying.
KD, 232 to 222. The only reason that's there's a discrepancy there is because he lost a Vil to.
Yeah, woo. Get Loom, folks. Well, we have ourselves a series here. Scores 1-1. And I do wonder, now does Hart feel a little bit more pressure? And also, what does Hart want to choose now to snap back and go up 2-1? I would say that Mudflow is a good one. Arabia is also a good one. He has those two choices. He's definitely the favorite on those two maps. Did you drop again? We lost Dave. We lost Dave again. Hey, honestly, I don't know about you guys. I kind of like this. I think you should keep this up. This is now part of the show. Dave is muted. His internet will probably come back. F's in chat for Dave. PQ and Eli and EP and Jay Spina. I mean, so many people. Thank you all for the support here, as we're going to have game number 3 here in a second. I mean, he's going to be back in 2 to 3 minutes, and I really have to pee. So, you know what? Let's do this. I'll be back. We'll start game number 3 in a moment, folks. Thanks for your patience, all right? And, you know, maybe Dave will be here. Maybe he won't. I don't know. But, you know, 2 minutes. It's not going to kill anybody. BRB.
Hunter.
Halsa.
Hunter.
Halsa.
Hunter.
Halsa.
Hunter.
Halsa,
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 Wood, please.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. Good job.
Halsa,
We have captured all of Nisis's lumber.
Halsa,
We have captured all lumber.
Halsa,
We have captured all of Nisis's lumber.
Halsa,
Good job.
Wood, please.
Twitch Prime for Choppa and Hulza. Thank you, though. Thank you, Piku. Thank you, Juan. Chris P. Bacon, 69. Thank you.
Wood, please.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
Halsa,
Good job. You now have enough wood.
What's up, bro?
Good job. Good job.
You're back. 1 second. Give me 15 seconds.
This is
Captured all of Nisis's
something else.
lumber. We have captured all lumber.
Halsa,
We have captured all of Nisis's lumber.
All right, I'm good to go, dude.
all right.
Sorry
this is-
about the internet, dude, but it's all good. I needed to take a break anyways.
All right. It's usually like once, maybe once in a day. But all of yesterday was down. I couldn't stream. And
rough.
then today. And if you contact them, they don't care. They literally.
Have you said, do you know who I am? I am the great Dave.
yeah, I've tried that.
Jean Bureau, did you try that?
Yeah, I tried that. They said I was the most useless hero in the game.
Damn, I really screwed you over there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, well. Hey, man. 1-1. We have ourselves a series, and that game definitely gives me a lot of belief in Baba on the more closed maps. Hart's going to try and turn things around here. Not turn things around, but get the next win. Go ahead. And he's going to choose Cross. So it should be fun. We'll load into game number 3 now. And sync up, of course. And hopefully internet's good for you. But like I said, no problem.
Yep.
We should be good. Just tell me where you're at in the game then.
I am at 1 second.
Okay. All right. Let's do the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. Game number 3. And we have ourselves a series. This is a long best of 7. This is the final best of 7 to determine who goes into the main event of Hidden Cup 5. And in the main event, the players will be playing on heroes. You will have to guess who they are. They will not even know who their opponents are. It's going to be crazy. Hart's gone for the Persians, and then Baba Rum's gone for the Japanese. And last time we saw the Persians, it was against the Huns, which sparked a conversation for us, Dave, that maybe the Persians just maybe have some bad matchups here. Still think they're strong, but if the Japanese get going, Persians could have some problems with their military.
Also, we didn't see a single contest on water with the Persians in that first set, right?
True.
So Mihai did prevent that with the walls, but that's really where the Persians are going to shine against the Huns. And they can even do well against the Japanese with that because their docks take forever to take out. So maybe that should be the focus if you're playing Persians. Because if I think about it, the majority of the games the Persians lose, they're getting pressured early on land.
Yeah. I also think that the Persians have just as much flexibility to go land pressure even before a dock. The extra wood and the extra food gives them one of the best either man-at-arm rushes or something I could see from Hart is maybe just the Frush, the 2 militia play into an archery range. So, I think just going scouts or not contesting someone else's pond is maybe, I don't know if mistake's the right word, but it's just not taking advantage of the early bonuses the Persians have quite to the same
Beautiful
level.
pawn setup for Hart on the left side. So wallable.
Yeah,
to prevent any villagers coming over there. Really, really nice. And also, actually, for Baba Rum, one wall, and you basically eliminate the opportunity for Hart to come over, unless he wants to sneak all the way to the south.
Yeah, so I've seen both these players play this map, and they take very different approaches. Hart will... I'd be shocked if he goes for a full wall early. I think he's going to be aggressive, and it might be Baba who goes for the full walls. It was this map... Baba was playing Malians on Cross in that crazy Game 5 against Nikov in a series everyone expected Nikov to win. And he went kind of like Mihai and Sobek did earlier, just with walls and fish booming. He didn't really go that aggressive. But against Hart, you got to know something's coming on lands, dude.
Baba Rum thought about pushing the deer, and then he goes forward. And he's going to run right into the opponent's town center.
Okay.
Whoa, there we go. Nice job. Okay, so no Mihai opening that we saw earlier today.
The Mihai wins 4-0, and we're like, Mihai opening, running into the TC. Yeah, that was rough for him, but he made it happen. Hart's pushing his deer. I mean, this is, again, the same theme. Hart feels he's so good, he can sacrifice scouting intel and just adapt. Baba Rum, more of a classic style and more strategic style, feels like he needs information over anything.
Don't look down on information, man. It's so incredibly important.
With
He's going to confirm that the dock is over here.
Yep.
And Hart even walled in that villager, even though it's so close to his town center. So that's just something you always have to do in tournaments. That's one of the things I'm most disappointed in players for on this map when they don't wall in their vill. It's like you should do that in a ranked match, let alone a tournament match, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm with you there. And Baba Rum's also going to see the wood line. He may feel like, ooh, that could be walled if he's thinking about walls himself. But I think we're about to see a barracks here from Hart. I could just sense it, dude. The previous game was full wall. Previous game was a boom. Hart wants to remind Baba Rum the type of player he is at the start of Feudal Age. And Baba's not scouting that right now. Also, something to point out about this map gen is if you lose map control on land, good luck taking gold, because neither of them have a safe gold. It is all in the middle.
It's all in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to see a barracks as well from Baba. Ooh, okay, so scouting's huge now, right? Because they're both going to go for a similar build. Hart clicks up. Baba Rum clicks up. Scout for Baba knows where Hart is. We'll see what he sees on the front here.
But, like, the thing here is that Baba Rum has not been pushing deer at all. Scout Hart. His name is now Scout. Hart pushed the deer in, and he gets the same amount of information.
Yeah.
As Baba Rum.
That's
because
why
the timing was
they do it.
perfect on it. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why they're able to do it. I think, but like, let's say 30%, let's say 50% of the time, you're still getting the information. But the other 50%, there's a risk.
Yep.
I think
And
that's-
Babaram doesn't even see, because he's pretty confident in his scouting so far. He doesn't even see the barracks and the two militia
but
coming
you've
out.
gotta, the scouting's got to be better. I think he's thinking about sneaking a Vil so much that he's forgetting. You have to check the gold. He doesn't even know where the main gold is. This is something that Babaram should absolutely be looking for. I think Hart noticed the militia and maybe even the Vil, but certainly the militia was spotted. And Hart's going to see that. That is a dead militia right there. It is very uncommon to see players split up their militia like this. Because this is what will happen. Yeah, dead militia, Babaram, wasteful there.
You know, I think he might have seen the walls from Hart. And from his perspective, Hart was trying to get the walls up early. And he was trying to maybe like fish boom or send a villager forward to contest the pawns because he didn't spot that barracks and he scouted so much. So maybe he sent it forward early because he wanted to deny the walls and like create an opening for himself, if you think of it from his perspective. But now he's got 3 more militia and, well, Hart's 2 militia drush here. The mini drush is... it's not going to really find it that much, but it will hold Babaram in his own base.
Yeah, and Hart invested into 2 militia. Well, Babaram is invested into 4 now. And so these militia have been spotted by Hart. He's distracting them now. He knows that there's militia. Like, this is actually one of the dream scenarios of his build, is force your opponent into further investment and then delay them from getting to your base. Stable behind this for Hart is interesting, though. And I think usually it's going to be archers. So he's certainly changed something there.
Oh, like 75% of the time it's going to be archers.
Yeah.
That's, if not more, that's actually crazy as Hart now finds the villager on the dock from Babaram. The walls were there earlier, I believe.
Yeah, and he deleted the walls.
them.
He deleted the walls, and that should be a villager kill. Also, at
Stuck!
the same
Not
time,
stuck!
Hart is microing. He is going to go scouts, and he's going to go archers. Tons of military on land, while still fishing at home, and still also has a villager in the north. Hart is playing this, like, so well.
Doesn't have a wall north, but by the time those units loop all the way through, he's already having an archer in production. So this is perfectly acceptable for Hart, and Hart also has a dock in the north. Babaram coming up for a dock there too.
Babaram may assume that Hart is not docked there because usually a player coming from Hart's position is going to have docked this side. So that actually gets really interesting. There's also no shorefish there for some reason for Baba, so Baba might not love the dock position.
He might find a villager, though. He might find a villager. He might find a villager. What can Hart do here?
Hart
engages. He's got the archer coming over. The militia are not chasing yet. And, oh, man, he's not going to get that guy.
I felt like a lack of confidence there with the micro. Guys, they're doing so many things. In the south, we had a fire galley already for Babaram, so he's protecting that pond. The militia have actually paid off with distractions quite a bit here because Hart hasn't had a ton of army follow-up. But as I say that, the scouts from Hart are in the north, and the scout play pays off. That could be 2 villager kills if Baba doesn't get those quick walls down.
Babaram opens with fire in the north up there.
Ooh, okay.
Just like he opened fire in the south as well. He's going to maybe find an archer kill at Hart's Eco. Please go after the weak one. Please go after the weak one.
Really
doesn't get it.
Honestly, though, that is still really sick micro to keep his scout alive and not just toss away the militia. Like, these 3 archers are going to be a problem for him if they ever come to his base. And as he's probably going to lose the militia now because he's distracted, kills an archer with the militia. They're looking elsewhere. 7-3 KD.
Yeah, there's another fight going on.
Yeah.
I'm watching the other fight in Babaram's base. He already lost the villager to these scouts. Hart just casually microing around that spearman. He's looking for an opportunity to go in for those archers, and he just runs right past. And Babaram still has a headache back here.
Babaram's going to kill.
He is attacking the fish, though, in the north.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Babaram's fire galley pays off big time. And he's going to kill most of those fish as well as add a second dock. And honestly, like, this is super close, man. Like, if Babaram just cancels some of the vills he has in queue right now, he could be up to Castle Age at the same time. He is walled. Hart scouts are unlikely to do anything. Japanese, a pretty good matchup against Persians, most of us feel, with the Halbs and with the Cav archers.
Ooh, villager in the north might go down. Okay, she's taking a little bit of damage behind the walls, and Hart saves her.
We might see archers head over there, honestly. The Hart scouts just running around, but they're going to determine that this is walled up. And, well, Might not run around much longer if they go down. What a close game here, Dave. This has been an amazing series so far.
Really, really solid recovery here from Baba Rum, especially after he didn't spot the drush, right? His first militia got cleared up and everything. He lost a villager at the back. He lost another one on the walls. Really solid recovery. And suddenly, he's stopping the dock foundation from Hart in the south. He's got control over the north. Decent control anyway, and double dock up there. And his fishing eco at home hasn't been disrupted
And he's
either.
getting
And now he's
fletching.
fully walled.
He's getting fletching, and Hart does not have that upgrade. And Hart was not expecting this number of archers. Baba Rum has the left hill here. He has boxed Hart out from an escape. And Hart should lose his army here. He's going to get destroyed. This is amazing for Baba Rum. What a recovery.
Okay, stop dancing around and just kill him.
Just getting close and kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, this is so good. Hart is also not fully walled, by the way. The berries on the front are a concern. His gold is a concern, and he might need to tower that. And with that faster castle age, we could see a whole lot of things here from Baba. He's going to build a stable on the front. He does need to maybe gate his walls there so there's not a hole, but Hart is going to need a tower here.
Look at the dock in the south. What a nice little position to set that up in.
Oh, man. That's why
The
a lot of
fire
players will
couldn't
add a
range that at all.
galley.
Yeah.
Dang.
But the galley, it feels like it never denies the dock. The galley just never does anything against that. And Baba Rum notices right away. He goes for another fire galley. Should probably add a second dock there, but he doesn't really have the wood supplies as the archers now push in. Hart with the armor for his skirmishers, so should be able to keep himself safe against this initial archer expansion until crossbow is in. But Hart is right behind him to castle.
Hart is right behind him. It's a close game. I mean, game 1, all Hart. Game 2, tightly contested. Game 3, very tightly contested. Res collected is so close.
Look at the north, Tristan. Look at how many ships Hart has in there. I don't think Baba Rum's going to expect this many.
It's
and
true.
the war galley upgrade is coming in. The dock should survive long enough for that to complete.
And that's Persians, right? Only Persians can sit here against that many fires and still not have their units ejected.
No
Hart
way.
almost gets the kills
Doesn't kill the
there.
bill.
Fires have popped out. Hart is leading. Hart will take the northern pond. Hart will take the northern pond, and he's also killing some archers in the middle of the map with those skirms, but there is a knight for Baba. Baba's going to have cav archers as well, so it's going to be knight and cav archer. And Hart, he's focusing so much on water, he's going to lose control of land right now.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult, though, when you're Persians and you're thinking about all the units that the Japanese can make. You don't have the techs yet for your knights, which is absolutely brutal. Your skirmishers are going to be underwhelming against not just in the late game, but also against the knights in the mid game here from Baba Rum. It's a tough position to be in if you're Hart.
Tough position without gold. Tough position if you feel you were the heavy favorite and you're starting to go down. The micro from Baba Rum was ridiculous there. He's not even fighting with crossbows. These things should be so frayed. And Dave behind it, he's feeling it. Second TC, Baba Rum. Third TC, Baba Rum. Will transition into those farms. But Hart, credit to him for not losing these ponds. Like, the fact that he's been able to recover in the north is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he's now contesting in the south is crazy. Wow.
Villager goes down on the wood line. Crossbow is in, but the skirmishers are chasing. And now Hart needs to make sure he gets good conversion on one of these knights.
Yeah.
There's still a threat to those skirms. He's got a knight behind that's very weak. Baba Rum can still easily win this fight if the positioning is correct.
Skirms are incredibly weak here. Like, those crossbows could actually deal with all of this. You're right. That monk is really valuable for Hart here. Hart does not even have any other knights in queue. The crossbows go in there for the monk. Baba Rum's going to dive. He takes the monk. He can take the skirms as well. This guy's micros is ridiculous right now, and he pushes Hart's skirms back. Elite skirm was such an investment for Hart, and we haven't seen it pay off just yet.
Now, Baba Rum is really making Hart work for this, and the cav archers are being added behind this. So there will be units here soon that can just swoop in and start killing villagers. Hart needs to start thinking about backup walls, maybe more units coming out to take care of the knights at least.
Dude,
he does have control over that southern pond now and control over the northern pond.
Really
which is
good
great.
TC from Hart as well, on near that wood line and the stone. because otherwise that wood line would be super exposed. Babaram's looping over there with the CA because he knows that Hart isn't on the wood line he just passed. And he runs into that TC, and of course, Hart reacts instantly, which is what you would expect from how he's played this. If Hart can get the cleanup here on these crossbows and these knights, and the knights are very weak, this could be amazing. But I think the recognition from Babaram here is, I'm going to lose these crossbows, so I need to take villagers with me, and maybe he can get a few more, actually.
I mean, he tried to get within minimum range, and then he would just found himself completely surrounded by the skirms.
Yeah.
But tossing those crossbows isn't the worst, because you have the Cav Archer follow-up, right?
Yep. Only thing right now is, how's his eco? What's his farming eco look like? His farming eco
is actually okay. Yeah. Considering he was relying on the fish, and he's actually run out of fish on the right pond. Doesn't have any fish in the north, doesn't have any fish in the south now. Hart will start adding fish behind that.
You also need to
But the Cav
recognize...
Archers are pushing in the north.
You also need to recognize as a player that water adds a lot of score. So when it's 3 ponds against 1, it's expected that Hart's going to have that score with all those ships, but the Hart ships aren't helping him in the land engagements right now. And Hart needs these skirmishers home quickly, because if these Cav Archers break through, he's going to have a bigger problem on his hands. Hart is just going to drop a university there, but it's risky. And it's also amazing that he pulled the villager that was being attacked away, and he hasn't lost anything just yet.
Double stable for Babaram, but he doesn't have the food.
Yeah. True.
Like, Knights in Siege here would be so brutal. Oh my god. Imagine Knights with, like, +2 armor
also
running in right now to Hart's eco. That would be amazing.
He's going to hit to the other wood line because he knows that Hart's still distracted here, but he needs to get out of there with the skirms. And I'm noticing an upgrade that Babaram is missing, and that is Bloodlines. The Cav Archers, the Knights, the Light Cav, they all benefit from that. So that is needed here. And
oh, there's a hole.
Oh, and the Cav Archers make it through, and they find more kills. And also, Hart lost a monk in the middle of the map. This is ridiculously messy. But Babaram's Cav Archers, no! The Cav Archers are getting shredded in the north for him.
Literally died for free.
Yeah.
Actually died for free. Only 2 of them escaped, but at the same time, the Cav Archers being very distracting as Hart just sends his vills back to work right into the Cav Archers, and he's completely off of gold right now, Tristan. Has to go for ballistics. Trying to send the villagers back out there again because there's a monk and a camel. But doesn't really have any pressure on the land eco from Babaram. And Babaram's adding a 3rd stable.
This is one of the best games of the day. Of maybe the last 3 days. This is incredible. For the last spot in Hidden Cup 5 main event. The storylines here, with Baba never being expected to be in this position. How bad game 1 looked for him. And now, against Hart of all people, how good it has looked at various points. And then Hart just refusing to break. I mean, Hart needs gold, Dave. He's dropping a tower there just to protect his gold because the rest of the gold is so exposed.
I think it's just a little overambitious from Babaram to go for that 3rd stable. He can't afford any production.
What about, and hear me out, what about a really forward castle? Would that be ambitious?
I mean, yes.
I'm just looking at the stone. Okay, I'm just looking at the stone.
He needed to get his farm eco up. He needed to put the wood from those 2 stables into more farms earlier. Or maybe fish traps at the back there, right?
Yeah.
We got 5 fishing ships idled.
It just there's been
needed
so
the
many things
cavalry.
to focus on. It's so tough. Oh, man. He does have the stone
Art's
for a castle.
recovered.
I think he wanted, like, with all the control and position he had, especially going forward with Siege there, I think he wanted a forward castle, but now he's lost the fight, and he realizes that's not a great option for him. Like Cav, you're spot on. He just doesn't have enough of them right now. And Hart has stayed alive. Such an amazing job from Hart to stay in this game because it looked so brutal for him. I mean, we were just watching Hart react. He's fist trapped on his starting pond.
Yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they?
It's beautiful. Equivalent of a T90 farm. And he's defended from this somehow.
There's still a fire in that north pond from Babaram, and I think Hart just found that with like a fishing ship or something.
I think he's got like a stand ground patrol because I heard an attack sound. I don't know how
he's
he
stand ground up there.
Those villagers. Oh, God, come on. The skirms are standing on the foundation. How unlucky can you get?
Well, if the skirms are there, it means they're not at home. And there's a lot of cav archers at Heart's base. And maybe he made the fish traps there 15 tiles away from the dock in a giga brain move. So the cav archers couldn't rage them.
The cav archers and light cav and knights will be in. Hart still wants to deny castle on the front, but can he? Hart has to be careful here not to overextend. There's lots of light cavs and knights here. He is killing villagers, but his army might not be the strongest. It is so tough. There's still cav archers going down everywhere. The castle's barely being built, but in the back of Hart's base, he's getting wrecked. And this game continues to deliver. Hart is to evacuate from the back of his base. This is supposed to be the safe area.
Yeah, skirms, though. Skirms on that castle, Tristan. They're still putting in work. And now there's a Mangonel coming forward. I mean, they will get driven away, but that's a lot of damage to be done at the same time he's being raided at the back.
Castle could be denied here. This could be really bad for Baba Rum. He sees the siege. He's going to kill the siege. The castle will go up. The castle will go up. And that protects that gold. Hart lost a lot of skirmishers there. And now the army count isn't as high for Hart. And I don't know where we go from here.
Look at the resources here for Baba Rum. He does have 8 vills in the queue, but still very, very low.
Yeah.
Hart is floating a ton of gold. He's got 34 on farms. He's still got the fishing ships going back to work now, and he's cleared up the raid at the back. It's actually funny that he didn't make that mill at the back of his base. When the raid initially came in from Baba Rum, the villagers weren't there because they were dropping food off to the TC.
Next level strats there from Hart.
Next level, yeah.
Wow, crazy stuff. I mean, again, Hart has been able to swat away every attack. And now after you see the opponent's castle, normally, if you feel like you have the resources for Imp, that's what you do. And watch this, dude. Both players are going to do it. Baba's going to do it. He's saving. Hart's already clicked up, so advantage to him there. It's 114 eco against 115 eco right now. It's ridiculous level from these two.
Persian TC, too. So it's even faster to go up to Imp. He's going to have a pretty significant advantage here.
What if... Wow, I'm thinking, like, what if
I'm
it's
listening.
Cav Archer Halb, but the Skirms still will do a pretty good job against the Halbs for a while.
Skirms will do well against both of those things.
Yeah. Lovely stuff here. 2 relics for Baba, just 1 for Hart. Hart has good map control on his golds now, though. Hart has found a way to control that forward area despite not having map control for so long. Also, love the outposting from both players right now.
He should wall from the siege workshop to the wood line and then the wood line to the edge. So he can get that whole left side under his control.
Yeah, agreed. And maybe a castle there. But the castle on this other side is great. Baba might see this and choose to build his own. And he is waited too long.
You waited too long, brother. You waited too long. Yeah, you can't hezzy like that.
Did you just say hezzy?
Hezzy.
Who abbreviates hezzy?
Oh, all the time, dude. Never heard of hezzy? You never heard that?
How old are you?
You're so ancient, dude.
Hezzy?
You're so ancient. I'm like
are you
3 years older than you. I'm down. Listen.
I mean, I just didn't know. Maybe that's a standard thing for people over the age of 30 to say. You're down with the kids. Yeah, you definitely are. Oh, man. Baba Rum's castle is going to be denied by skirmishers of all things. And Hart hits the Imperial Age faster, has 2 castles to make trebs, and Hart has stayed in it and has a massive position right now. Baba Rum's getting raided by camels of all things on the side. There's no hezzying from him there. And I don't know what
if you
do.
say it like that, it just sounds weird.
Yeah, because it sounded totally normal before.
It's so unnatural.
Well, it is for me. It is for me in all fairness.
You have a TikTok too. This is weird, bro.
Yikes. Well, I mean, this game flipped on its head. It was so close. And Hart now has such a dominant position. I don't know how this guy does this.
I think Baba Rum tried to do too many things at once, right?
And it was
Hart had the pawns behind.
And it's
which
tricky.
Is just a nice little boost.
It's tricky because he almost gained a massive lead because of all the things he tried to do. You know, it's the multitasking that made it close. But Hart was just able to stabilize. And Hart knew that this would be a treb war and that he needs bombard cannons as well. And that will all come. And I don't know, man. Pikes against the treb. This normally doesn't go very well for the pikemen. And even if it's Halb, it's not going to go very well. And everything for Baba Rum is going down. This is desperation. He knows he's going to lose his castles otherwise. And Hart is almost fully popped right now behind this. Really hard to break this. I guess like Skirm could maybe work, but there's just...
there's skirmisher raids from Hart now. He sends them in to the back.
Yep.
And that's just disgusting because he kind of needs the food eco. That's not going to be there as the Trebs now move forward from Baba Rum. He's going to try and take out the castle from Hart, but he knows bomber cannons will come out. Sniper Trebs, he calls the GG. Really good recovery there from Hart. It was a wild game. Pressure everywhere on both bases. Hart, though, I think taking back the pawns was a huge difference maker here. Baba Rum not going into cavalry earlier was because he didn't have the food eco from the pawns.
Agreed.
So he went 3 stable while he still had pawn control. And then Hart took it away and he's like, oh, I need to add farms. This is rough.
Dude, no, you spot on. Like Hart had 1 dock in the north against 2 and won that. And then he had a dock that many people wouldn't even attempt to get up in the south because Baba Rum was already there with the fire galley. And those docks changed the game. And then from there on out, it was just defense and macro, which the Persians do a really good job at recovering with, right? Creating all those villas. You look around, there's farming eco everywhere from him. And by the way, that is the first time in 7 games in this matchup on Cross that the Persians have won. So while Hart made it look easy in some cases near the end there, the Japanese normally have the edge in that matchup based on other results. Well played to Hart. He goes up 2-1. And I just want more games like that, dude. That game was so tightly contested. It was amazing.
Okay, so...
I thought you hesitated slightly, and I was like, oh boy.
You thought I hesitated?
We lost. Well, okay, I forgot about the hezi. No, I thought your internet said goodbye for a second.
No, I'm good for now. That should be the last time. Usually, like I said, it drops like once a day.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, we got it out of the way before the series really heated up. Okay, so if I'm Baba Rum, I'm going for Courier Islands. Haven't seen it yet. Both those maps are very different from what we've seen. Those would have been the 2 maps that I think he'd have the greatest shot here against Hart with. And I'm going to load into game number 4 and find out what it is, but that's my prediction here to tie up the series. You got to go for those 2, in my opinion.
All right, I'm just getting it, putting it in the folder.
It is.
You have all of them. I'm getting them one at a time.
No, I'm getting them one at a time as well. So when it's Rex, sometimes, as you know, we'll get 7 Rex regardless of how many games there are. But this series was being played simultaneous to the other series. So the series, to my knowledge, was not completed when we started, which is why we can't receive 7 Rex about it, or from them. It is funny. It is very rare that when it comes to a weird word or anything, I don't even know if you could call it culture-oriented, but I have found that chat normally sides with you, in my experience. And on the hezi thing, I had more people on my side than I usually do. I'm just saying.
Than you usually do.
Than I usually do. That should worry you.
What was the average?
The average is never great, but...
I'm not using a hezi on a regular basis, okay? I'm fairly hezi to go for the hezi, but sometimes it's applicable.
Okay. What was it like? But it was like a kind of an average moment. Was it that applicable?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
I'm not going to say it in like a game 7 final.
But game 3, it makes sense. Okay, that's fair.
Of a second chance qualify? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. No, I get it. There's definitely tiers to this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm at 3 seconds in the game ready to go when you are.
All right. Well, I'm at 3 seconds as well.
All right, cool. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are, and that previous game has pumped me up. We've got Malay, the civilization which has been played a lot and has very frequently won on this map and others for Hart. We have Baba Rum, who actually played with the Aztecs against the Malay, against Kingston in round 3, Dave. And you covered that as well. It was skirms, it was jags, and he dominated the melee. So he maybe predicted this matchup and maybe feels like he rates the Aztecs here.
I mean, he went for the 2 militia drush in that one, and then there was a random woodline in front for Kingston, and he thought he had full walled it because he didn't scout at all, and then he got super punished for that. So we'll see if he goes for the drush again. There's no such woodline here, but there is a long area that Hart needs to wall if he wants to keep himself safe. And the Eagle comes forward right away, and it's making a beeline right for that boar.
So every game, Hart has been pushing deer the entirety of Dark Age. Did he do his homework that Baba Rum lamed like crazy last time he played?
Baba Rum takes 2 sheep too.
It is risky to steal this, dude. It is risky to steal this because
don't hezzy.
He's not hezzying, and the boar is actually that was way too close. Dude, Hart never scouted the boar, and he's like, huh?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He just sees the boar running through the darkness. And this is so risky for Baba because the Eagle is slower, but he feels like he needs to take the risk, and Hart is trying to block, and Hart is trying to click, and they're both clicking, and the Eagle.
Now he can just attack the Eagle. He's so cooked here.
Oh, yikes. Well, maybe it was worth the risk in Baba's mind, but there's only one way to get from your base to the enemy base, and Hart will be loving that.
Now, does he try and get home with these 2 sheep?
No. No.
What way can you possibly maneuver these? I think he wants to, kind of. He's going to explore this whole area while he can.
I mean, he doesn't have a scout, so you might as well scout with the sheep. It's not like he's using his APM for anything else.
If you can see those deer being pushed in from this side, you don't go with the sheep. But as soon as the deer have been stationary for a bit, then maybe you go.
The sheep escape? Yeah. I think it's most likely he is going to just leave the sheep there, and then it's likely Hart will never get them. Hart can bring in his boar. Now, there is a slight chance that Hart weakens the boar too much because it's weak from the Eagle.
Nah, don't overcook it.
I mean, I'm speaking from experience here, and Hart realized he didn't go for the 3rd volley and make that mistake. So no Eagle now. That, in many ways, could eliminate what are we...
He doesn't see the deer being pushed. He's making a run for it.
No way, dude.
Dude, this is like TTF racing, level number 5. You know, you have to run with the sheep and avoid the villagers finding it.
I don't remember the sheep one.
Find the path.
He's on the way. He's building a barracks. Hart is just happy to push the deer, and Hart is going to drop a barracks as well. Now, the drush, the militia, a big part of that is having your scout alive to block and attack. So not having that Eagle now is going to hurt Baba so much.
Okay, he's making another run with the 2nd sheep now. First guy's almost home. The scout has found the villager, though. Oh, boy.
The villager should be okay. He does need to make a house somewhere else because that was going to be a houseville. There's the house. Sheep is on the way.
Sheep is home.
Hart
now the 2nd one.
Sheep is coming.
The builds don't matter here, Tristan. It's
just
whether he
sheep.
gets the sheep
It's
back
just the
in
sheep.
time.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, he's going to be spending food. He needs the sheep. So he's taking the risk. And Hart is thinking, you were going to wall here, Baba Rum.
Oh, this is brutal. Yeah,
So
he's
I'm
got
gonna
the
block
militia on
this.
the way, too. He's got the militia on the way, and he's going to use the scout to block that. And like, the way this is set up with that hill is just so bad for Baba Rum.
But if he realizes this and surprises Hart, like, Hart doesn't know that militia are being added either. So, obviously, Baba Rum loses these villagers. It's going to be horrible for him. But if he just says, oh, okay, he can make... He has 3 militia. He can just kind of abandon this area for the time being and go forward to Hart's base. Hart doesn't know about this. And the sheep have already scouted this. So, you know, the path has been scouted. Maybe Hart gets surprised.
I mean, if he goes directly for the woodline, could find some damage. The unfortunate part is Loom will probably be in for Hart by that point.
No, it won't, because he's making the 3rd militia. And he needs 10 gold. And the 10 gold is being collected. Aztecs start with the extra gold. So Baba was able to get Loom. This is no Loom situation.
Go in!
Did Hart
Don't
see?
wait for the
Hart
third
saw one of the
one,
militia.
no!
Hart saw one of the militia. The 3rd militia's ruined it.
No, dude, come on!
Oh.
How dare you?
Great awareness from Hart. Honestly, great awareness from him. That could have been 2 villagers down. Both players
this
have
is
played
like-
well defensively here.
This is like someone's nephew or something. He just ruined the job, you know? We thought we were a group of professionals, and suddenly
that is the one guy who ruined the surprise party. The
Yeah.
one guy who goes up to the guy they're trying to surprise and is like, "Can't wait to see you on Friday, bro." And he's like, "Huh?
like a friend
We're doing
of a
something on
friend.
Friday? I thought I was
Yeah.
doing something with someone else." Yeah.
Come on, Carl.
Freaky. That is such a Carl move. Seriously. Well, walls are down. And walls will be completed here for Baba. They're not completed at all for Hart. And he does have 3 militia to deal with. But he is going to be in Feudal Age very quickly here with the melee.
And he's gonna have the armor too on these.
Which is really annoying. And Baba hasn't clicked up yet. And I assume he's going to here in a moment. But it's going to feel like he's in Dark Age forever, man.
Oh, militia on the berries. Hart just pushes it away. Armor is in now for his militia. Babarum is housed because Hart killed that house.
Well, he needs to.
And he
He
built a
needs
second
to
one.
click up at some point here.
Yeah, he needs to go up. Yeah.
So what Baba did against Kingston, and he actually done it against Nikov too. He just went Drush Fast Castle, and that is not meta these days. The militia into a fast castle, no one's doing. It's always what Hart is doing. Fast feudal and heavy army here. So it
and
worked.
look at this
before.
from Hart. Is he going forward to take the deer, or is he going forward to apply additional pressure with the tower? Looks like he's taking the deer. Okay.
Dude, and the eagle never scouted that area.
No, so he can't even he can't even lame the deer with the militia, and he doesn't know the vills are out there.
Exactly. Yeah. I think right now, after Man at Arms has come in, Babarum has had to realize I cannot go fast castle anymore. This is a ton of pressure, and he's going to bring his militia home and then just like re-wall it and hope to clear these things up. Wow, crazy. What a fun series, though. Like, the first game had me worried, but these games have really heated up for us. Just, Baba, you've got to re-wall that, dude. You can't let these units come through.
Gotta plug the gap here.
Bit weird that Hart opened with a skirmisher. Maybe he didn't have the gold, but skirmisher's not gonna help that much. Ooh, this seems awkward. Oof. That's just a really good fight for Hart. And now we got Vils going to the middle. What? Hold on. What's happening here?
What does he see? He's trying to like
wall behind it so the units can't
escape his own base.
Well, he doesn't want Hart.
No, and now there's Vils here. Hello.
He doesn't want Hart to be able to meet these armies up together. Nice shot from Hart to stand over the foundation and realize what he was trying there. And I was wrong. He very much still wanted to go fast castle on this and felt like he could do so if it was just man-at-arms in his base. But he couldn't do so if it was archers and skirms. And now the archers and skirms are here, and oh, damage control needed. Oh, and there's a gap between
There's
the
a
gates.
hole anyway.
And there's
a hole
no
anyway
hezzy.
because of the hill.
Oh God, the tower's up.
Bye bye villager. Tower is up, but the men-at-arms are still here. Remember, they have that first armor upgrade from Malay. Now fletching is coming in, and Hart would just comfortably sit underneath this tower.
Yeah, and you've got to try and pull the weak units away from your tower.
It's so tough, dude.
And
it's so brutal.
Yeah, and behind this, Hartico is untouched. And Hart has killed 2 Vils, which feels like more than enough. Because you've also forced the tower. Baba
Man, I'm pinning this one. I'm pinning this one on Carl. 100%.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
game
yeah.
could have been so different
Yeah.
if Carl wasn't there.
Agreed. It's such a shame. Because he did the right thing. To wall it home and sneak his militia forward was the correct play, but Carl ruined it.
Ooh, more men-at-arms from Hart being added. Okay.
If there's ever a civ,
Okay.
if there was ever a civ to YOLO their way
Yeah.
back into it, with access to gold and a faster castle age, Aztecs could be that civ.
Might be Aztecs, but the problem is that even if he clicks up the Castle Age, Hart might be able to identify that, still do some damage, and then click up himself and
Yeah.
be up at a similar timing.
I think what is an underrated play here, Hart will never do this. But after seeing this tower, if he realizes he can't do any more damage, stone wall behind it, and then go up to Castle Age. Just so YOLO pressure can't come to your base. It's such a small choke
you're
point.
go on to stone anyway, which he's doing right now.
Yeah.
And then if you stone wall and your opponent gets up to Castle Age with the market that you can see,
Yeah.
you just make a castle. If
Yep.
they go monks, you make karambits, which are a great counter to the monks because you don't care if they get converted. And then you can maybe think about Imperial Age after that castle.
And Kramits are also fantastic against Eagles, which is really what a lot of the all-in pressure typically comes from with Aztecs. Eagles, Monks, Kramits are great against both of those. I think Malay are a fantastic matchup here in every age against Aztecs, except for the very late game, which Babarum wants to take this to, as he's now on his way to Castle Age. But, I mean, he only lost 2 Vils. Of course, he has 0 army, but still, only lost 2 Vils. Could be worse for him.
Heart's going to be up around the same time, man. Heart's going to be like 25 seconds behind.
It is
30
really
seconds
crazy what
behind.
the Civ can do, dude.
Yeah.
Like, Malay are just insane. We've said it so much this qualifier. Heart's going to build a tower here, too, and it might actually mean that he could take the market out.
I don't think you want a tower there. He's going to defend the other tower from the villagers that are pushing for a great house wall there from Babarum. Heart can actually just enter and eject on the other side.
Might
but
be
he's gonna
kind of
go all the way
awkward
around.
with the pathing, actually. Okay, I'd get out of here. I would get out of here. Yep.
Time to leave.
Dude, losing your market when all this has happened is really brutal. I would feel the need to tower just to save my market, but that's probably not the play here. You
I
can
mean,
build a
Heart
new
should
market.
probably delete that tower too. If we look, he's 30 seconds behind to Castle Age.
Which is insane. And he's not walled, so Eagles could get through. We could have another Carl situation where this is obvious, but Heart now walling. He's actually added an additional man-at-arm. This might be... We might soon see the first time I've ever seen Heart research longsword here. Normally, he's a knight crossbow player. Crazy
I mean, you have
aggression.
the +2 armor, right? It's still... there's literally 1, 2... I think there's a wall or a hole between the house and the palisade wall as well. There's another hole in the north. There's another hole. There's literally 5 gaps in the walls here from Babarum. You can just stream them in.
Babarum
And the
going
first
for
monastery
siege and
denied,
monk.
too. So the timing here from Babarum is all out of whack, right? Doesn't even have enough wood to make siege or a second monastery, which he really, really wants. And now Heart will go for another tower, further just kind of complicating the economy from Babarum.
Yeah, right. Heart. Normally in this situation, happy to defend, try and get the better eco at home with the second town center. Continuing to be aggressive, though, is a great move. He's got so much vision here, man. But he doesn't see that it's siege and monk yet. He did deny the 1 monastery, so he has to imagine there will be monks, which is probably why he's added a scout. But he's seeing the
Eagles
siege
have
for
been
the first
kind of
time.
annoying at the
Yes,
back
they
of
have.
his base. They've just been kind of roaming around there, hoovering, right?
Hoovering, yep. Like have upgrade now for Heart. And he's probably thinking exactly what we were thinking. My opponent isn't going all in Eagles anymore because I have infantry. It must be monks. But it's honestly not crazy commitment from Babarum. He has really nice eco. He's just now adding the second monastery. Some players would be on 3 already.
Well, he didn't have the wood.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's probably unintentional. He probably really wanted to have more. Heart loses 2 Vils. Eco KD 2-2. It's 42 villagers for both. Heart's got 3 men-at-arms randomly. Archers, which can be countered by siege. Towers are going down. Is there a chance here for Babarum?
I mean, this is buying him time, and it's buying Heart time for Babarum to take out all these towers, right? The pressure can't come forward right away, and Heart's just going to go for another town center behind this. He's going to collect the relics to that monastery that will probably die, so might want to think about another one a little bit safer. But he's still collecting stone, and a castle from Heart kind of denies this entire push from Babarum. You have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's true. Will he be able to drop the castle where he wants it to be? Or will it be more so towards the back? You don't want to give the Aztecs the middle because of those relics. But Babarum, again, just never say die attitude. Nice quick walls there to... I mean, there's still a hole, but he's trying to block this off. And, well, he sees the light cap now. That was maybe a little ambitious. But Eagle Warrior upgrade. Eagles, Monks, Siege. Light Cav, a great move here from Heart, but we should remind people that Malay Light Cav are brutal in the long run, in that they are very bad. They are not very strong at all.
Still as good against monks as anything else, right?
Yep.
Don't need the armor for those. It's actually detrimental if you get converted with the armor, because then that's coming right back at you.
Yeah,
There's a hole. There's multiple holes on that wood line.
Yeah, but I think it should be easy. Babarum will house this. Yeah, he's going to go for the house. There's never a doubt. Never a doubt. And he brings his monks over towards his tower. The other monk is exposed. Hart tries to go in. Baba attack grounds the light cav, saves the monks, builds a TC, so 2 TCs for him. And Hart's light cav distracting very nicely here, but he still hasn't killed any monks yet.
Nope. But this means that all of that investment from Babarum is nowhere near his own economy.
Yeah.
And he's got the relic generation going on. And he looks like he's going to pick off a Mangonel, maybe even 2 in the center.
Ooh, really, really good stuff there from Hart to pay attention. And then most of the light cav are actually able to loop home. And he can
Another
heal
hole
up.
in the wall. Bro, every single time I watch units run through here, there's always a hole in Babarum's walls, even where you don't expect it. I think that's like hole number 9 or something. Look, this Mangonel could go right. It's not going to do it, but there is a hole between the house and the palisade, too.
Yeah, I mean, he tried a couple times to plug the gap, and I think at this point he's just like,
Yeah.
nope.
He's
nope.
just giving up.
Atonement for Hart. So he can convert the monks with that, and you never expect someone to go Atonement when there's light cav and eagles out there. It's very rare.
You're thinking like, I'm Aztecs.
Yeah.
You can't out-monk me.
Exactly.
It's always a surprise when it happens.
Yeah, the monks are jealous of the hats.
Long swords, man.
Longsword could be good. There's still not a lot of them, though. I think this could go...
Longsword, light cav, atonement monks. Here come the conversions.
I mean, the Eagles should be pretty good against light cav, archer, and monk, but there's so many units from Hart, and now 2 of the monks have switched sides, and the monks which switch sides get shot. And Hart just with sheer numbers here. His eco lead is growing behind this. He's defended from this so far. Big shots from the siege. The army count's still pretty close. What an awkward fight.
I think that's a really good fight for Hart, though. You just stalled out all of that.
Yeah.
You just stalled out all of that. And remember, you have the relics. You have the better eco. He probably knows he has the better eco, too. And now he's got enough stone for a castle.
Yeah. And that now means that Babarum may consider getting more monk upgrades himself. Maybe getting atonement. He might need to wait for more eagles. And yeah, that castle spot for Hart is going to be perfect to protect the relics, protect the gold. And then he can mix in karambits, which I think are way better investment than the longswords he already has. What a fun game, though. What a great job from Babarum to stay in it. Hart, though, with the lead.
Oh, Babarum needs another market. That's funny. I think he only got 1 monk in that initial engagement, too. Because Hart had 4 going into that, and he had 3 at the end. Really, really solid as he tries to convert another monk. Not quite within range. Needs to pull back again, but this is buying himself enough time for that castle. And almost has enough stone for another castle.
Okay, monks for Hart will go down. The monks for Baba, he actually saves somewhat inside of his tower and his TC, which is creative. He's actually just hopping in and out of the tower. Now Hart's waiting for that to happen again. But yeah, soon a second castle. I mean, so often the story with the Malay is once they beat you to Imp, what are you going to do? And I think when you're getting extra armor on the infantry, which is already going to be strong against this in Imp, when you have the middle goal control, it's just going to be so difficult right now for Babarum to find an answer.
I mean, that castle could go forward right now. He's got the long swords to protect. He's got some monks behind.
Which
it's
one?
going to be a castle from Babarum, and Hart, once he sees that, will be like, okay, I'll just stall out. I'll go for a second castle. I'll go up to Imp.
Yeah, and that's
the villagers even.
That has to be the immediate thought. That's exactly what Hart will do. He stopped producing vills for the most part. He's even buying some food. And in no time, he will be in the Imperial Age to take that castle out. That is perfect play from Hart. Another example of how good Hart is with the situational awareness, but also how good the best players can utilize the melee in their timings.
And Aztecs have the weakest castles in the game. No masonry, no architecture, no hoardings. So if you're getting involved in a Treb war, not the civ that you want to have. That's for
agreed.
sure.
I think you're kind of limited in what you can do if you're Baba. That castle obviously is a good castle. He too is trying to go Imp. You always feel uncomfortable though when you do that against the melee. It is obvious at this level from a player in Hart's position that Imp is on the way too. You know, you could have maybe tried to chop through the sides. Like the main event, I think I could talk about this now. The tree line will have just 50 wood instead of 100 wood a tree to incentivize that a little bit more. But even still, like Hart hasn't even outposted that, right? Like it's all darkness. And
He's had a longsword over there, just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
He was chilling in the middle earlier,
So,
so
like-
at least the one side he knows, but the other side, Babarum for sure could have gone through.
Yeah, it's just an idea. Players haven't been doing it. Be very curious to see if the wood change actually changes things there, but it is not that difficult in Castle Age to build a lumber camp there and chop your way through. But and again, the middle's so valuable with the gold and the relics. The middle is always going to be more valuable than anything.
Jags. He's making some Jags.
I mean, he won with Jags before against Malay, but there he was somehow the one pushing, and he had his castles, and we're not going to see many of these beautiful, beautiful Jags because this castle is going to fall.
Did Hart manage to find... I think he managed to find a hill there. I think he has a hill advantage over that castle, too.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a nice little
That's
spot.
just double brutal. And this castle is going to buy Babarum time at best. And, you know, he made 6 Jags from it. That's all.
And it's
Need
going
to
to
think
be...
about another placement.
And it's going to be double castle, trebs from the opponent, and then, like, 50 Karambit warriors in your face. It's like all before you hit him.
With the final infantry upgrade that they got for free as well.
I love how
we see the monks still behind. We got the eagles as well, and damn, dude.
Interesting how Hart is getting atonement. Like he really doesn't want these tiny little Karambits to get converted or something.
You mean devotion?
Or devotion, sorry, that's what I meant to say. Oh man, Babarum makes it to the Imperial Age. He hears the monks. He's got some Jags in here. The Jags should own the Karambits, but there should be
they
more
destroy
Karambits.
them, bro. Dude, they're like 3-shotting these things.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Karambits are
Oh my
attacking the
God.
monks. There's not many Karambits left, and Hart has the question if he wants to continue to make the Karambits, but of course the answer is yes, because his opponent can't make Jags anymore. So you got to just keep that up. But yeah, that was a complete and utter
These
slaughter.
Jags have 16 kills. These 3 Jags. They're going to get more. Oh boy, I think they're 2-shotting them actually. That's crazy.
Yeah, Baba is making another castle behind this. He does not want to give this up. Score would be 3-1 then, which would put Hart 1 win away from qualifying for the main event of Hidden Cup 5. Babarum wants this dream run to continue here, man, but I mean, Babarum's actually finding good fights. He's taking the trip. What just happened? He's taking
he's
all
taking
the
the Trebs
Trebs.
out, man.
He killed all the Karambits. Babarum has a chance here?
I don't know, but the Jags, I mean, the Jaguar Warriors were definitely a great choice
Yeah,
to go
yeah,
into
yeah.
because they definitely carried that entire fight. Now, can you find success with them going forward? I don't know, but he's got 6 more in the queue. The one thing I'd love to see Hart do right now is to add a gate behind, because if the Eagles ever find a chance to come in to his eco,
Yeah.
could be a problem, right? You got to lock it down.
Yeah, I also think archer range, right? You're up against Jags, Eagles. Mix in archer range units with the Karambit Warriors. Hart seems to think with Elite Karambit, like he's used to with this position just winning the game. So that's why he's forcing the issue here, but there is a slight risk here that if the Jags are good enough against Karambits that maybe Babarum can hold.
The army numbers are now single digits for Babarum. That's a pretty brutal situation to be in. Hart has also gone for outposts on the sides. He's not risking anything with these Eagle raids.
And he's going to drop a castle, which, if it goes up, will pretty much cement his victory. He's so confident that he's going to complete this. He's going to start this with 1 villager. And I am still uncertain. I think Hart is throwing. These Jags are destroying. Hart! He deleted it.
Oh, he deleted it. Oh my God.
I'm not even sure about that castle. He's lost another Treb, dude. Hart is like trying to run into a brick wall of Jags here.
He needs to make a tech switch.
And he refuses to learn that this is not the fight you want to take with Karambits.
I mean, the eco is looking good for him. He's got lots of food. He's got lots of wood in the bank. But we need something different than just the Karambits right now, because the Jags, the Eagles, all doing fine, especially with the monks adding so much healing behind.
Yeah. And the thing is, you don't actually need many Jags, clearly. So I thought it'd be an issue to only have 1 castle, but he's got 8 of these Jags, and these things are just going to eat.
Or just like run in with the Karambits.
Yeah.
And force some of that army back.
Wow, he's dropping monasteries to go monks. Interesting. I mean, I think Hart is maybe scared to go for range units. I think some range units could have worked as well. But like Karambits and Monks could also do the job if he can convert the enemy Monks and convert the enemy Jags. Baba Rum has a chance here. Dude, if Baba Rum wins this game, that would be insane. A big fight again. There's just so many Karambit warriors, just as before. How will this fight go for hard full upgrades?
Look at him converting all the Jags. If he has Monks to convert the Jags and then spams Karambits, he can overwhelm. And that's the plan. And the plan is working here, Tristan.
What?
He's got so many Karambits coming in. He's converting all the Jags, and then they will turn against the infantry from Baba Rum.
And
he
finally,
takes out all the Trebs. Oh my goodness!
Finally.
What a push!
Yeah,
It worked.
That was it. Yeah, converting the Jags, just taking the Jags out of the picture did it. Hart had a massive lead for a long time there. I was beginning to get a little bit worried. Maybe he did it for the suspense here, but
No,
man,
I think
mean,
he knew it would work eventually.
Yeah. Man, start of that game did not go well for Baba Rum. He took the risk with the lane. That whole game was just Hart being aggressive against Baba Rum and Baba Rum defending. So well played to Baba Rum to take it to Imp. Well played to have a chance, but well played and still losing is not what Baba Rum's looking for here. He cannot lose another game. Otherwise, it is Hart that joins the main event of Hidden Cup 5 in this final qualifier. Hart just seems so consistent in his decisions, right? And the last 2 games have been well fought from Baba, but Baba's going to have to find another level to beat this guy.
Well, it's just Malay on that map. They just feel like that great choice for him. And obviously they both, or he drafted it really, really early.
Yeah, he did.
There. And Malay just give you so much room. Hart went for the men-at-arms, additional men-at-arms. Then he went for follow-up towers, and he was still up to Castle Age, 30 seconds behind Baba Rum, who forced it with the market.
Hart has got to be feeling so good right now. He's won with the Malay. He's won with the Persians. He's won with the Portuguese. Only lost with the Khmer. And then Baba Rum has won with the Burgundians, but he's now lost with all the other civs in his top 4 picks. And Hart still has Chinese available as number 1 pick. The odds are there for Hart that he's going to be in a good spot come Mudflow, because Mudflow is that seems to be the map for the Chinese in this tournament. So you could. It depends how you look at it. We've talked about this many times. If Mudflow is going to be your biggest challenge, maybe you could just try and do Mudflow now. And then if you somehow beat the Chinese, then you get a big momentum swing. But other people will say more wins on the board is more important than beating your opponent with their number 1 civilization. So
I think you have to go for your opponent's map regardless in this situation.
Yeah, correct.
And then it is what it is, man. You got to win all the games regardless.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
You're Baba Rum.
Yep, we'll see how it goes. I would still like to see Islands. I still think Islands is a really nice map against a player like Hart. I don't want to imply that Hart's not going to be capable on Islands, because I'm sure he is. And I'm sure he would have felt like if that was a weak point, that's an area he needed to train.
I've been notified that Carl has indeed been fired.
Oh.
Or let go. Sorry.
Okay, good to know. Was there any hezi on firing him, or was that something that
stop?
was... Okay. I mean, Chad said it first. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to get 3 seconds here in the next game. It's going to be on Arabia next.
I'm at 3 now.
Okay, cool.
You good to go?
Yep. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. Game number 5. Let's see if this is the game that sends Hart to the main event of Hidden Cup 5. His identity, of course, will be hidden. So it'll be fun trying to look for this guy. But, man, we've got Vietnamese against Mayans here. This is a rare matchup for Arabia. I feel like it shouldn't be, because both of these civs are pretty solid. But
yeah,
I have not seen this matchup in a very long time here. Mayans have those Eagle Warriors. They have those cheap archers, which can be great. But that's pretty much it. And for a civ that has cheap archers, it's not so good to see Vietnamese on the other side with the Imperial Age skirmishers and Rattan archers, which pretty much neutralize that. So
I think you play Cav archers here if you're Vietnamese, right?
Yeah, could do so.
I think I've seen this matchup before, and I believe it's Cav archers. But I mean, it's all up to player choice, right? And I don't know if Baba Rum is really a Cav archer kind of guy, or I don't know if Hart isn't going to even give him that opportunity.
I will say that I don't consider Hart to be the best Mezzo player. Like when I think Heart, I think Scout.
Ooh.
What?
Sorry. There was like a burn or something.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to burn him. It was just a statement.
Just gotta bring the excitement, dude. Drama.
No, I every time I think of Heart, I think Scout, Skirm, Scout Archer, Crossbow Knight. You know, so that's not. I haven't seen him play Aztecs, Mayans, or even Incas all that frequently. I think I have some vague memory of him playing Incas on Land Madness at some point, but it's definitely not his normal play. And Baba Rum has a really nice economic save to compete. I'm with you, though. I think Cav Archers is the dream, but you just got to make sure you get your walls down to do that.
I mean, his golds are in a really rough spot. Look at them. Main gold is there at the front.
Yeah.
It can kind of wall that off. Secondary gold, maybe, but it's really far away in an open area. And then the other secondary or the third area, tertiary, whatever you want to call it, it's terrible in the middle of the map. Whereas Hart has his main gold in the back. Hart actually is quite a nice map.
Hart has a nice map until he needs stone.
Needs stone, yeah.
Yeah, and that can be important at some stage. I don't know if the Plumed Archer is necessarily that important, but getting El Dorado and maybe some Trebs could be nice here. But again, you can't go Scouts. You can't make a stable with the Mayans, so it's usually just when do you build the barracks? Do you make infantry from the barracks before you go into Archers, Skirms, and Eagles? My thinking is with the Vietnamese, you know where your opponent's TC is. You know they're limited in what they can make against you. Really strong economy. We're seeing the deer pushed in now. Probably fast feudal scouts for Baba Rum into some level of adaptation.
Just remember, as a famous Redditor once said, an iconic Redditor, pros consistently throw due to unnecessary single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirms.
And do you happen to remember the name of this commenter? Is this someone we know, or did that just live in your brain?
It lives in my brain and in a command in my chat.
It is.
It was a classic Reddit post.
Yeah. Okay. It is interesting. I mean, I will agree with that commenter that it is oftentimes overlooked how good Mayan skirmishers are. But I think if your issue in a competitive game in 2024 is, oh no, you didn't research that skirmisher technology, other things have gone wrong. That's kind of what I have to say on that.
So you're agreeing that they consistently throw due to single-minded avoidance?
No.
Okay.
There's a million other reasons why. There's a million other reasons why they might not get the tech. So, but dude,
all right, well,
do you remember last Hidden Cup? I know it's been a while, but I think you'll remember this. It was the Vikings Mayans war, where it was pretty much just like skirms until there was no wood.
I said it would be a wood game.
Do you
remember?
it?
I did like 30 minutes into the game. And then 2 hours later, there's no freaking wood.
Dude, that was insane. It was like, I think that's the most amount of skirms I've ever seen in a game. And it was to start the semifinal of Hidden Cup 4. That was unbelievable.
That was before we realized how good Holche was.
Yeah.
Because that was still relatively new, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there was no single-minded avoidance there from, I believe it was Yo. Yeah, it was Jordan Yo. It was Sanjata against Admiral in the semifinal.
Ooh, Baba Rum. Again, 2 militia.
All right.
Here we go.
2 militia on golds.
He did that on Cross. He did that on Quarry. What was our other map?
Cross, Quarry, Slopes.
Slopes? He did it on Slopes, too.
Yeah. And Hart scouts it again. Hart scouts
Every
it again.
single
Hart
time.
gets the timing down every single time. I mean, at this point, it's not luck from Hart. This time, he went full circle around the base, saw the barracks, and Baba Rum does not know that Hart has militia coming forward, to my knowledge, because he hasn't walled anything, and it's going to be 3
Look at the
militia.
difference. Like, look at the difference. Hart space, walled.
Yes, small
Baba
wall.
Rum space, open.
Well, one
because
player
Hart
knows.
realizes he's at risk. I know, but you should still be looking for that with your scouting, right? You pointed that out. It's just much better for Hart, so he's mentally prepared. Even if he has a 10-second warning, it's enough for him. And now he'll rotate around to the berries, but the stress levels here for Baba Rum much higher than those of Hart. Hart doesn't even need to really look back at his eco. He knows it's safe.
Yeah,
it's
Hart's
fine.
So comfortable in these type of games. Arabia is Hart's best map, I would say. And Baba Rum, I think his ladder ranking is decent. It's like 2,500 elo, right? And that's majority that's going to be Arabia games for these guys. But Heart's like, Heart is so much higher than that. And Heart's, I think, number one on the ladder right now. And oh my God, that was way too close.
That was way too close. That was half a second away from being in. And then 2 dead bills.
So this pressure means that the first or even second archer has to come over here to deal with this. Baba Rum will do that. It's the same deal for Hart, but obviously he doesn't have as much he needs to address. I should point out that Baba Rum has both eco upgrades. So his farms will last a while, and he also has the wood upgrade, but I don't know how important Horse Collar is when you don't really have the wood to seed many farms at the moment.
Yeah, and the wood line's open again. Men-at-Arms are here. Eagle is still there to block, and the Villager goes down to a long-range sword slash from the Men-at-Arms there as they loop around to the gold. Archers are chasing after, but there's still potential here for Hart to get some value with these things. Meanwhile, at home, he's perfectly fine. He's very comfortable.
And remember, Mayans already start with that extra villager. The resources do last longer. See, look at the farm eco for Hart right now. This is what I talked about earlier. I think Hart is top 2 in Arabia into, like, you know, militia in the range transition or scout in the range transition and the farm eco. His farms are perfectly placed, and it's just sick how many he has already.
That's a very niche category.
It is.
To have a top list.
It is, but it's like, you know, Hart is, there's a lot of competition, you know? I genuinely think he and Hera are at the top there. And, you know, maybe after Hidden Cup 5 main event, if Hart makes it, he will be in other categories as well.
Let me give you my top 5. Okay, of islands, right? I think there's a player that we both know that's number 4 of islands taking Shorefish mid Castle Age.
Okay, is there...
I'm gonna leave you with that one. You can guess him later, but
I thought there was gonna
very
be a
similar
joke made there.
Category. Nope.
Well, Hart is smothering Baba Rum right now. He's got fletching. He's on top of the gold. These Man-at-Arms have done so much for him, and Baba's gonna drop a stable here. But this is just. There's just a class difference between the two on this map. And there's been a class difference today. And that's not taking anything away from Baba's performances. But this eco for Hart, as he actually made a horrible farm. I take it back. That farm next to the lumber camp, I wouldn't even place. That is a rough one. But beyond that, piling on the aggression here, Dave. Baba Rum needs a really big fight here.
Yeah, and he's going to push in with the archers, but Hart immediately takes one. Baba Rum does have scouts coming behind from that stable.
Yep.
But it's only one right now. That might even still be a starting scout. I don't know. He hasn't had the food to produce, I suppose.
Yeah.
And there's still Men-at-Arms here. And there's still a Spearman here. So even if you go for those scouts, you're not going to get the full clear on the skirmishers. And Hart sees that. He's even going for armor.
Yep.
For the Eagles that are coming out. So now they can perform pretty well against the archers, still hanging on to that main gold position. And looks extremely comfortable behind. We'll go for Wheelbarrow just because he's house. He's producing
the level's
so much.
just insane. The patience is so good. He's like, I don't even need to kill anything. You have to come deal with me. I'm going to have consistent production from every building back at home. And it's nonstop micro and macro. And again, that's what Hart is so good at. His eco is going to take him to Castle Age at a good time. And you would need... Geez, man, I don't even know if you could take this fight if you had 5 scouts right now. If you're
You need
Rum.
5 scouts with bloodlines.
Yeah.
To take that fight, maybe. I actually like the idea of what Baba Rum is doing, but it's very similar energy to game number 1.
Yeah. It's
where he's
too late.
Like, I can't do anything here. I need to counterattack. And now he's sending the archers back for this army. Oh, no. What are they going to do over here?
Well, he just realized nothing, so now he's leaving. But you notice how the second that army starts to go forward, Hart says, okay, go ahead. Like, go ahead. I'm just going to kill you then. It's really good recognition of the situation from him.
Oh, and he comes back again, too. At least it's kind of keeping him safe because Hart's army has to keep coming back and forth.
Yeah, it's true. But those archers, there's not going to be many of them left. And, oh, man, Hart just chasing him down. And he's going to whittle down more archers if this continues. The scouts will not do too much here. Hart will not take any losses. And Hart has collected 1,000 more resources. He's got 7 more army. He's dominating right now.
Right, he's just hunting him down. Doesn't care about those weak scouts. Has the full walls up now, so probably doesn't even care about the archer army anymore.
Yep.
Babaram can only pull that trick once. He's out of position slightly with his infantry as the scouts come in, but they're waiting right behind. And once Hart gets this market up, he's going to be on the way to the Castle Age, still with a very comfortable position over this main gold from Babaram.
Hart on Arabia is a cheat code. He just is. Like, he plays like it's all visible, and there's very few players that can handle him on Arabia. This is not the map that Babaram would have wanted here, but he has to win every single map to have a chance to make it in the main event. And yeah, 3 villagers now down. Hart continues to
Look at the
hunt.
KD.
Yeah, it's just brutal.
Like
dude.
the men at all 3 men at arms are still alive.
Yeah, he's a beast. It's insane. And this is the type of thing you need to look for in the main event, people, in 2 weeks. Because if you see a player, if you see a hero playing Arabia like this, now granted the competition will be higher, but still, it could be Hart. And Hart has put in a lot of work over the last 2 years. And he made it to NAC recently and would have wanted to do better at that LAN event, I'm sure. And this is a good opportunity for the narrative around him to just grow and grow with how good he is. And he's on the way to Castle Age. And yeah, I mean, sad for Bobby. He doesn't want to call it. He doesn't want to be out. He doesn't want his dream to die, dude. But I don't know what he does right now.
He's even going to kill the blacksmith, too.
Yep.
Hart pulled the Vill off the farm. Oh, no, he's back. He just had to build a barracks. Never mind.
Yeah, that farm. Poor Hart. These games were played simultaneously to the previous series, so it is very likely Hart is lurking right now watching as everyone's going to just congratulate him and be so excited for him. And he wants us to be talking positives. But we saw the farm.
Oh, scouts just run extremely casually right through that hole.
Yikes.
They have forging.
And it's about to be Castle Age Eagles. So they'll get 7 base attack. And, oh, wait. Were you talking about the scouts or the Eagles?
The scouts.
Oh, I was talking
They
about
just
the
killed
Eagles.
2 Vills.
Okay, sorry.
I'm looking at the scouts, dude. I don't want to look at this part of... I've been looking at that part of the map all game, all right? I want to look somewhere different.
True.
And this time it's in Hart's economy, and this is not what Hart wanted. He thought he was safe.
Well, sad thing is, he will be safe. He's in Castle Age. He has the Eagles, and Babaram calls it. And Hart joins the other 15 players. We have our main event lineup. He will be in Hidden Cup 5. What a run from him. We looked at the bracket a couple weeks back, and we felt like Hart might not be able to get through Tato, but would probably fall into the second chance qualifier and be one of the favorites there. And yeah, he was just a different class today. Moves on. And honestly, Dave, I feel very happy overall. I feel like we've got the best players in the main event, but also players like Babaram got to show themselves and got to remind the community that there's a lot of talented individuals out there. Gets himself $700 for his performance here in the quali, and a lot of new fans.
And Babaram is playing at a really impressive level right now.
Yep.
Now, if you guys weren't familiar with him before, you are now. Keep an eye out on the next close map or arena tournaments, because that's where he really shines.
Yeah.
That's where he's really, really good. So credit to him, but man, Hart making it to another main event. This guy is incredible, even after taking that bad loss against Tato with the lopsided score in that set.
Mm-hmm.
He proves that it wasn't a fluke that he got here. He's through. He's going to be one of our heroes. Great job.
Yeah, amazing job.
From him.
Amazing job. Really, really happy for him. I know he's put a lot of work into it. And you want to see the players who put all the work and energy and effort in find reward, and he certainly has. He was, like many of the players who qualified, used to be a player who was mainly good on Arabia. Now everyone's getting so good, they take the tournament prep seriously, and the level has really risen there. So we started with the 7 invites from the previous Hidden Cup, which I've got a list up over here, Dave. ACCM, Doubt, Hera, Jordan, Leary, Yo, and Viper. And then the rest of the lineup was filled in with the qualifier. And again, I feel like we've got the best players. We have Vinchester, Sito, MBL, Tato, Barles, Sebastian, Ganji, Mihai, and Hart. And included in that is 5 players who've never played in a Hidden Cup before, which is a really big deal.
5 players.
5.
That's crazy, man. So Ganji, Sebastian, Sito,
Sito,
Mihai.
Mihai, and Hart.
Yep.
Yep. And then obviously some of the others who qualified were there before. It was a long qualifier. I do want to say more generally to the people who participated in this, it was very clear, even if you didn't make it to the main event, how serious people took this. And that meant a lot. To see the first round people who were heavy underdogs really participating and really grinding was exciting. So well played to everyone who played in the quali, but main event's 2 weeks away now, and that'll be a whole different ballgame.
2 weeks? We got 2 weeks of preparation, break time. What am I going to do? Where's my content?
Well, next weekend will be a show match with people who lost in the qualifier.
Okay.
And so there will be a hidden show match, which gives people the feel there will be stuff around. But yeah, we'll be a little bit quieter over the next week or two because the main event is going to have new maps introduced. We'll have 4 maps, which people will remember from previous Hidden Cups, and then 2 maps that have never been seen before. And so the players they don't have to, but most likely can use that time to strategize, prepare, and talk through the main event settings when the main event comes. So should be exciting, dude. But thank you so much for casting, as always. Once your internet cooperated, things were good.
I was about to throw my modem out the window, dude.
I was wondering if it even bothers you at this point, but I'm sure it always does.
It does. Yeah, it does.
GG's, man.
All right, man. Yeah, GG's. Well played to everyone who made it through. And so I'll see you guys later. All right? Peace.
See you, man. All right, salutes in chat for Dave, please. It was a great time casting. Felt at home, as always. Okay, so here's the deal. We got some stuff to do yet, guys. I see people are leaving. We've got some business to handle because we only have 15 heroes. So we know the main event players. We have our 16, but we have 15 heroes. Now we are going, well, soon, in a second, we are going to do a vote on the final hero, which will be an Age of Empires 2 cheat code. Again, to clarify, there were no cheat codes used in the actual event. It's just one of the players will be given the name and the image of a cheat code. Okay, so I've got to get the image here just to at least show you the options. And then mods, if it's cool, I would love someone in my chat to just verify that we're going to have this on the YouTube live as well, because we are currently live on YouTube too. I've got to get my stuff together here. It has actually been a bit since we made the decision to have this image made, so I've got to find this. I am pretty certain that I know who you guys are going to vote for once you see the options, but I could be wrong. I think it's going to be a tie between 2 heroes. All right, I've got a lot more things to announce and talk about with Hidden Cup, but let's see. I see people using the Haxi mode. We already used Cobra Car before. MBL's in chat. He says he hopes he gets Otto the Great. I like that. Okay, so I know Twitch polls should work. Hopefully I can have someone do YouTube. If not, people on YouTube, you might want to stop over to Twitch and be able to take part here. But here we are. Here are the 3 options, which we will have on a poll here in a second. You guys get to determine this right now. Apologies for not having a scene prepared, but this will do. You've got 3 options, people. These will be in Hidden Cup. We have Furious the Monkey Boy. We have Saboteur. And we have Alfred. But it is Alfred the Alpaca, to be clear. All 3 of these are different hero or cheat units in the game. Now, I see people spamming in chat. There's a poll at the top of chat. So you need to vote there. I appreciate your energy and your excitement. I am voting for Furious the Monkey Boy. And I thought Furious the Monkey Boy was going to be the winner here. But Alfred the Alpaca is flying right now. So please vote. Vote away, guys. Meantime, thank you, Hood Wizard, for the Prime sub. Thank you, Oodles. Thank you, Gain Bro. Thank you, Aswath, who says Alfred with the resub. Yes, Poohee, I'm on it. Thank you, man. I'm on it. Don't worry, I'll mention it. I've seen it. No poll in YouTube chat? If I can't get the poll in YouTube chat to pop up here soon, we might just be out of luck there. Sorry, YouTube chat. This is a test to stream on YouTube. We'll probably do so during the main event. But we just are, I'm not used to streaming there, so mods might be trying to figure that out. But right now, it is a landslide victory for Alfred. Could I skew the votes in some way? I will gift 20 subs to the stream if Furious the Monkey Boy wins. Just saying. Completely unrelated. We have how many people? 9,000 people here at the top of chat. We only have 2,000 votes. So vote away if you believe in democracy. And if you would like emotes, like, I don't know, the rigged emote, which people seem to be using right now. It looks like Alfred is staying strong, guys. Alfred is holding. Alfred is holding. I love it. I figured you guys are too smart. You never let me win. Either way, dude. Alfred looks amazing. The crown, dude. I love how we're going to have a king. And, like some of these units were actual kings. And then there's a llama with a freaking crown. It's so funny. Or wait, alpaca. Not a llama. Sorry. It's the same family. It is interesting that this is getting voted in right after Hart. The Peruvian, the llama himself, gets into the main event. Huh. Anyways, countdown is still going. But right here on Twitch, we've got 1,250 votes for Alfred, and we have 875 for Furious the Monkey Boy. People are not interested in Saboteur. 100 votes for Saboteur is pretty measly. I'm going to have to verify that we don't have a poll on YouTube, but Alfred has won here by about 400 votes. Thank you guys for voting. Let's see. Did we have a poll on YouTube? Can I get anyone in chat? YouTube is 56% to 40% on Alfred. Ooh, what's the vote count? Is it still going? Guys, why are the amount of people spiking on YouTube? Why are so many people? Why are more people showing up on YouTube? I know what you're doing. You're trying to vote again. You freaking guys. I actually can't see the poll. I'm just kidding. I mean, you can double dip if you want. That's fine. But we have to confirm this. Also, Hardy, do I have the image prepared for Alfred? Or is that not prepped? I'm pretty sure we all thought Furious the Monkey Boy was going to win. Oh, there's a straw poll that was posted on YouTube because we couldn't get a poll working there. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so I guess that was linked in the chat for people on YouTube. Good to know. Yeah, guys, so stick around. We're going to have a little video introducing the 2 new maps. I'm going to play that here in a bit, which is also exciting times, and then I can answer some questions. Thank you again. The support's been unbelievable. Thank you, Daniela, for the raid. Salutes, please. Salutes extend to all the support and the players, dude. The level's so freaking high. I'm like, usually the players qualify and you think, okay, in the main event they'll struggle. This qualifier, man, anybody can beat anybody, man. A randomized bracket is going to be terrifying for these guys. In all the best of ways, you know? All right, Hardy, can I get a confirmation? Where's the other poll at? Are we in? Is it Alfred? Or is it Monkey Boy? I'm looking at the results. Alfred is winning the other poll. Okay, the other poll is still going, and the word has spread, actually. I think a lot of these people have come from Twitch. Because it's being linked in chat. Okay, well, Alfred is winning. And I don't know if there's a countdown on this, but it seems like the Alfred crew is coming in strong here. Can we just call it? Can we consider the vote finished? I think we can. It's a landslide. I think we just call it. Alfred has won. Furious the Monkey Boy and Saboteur have lost. Yes. Unless I see a big increase in votes here for Furious the Monkey Boy, I think we call it. Okay. Whew. Well, I still don't know if this scene has the llama prepared for us, or alpaca, excuse me. See, that's that's what we thought. Hold on. Guys, way to make this more difficult. Democracy sucks. Hardy, I'm going to need some clarification on this. Hardy says we do not have the alpaca prepared. Okay, all right. Imagine the alpaca is there, and that is our 16th hero. We did not have the alpaca prepared. We did not think Alfred would win. We thought it would be Furious the Monkey Boy. I was very wrong. Thank you, guys. Thank you for ruining the production quality. How dare I assume that people would vote for Furious the Monkey Boy? Okay, we will honor the vote. Don't worry, it's not rigged. Alfred the Alpaca will be in the main event. We'll post all this stuff elsewhere. Okay, so next order of business is the map pool. We had 7 maps for the qualifier, and we are adding 6 maps to the main event. Okay, the 7 main event maps. We're doing some fine tuning, or sorry, the 7 qualifier maps. We're doing some fine tuning to fix some things as we've been doing at various points. No major changes. The only change that I can say we are doing to the maps that were in the qualifier is we are changing the tree line on quarry from 100 wood to 50 wood. And maybe people will cut through more frequently there. We'll see, okay? As for the other maps, again, this has been really long last couple days. I do need to... I think I have this here, and we can do a little watch along with it. Let's pull it up. This should be... So we're going to have a video that introduces all the maps and shows them one by one and is a bit longer, but you guys just want the new maps. Starting with... Okay, so what I need from you is just act like you've watched... Again, it's scuffed. The Alfred thing just made it more scuffed. What I need from you guys is to act like you've watched all the other maps and know everything about the other maps. And we're going to talk about the maps that are being added to the map pool for the main event here, okay? This may be a bit loud. Let's go. High tides. Now, High Tides actually in Hidden Cup 3 was called High Tide, and then we actually shifted it for Hidden Cup 4 and made some changes because I felt like it could be improved. Hidden Cup 4, High Tides produced some good games, but again, coming up here towards Hidden Cup 5, we did make some slight tweaks, and here's kind of the following overview. So the basics of the map is the same. You're starting on land, you have the option to go to north for water, and near that water is going to be gold with the relic. We did lessen the amount of fish on the water. The fish will be very valuable, but it will run out faster than it did in the past. And we did also add shorefish along that shoreline because, believe it or not, when we did Hidden Cup 4, we only had like 2 shorefish there, and it was always in the center island, which led to a lot of situations. I don't know why this freaking bar won't move. I'm sorry I didn't download this ahead of time. What is wrong with this video player, man? Okay, so continue. In some ways, you have a little bit more flexibility in the north in terms of how you play it. In some ways, it is less important over the long term, but obviously still holds a lot of value. And then towards the south, this was an area that was pretty much unutilized the entirety of Hidden Cup 4. We've added some shorefish there. We've added some deer just as an option on land if you wish to go that way. On top of that, we've got some relics. We've got some resources down there towards the south too. So kind of the idea of High Tides, obviously, is to have the water aspect, which will be fought over, to have the resources towards the south. And then, haven't talked about it, but is very obvious, very open through the middle. There's hills, there's so much potential for damage there. So it really is an option-oriented map, which is what Hidden Cup's all about. So that's High Tides. Let's move on to the next one. I'm sorry. Moving on past that, we have Bay. And poor Bay has been slandered. You guys have all called it Pants, and I'm kind of giving up on calling it Bay. But we will call it Bay because that's what it's named. And this is another map that was part of my whole creation process where I would... well, not create anything at all. I would draw it on paint and then work with people on it. But anyways, Bay is coming back. We didn't make many changes with Bay compared to Bay in the past. There's still 8 fish there, which, again, means the fish will be valuable but eventually run out. And there's still no shorefish on that shoreline, which will mean, again, just less water focus, I think, in general. The point of Bay is to start in your corner,
and then expand throughout the map. It's a very expansive map. There's stones, gold, hunt, wood, everything. You have to move away from the safety of your corner. So you can be safe for some time, but you can't be safe forever. And this has led to some really big Imperial Age battles in the long run, provided the game is close. After Bay, we have Cup. And this was actually the first Hidden Cup map that I had ever really thought about and drawn out. And eventually I could maybe make a little history video on this map. Listen, the middle is supposed to look like a cup of some kind. It really doesn't. But what's cool about this map is, again, the options. So players are fairly close together, but have very easy wall access if they choose to wall. Okay, someone said, can you move the bar? It's distracting. I get it's distracting. This player will not work. I'm so sorry. I'm so pissed at it right now. Okay? I've tried. Anyways, we got more maps. This is super hype. This is super hype, guys. Let's continue towards those wood lines on the back. But in the middle between them is 2 areas of water. Now, you can dock that terrain. You can also pass it with land units. But that sandy strip through the water does not allow ships to cross over on either side. So it's really tricky. If you were to dock, let's say, between in the smaller water area, you are directly between yourself and the enemy. But then there's less in the way of fish. And it's also not possible for you to control the other side with those ships where the gold is. So very frequently, players are going to have to be scouting, which is, again, a big focus in Hidden Cup. See exactly where the opponent is going to prioritize, and there's a lot of adaptation needed. Some of my favorite games in Hidden Cup history have happened on this. I can remember Hidden Cup 4, where we saw Woad Raiders and heavy demos and galleons, and I mean, that's not even describing the early stages. So obviously, a lot of people speculated, but obviously Cup is coming back for the main event. What is also returning? This is a map we introduced in Hidden Cup 4, Bypass. Bypass, one of my favorite maps ever. Basically, it is hideout, only there's a path, there is an opening directly through the middle. The interesting thing about the middle, though, is that you cannot build on that sandy terrain. So castle dropping between the players is not a possibility. You can wall on the slightly different terrain on the other side of the opponent's walls, or even your own. And it just gets really interesting because it is very easy and very tempting, maybe, to push and be aggressive through the very exposed middle. But if you wish to, you can actually leave your base and then go to the sides where there's plenty of reason to be out there with the hunt, the stone, and the gold. As far as entertainment is concerned, this one might be up there at the top because so many different things can happen. There's so many different ways to play it, and players will have completely different outlooks on playing this. I can guarantee it. So that takes us to 11 maps, but those maps, those prior 4 anyways, have been seen before. And so it is with great pride I introduce to you 2 new Hidden Cup maps. Hidden Cup maps that I think will produce some excellent strategy and will lean towards heavy preparation for the main event. We'll start with Evacuation. Evacuation is a really tricky map to play. You start on this sandy, deserty, cracked island, which over time is just going to run out of resources. On this island, you do have stone, you do have gold, you do have enough food to make it to Feudal Age, but wood can become a real issue over time if you do not expand or evacuate to the mainland. The mainland is very plentiful. You've got berries, you've got hunts, you've got wood, you've got stone and gold, and ultimately, if the game goes long, that's where you're going to want to be. But villagers are going to be very exposed on that starting island, so you cannot just simply leave because then, well, your opponent's going to have control of that. There's relics on the sandy island. There's also lots of fish available on the outside of the water. And in our testing, a large variety of strategy can work here. It's open and aggressive enough where we could see feudal age aggression on land and on water. But also there's enough food on the mainland where maybe players will choose to take a risk, maybe give up the water and go for a full land focus there with town centers and maybe knights. I will, of course, bring cast to you guys before the main event happens to show you kind of some of the test scenarios and what we came up with our testing games with high-level players. But yeah, I feel Evacuation is going to be really fun. The players have a week and a half of training before, and then their strategies are unveiled in the main event. The fact that this has never been played before, there's no meta anything right now, could lead to players coming up with very different conclusions. So moving on from Evacuation, I introduce to you Hidden Forts. Okay, so Hidden Forts is, again, really tricky. Players are situated very similar to... Okay, pause for a second.
guys, you already know I screwed this up big time, right? I just realized that it's not Batman. This is actually the wrong, Hardy gave me a whole nother video. It's basically the real map has less trees and it's easier to chop to the middle. I'm so sorry. Continue. It's the same concept, but you have areas with 2 tiles of trees. Just to be clear, we continue. Fortified clearing, where they are on the opposite side from each other. And there's plenty of reason to move around the outside with food, gold, and stone trickled around the outside. In the middle, though, in the middle of this ring of wood, there are rhinos and there's also gold. And players can chop through to the middle by placing a lumber camp or mule cart and chopping directly through. Now, on the outside of these trees is an unbuildable terrain, which means that someone can't cut through first and then go over there and just simply wall the opponent in. So it is always possible for both players to have access to the middle at any given time. Now, I have seen a lot of different things here because those rhinos can be very helpful with food. So I have seen players chop through and take a rhino back to their TC to try Fast Castle. But then other players could invest into Feudal Age and they could make army from the middle, right? And if the opponent chopped through, yes, they can re-wall, but that's a lot of area to control towards the middle. The thing we've done is we've spread out the rhinos. It is extremely awkward to take multiple of them, but it is still possible. And then while the middle is still extremely valuable, the outside is plentiful enough where you don't necessarily need to even cut through. There's hunt, there's berries, there's stone, there's gold. I mean, again, there's no stone actually in the middle, so stone's maybe the biggest one. There's no relics towards the middle. The relics are still on the outside too. And basically, it's going to be fun to see what players try and do here. Now, this map took the most work compared to all of them because we really didn't want the middle to be too strong or the outside to be too strong. And after about 10 versions and a couple dozen games, many of which I played myself, I feel like this is that sweet spot where kind of either one could work. And again, players have never played this publicly. There's no meta right now. So the hope and the dream, obviously, is that preparation is going to come in clutch. And we might have players bringing us some brand new strategy in the main event. I'm really embarrassed that whole situation just happened. I'm sorry. I know it's funny and I know it's content, but there's just been so many other things, and I'm sorry that was the way it was. Okay. So on a serious note, all right. So all the time with these maps, the only true way to get a feel and if they can work competitively is play with competitive players. So after my days of now, don't make a joke. It's at a tough time. I played. That's the joke. Okay. But I also brought in players who lost the first and second round in the qualies. So top 100 players. And we played as many games as I could get played. And there would be feedback. And then we would say, okay, well, that version's not good for that reason. That version's not good for that reason. And we have an amazing map team, which would make tweaks. And yeah, so basically, like, to get those maps to a point where I feel like they can bring good competitive games, we put in the hours and we put in the time to make sure they're good, just like we did with all the other ones in the past. All right. So I will tell you some interesting things. I'm going to bring you some casts from evac and from hidden forts, but there's some real pros and cons to every decision you make on those maps. There's a lot of things that can work, but if you don't execute properly, you get punished in another way. And what's cool, smile at me if you've never seen a hidden cup before, because I need to explain how this works, okay? So, tonight or tomorrow, I don't know which, the players receive what heroes they are going to play as, okay? They're told. Tomorrow, after they have already been told, I show up on stream, and we do the bracket draw live. Okay, so the players then know that the bracket is drawn randomly because they already had their names. It's not rigged or whatever, okay? Then the players have a week and a half of a training period, which we've scheduled into all of this. So you might be like, oh, why is there that 2-week gap between the qualifier and the main event? We got new maps, everything added to the map pool. They train away, ideally, right? And the first 2 rounds of Hidden Cup are always covered before the first games are ever streamed. So what that means, right? Let's say someone in chat here, who we got? Turpentine. Okay, so Turpentina could have this super good strat on a new map. Wins the first round with it. Moves on. Wins the second round with it. And then no one gets to see what's happening in any of the other games because everything's played behind closed doors and hidden. And the first 2 rounds are covered as Rex until after the quarterfinals have already concluded. So players are going to possibly encounter strategies they have actually never seen before, possibly. And that happened in the past in some instances. I know it's Hidden Cup with the hidden names, but that part is really fun about this whole thing because, players will figure out a meta over time, and that is natural in most tourneys. In this case, the first 2 weeks are all in the dark, and no one has access to the games to see the games. And then obviously when the games come main event time, we get to kind of enjoy it all. So we don't see the first round. We cast the first round. The games are not covered live. Obviously, we see the first round. The first round, when we show up to cast series number 1 on February 25th, the games will have never been seen by anyone but the players, but they will have already happened, and we cover them live. Make sense? Yeah, players are not able to share who they are with other people and discuss that type of thing, obviously. There will possibly be some training, so there's instances where maybe we could draw parallels. So if one player is doing a strat and then another player is doing the exact same strat, it's like, how did they know? Oh, these guys might be practice partners. Is this Tato and Doubt? Is this Hera and Leary? Is this those types of things play into it. So yeah, let's talk content schedule, okay? Let's talk content schedule. Main event, February 25th through March 3rd. Now you guys know if you didn't know, okay? Tomorrow, I will be live. I don't know the time yet. You'll have to pay attention. I'm guessing 20 GMT or 3 p.m. Eastern, something like that. What's 20 GMT? Sorry, I don't have a time yet, but we have to get it sorted. But I'm going to come live tomorrow, and we're going to do the bracket. The bracket will be done live. It will be a very short stream. It's just boom, bracket. So if you guys want to be here for that, yeah, we're going to aim for 20 GMT, which is 3 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what time that is for all of you, okay? Then I am going to take most of the days midweek off to prep for the main event. And then Saturday, we are going to have a show match with heroes that are not in the main event. So none of the, we only have 15 because you guys voted for Alfred the Alpaca, but none of the heroes here will be featured. So I haven't actually been told who the heroes are for the show matches, but Robo normally does names that are really hard for me to pronounce. So, names I would never use in actual Hidden Cup because it's going to be embarrassing. So, come Sunday, we're going to have some really, really, really rough names probably. And I'm going to cast the play. So, there's going to be a group of players. So, we're going to have 15 players on screen. And I'm going to cast the show match. And I'm going to say, okay, guys, vote for who you think these players were. But obviously, it won't be main event players. Make sense? So the goal is to do a show match on Saturday and then to do a show match on Sunday to give you guys a feel of how Hidden Cup works. And then the following week, we have the main event. The biggest thing I can ask of you guys, if you guys are curious on how you can help Hidden Cup and how you can support the event, the best thing that you can do, guys, is if you have anybody who used to play the game with, like a sibling, or, might have interest in the whole concept, just kind of let them know about it as we're 2 weeks away now officially. Just let them know about it. That's all I can ask, right? Because I'm going to do everything I can to make sure the content keeps people, but you just got to make sure that people know about it. So if you have anybody, want to message somebody's mom, that would be a big help. That's the best thing I can ask. Beyond that, following, supporting, having fun, subs, all that stuff's great. But any questions? Any questions? Thank you so much, everybody. I am pretty exhausted, but I'm so ready for the main event as we get closer. But I've also got so much work to do. I got so much. The next 2 weeks are going to be very busy, but come main event time, man. Whew. I cannot wait. T90, can I access the maps? The map pack should be updated very soon. It is very possible that the map pack will be updated this evening or tomorrow morning. And then everyone can access the maps, yes. So, yeah, anyone should be able to do that once that's updated. I don't have details on that right now, but obviously we need to do that soon. Last I checked, we were just finishing up one tiny tweak to a map. I actually didn't know this was possible, but, well, nah, maybe that's sharing too much. I could tell you guys some of that stuff in the future. So, T90, can you hide APM in Capture Age? Yeah, so this is going to be announced, but I've been working with Capture Age on a special version of Capture Age to cover the games. And there are going to be some things that are added for endgame statistics, which are fun. So, you know how, like, for example, you know how at the end of a game, it says how many units are there? Like the most created unit. Well, now it will have the top 3 created units. So there's more info there, which could be helpful sometimes. Things like that. Anyways, that version also removes APM. So APM will not be a stat that's visible via Capture Age for Hidden Cup. If you want to see someone's APM, you have to watch the games and try and determine, is this a player who is very fast? Is this a player who's a bit slower? There will not be a number to base any of your guesses off of. And that version for any other casters, they will be communicate with this. Anyone who will be casting the main event beyond myself for their own channels will be the only version used for the entirety of Hidden Cup. It will not be... so that's unfortunate for some people who might want to use other versions. You have to use this version. We were working to make that happen, obviously, so that people could still cast. So yeah, that's the deal, okay? That's the deal. When new maps get announced, we should have a video with the maps of all of them and also the correct version and also without that bar at the bottom of the screen. That should be on YouTube either tonight or tomorrow. I have to speak to Hardy right when I get offline, but that will be in video form soon. So you guys have that, okay? So yeah. I'm like, sorry, I actually, I know it was funny and you guys laughed, but I don't feel good about how the video thing came. There's been a lot of work and I needed to do better there, but the main event will be sick. And we're still cranking away on making sure it's going to be the best production quality possible. If you've never watched a Hidden Cup before, man, the level of prep is always insane. The players are playing so good these days. Like, every single one that's in the main event is going to beast it. And I can't promise quality games, but I almost feel like I should because every other time, it's just felt like a completely different world almost when you step into Hidden Cup because of the names and the levels. So we're really blessed with the competition we have. Okay, a couple more questions if you have them. Thank you, Angry Cross, very much. Oh, I wanted to mention this, and I missed a big dono here too. As a side note, now, this is a tease. We don't have anything just yet. You'll have to keep an eye out. But something that I've also been working on, which is really important. Smile at me in chat if sometimes you see these tournament maps and you're like, dang, that's cool. Or like a draft. It's like, oh, dang, that's kind of fun. But then you go to play ranked and you're like, oh, crap, this isn't the same. Or, oh, I don't know if I like this. So that's a thing. And I've always felt like, we put so much work, time, energy into these maps. It'd be cool to see different ranks play. So for the first time ever, I'm going to have a community hidden... what's the name of it? Crap. We're having a community cup. Right after Hidden Cup concludes, there will be a community cup. You could be the biggest pleb of all plebs, or you could be mid-elo, or even, like, technically pretty high elo, and you could be involved. And I'm going to have more information on that soon, so people can play these settings, make some friends, have some fun with some similar... similar settings, but I'm sure very different games because some of these maps will play different at different levels. So yeah, if you're excited about that, I see lots of hypes in chat. I will get info out on that when we have it. We're going to aim to open up signups this week, and then it wouldn't start till after Hidden Cup. So we're going to have a long sign-up period so you guys can sign up, okay? So you'll need to be, I would say, join the T90 official Discord, discord.gg/T90 official. Be in there. I'll post an announcement once we're live. And, like, I will also cast some of the games. I will not commit to casting all. There will be, if this goes as planned, very, very popular. So Side note on that, again, it's very early, but something I think would be really cool is like when I host at the end of streams, I think like what I want to encourage if people are casting this cup, this tournament, you know, they might be casting their buddy Sam playing for like 2 viewers. I think it'd be cool to like, even if I'm not casting some of the games, kind of direct some of my raids and some of my hosts towards people who are covering the event and are a part of the community event, and that can kind of create a snowball effect. So, okay, that is it. Thank you, Fodge Gondola. Says, I've been having a blast watching the qualifiers. It's got me back into the game after 20-some years. Already looking forward to Hidden Cup 6, winky face. $100 dono that I just missed as I was playing a stupid video like an idiot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Noob Slaying Viking. Says, do you have a video that can introduce someone new to the game? I think the most important video you can watch if you really want to learn about Peak Age of Empires, and I don't say this enough, it's called Force Nothing. Just search for that, Noob Slaying Viking. Check it out, and it's just going to change your perspective on life. Please do that, okay? Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Calstead. Thank you, Angry Cross. Thank you, Mighty Becco. Thank you, Treadstone, all for the support. And, yeah, I will possibly take a couple other questions here, but then I'm going to take the evening, chill out, watch some hand egg, as people call it, outside of the U.S., and it should be awesome. Yes, the winner of Hidden Cup 5 will get a real trophy. You might catch a glimpse of that in just a second. So, donos that will go into the prize pool will start at the day of the main event. So that'll be a 50-50 split. I will have more info on sponsors for the event, the main event prize pool, and everything probably closer to the day of the main event as well. I'm still trying my best. Obviously, sponsors is kind of a tricky thing right now. Esports is kind of... And I also don't want to compromise too heavily on the production because viewership is really important to me. I also have to be somewhat responsible with my spending on a lot of the stuff production-wise. So it's at a pretty good spot. I'm going to have 2 sponsors, which I'm really excited about. I don't know if it'll expand past that. And if it doesn't, we'll still have the 50-50 split from the donos, which could boost the prize pool and also help me cover some costs, and it should be good. I think everything's going to be in a really good spot, so. So, yeah. Red Bull and OnlyFans. Well, one of them's right. One of them is correct for the main event sponsorship. I'll let you guess which one is sponsoring the main event. So, Red Bull is going to be involved in the main event. I think I can say that now, which is exciting. Especially exciting because there's been some rumblings that Red Bull's maybe returning. No, not OnlyFans. Okay. This is why we don't answer questions. All right. That's it for me, guys. I had a lot of fun the last 3 days. I had a lot of fun. As annoyed as I am with myself right now, and as much as I feel like there's 100 things I could have done differently, I had a lot of fun. I appreciate you all. Troll or not, okay? Thank you very much. Keep an ear out. Let your friends know about it. And if there's any way that I can make Hidden Cup better, let me know in a nice way. On some of the like the AMA I'm going to do on Reddit this week, and just any way that you could reach me, Twitter or something like that. Just be respectful, be chill. All right. T90, you're going to have an observer for the main event. We'll have an observer. We'll have an observer. We'll have fun ways to observe. We will have big names involved from other esports that I haven't worked with in either a long time or ever. It should be great. So salute to you guys. I'm off. Thank you, everybody. It was an amazing qualifier. Congratulations once again to all the players who participated and grinded and played so well. And anyways, I'm off for the day. We are going to send a raid on to somebody. And if you so wish to stay on Twitch, enjoy their stream, enjoy the rest of your day. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll make sure to press stream offline today because 2 days ago, I forgot to do that. And I was online for an extra hour on YouTube because it was the first time I had streamed on YouTube. And it was really awkward for you guys, and I'm sorry. So, yeah. Anyways, see you around. Look at the variety of units. For red, we have 5 hussars, 7 condos, 7 pikes, 8 calves, 8 crossbowmen, 13 swordsmen, 20 skirms, 1 trep, 7 scorpions, 2 monks, 3 cav archers, 8 hand cannons. Nothing can kill us. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. That is AI army. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 8 pikes, 8, 2 calves. He's just got so much. He's just got so much. AI army. 2, 3, 7, 5 monks, 13, 1, 3, 8 grab, 7 condos, 7 condos. Counter everything. That is AI army. Okay, so blue still hasn't clicked up to the next stage. Blue has 7 militia. Make it 15. Dude, blue, you need to cool with the militia, dude. T90 always says, continue to produce as much as possible. Okay, blue, stop it. Stop it. Just for a second, dude. Stop. You can just settle down. You don't need more. Adding more doesn't do anything for you. He's adding even more. This might set a record. Okay, actually, I take it back. Round it out at 20 for me. Can't stop at 19. Okay, blue, live your dream. I just wonder how much Red's going to freak out when he shows up to his opponent's face and sees militia. Meanwhile, Red has a castle, has a barracks, has a stable, has an archer range. You are seeing right here what it is like to be in the mind of a low elo player. Watch this. 5 hussars, 7 condos, 7 pikes, 8 calves, 8 crossbowmen, 13 swordsmen, 20 skirms, 1 trep, 7 scorpions, 2 monks, 3 cav archers, 8 hand cannons. Nothing can kill us. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. That is AI army. You can't counter everything. That is AI army. 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 8 pikes, 8, 2 calves. He's just got so much. He's just got so much. AI army. 2, 3, 7, 5 monks, 13, 1, 3, 8 grab, 7 condos, 7 condos. Counter everything. That is AI army. 1 militia, 3 militia, 7 militia, 8 militia, 12 militia, 15 militia. AI army. 2, 3, 7, 5 militia, 1, 3, 8, 13 militia. Stop it, militia. Stop it, militia. Everything. That is AI army. This is why you watch Low Elo Legends. Just random, crazy, wacky stuff that at higher ranks people would get punished for, but low Elo, anything can happen.